Bro, listen to this. Our main character actually beat the game 19 times. On his 20th run, he grinded the tutorial area for months, maxing his level to 9,999 before even starting the main quest. But the moment he clicked play, he got sucked straight into the screen. Unfortunately, he did not end up as his max level character. He became the Demon King, who is the ultimate boss. Worst of all, he did not just lose his overpowered character and get severely nerfed. Every single demon general in his own faction wants to murder him because they can tell he is insanely weak. At least he has this six-armed blonde tsundere around to keep him company. But how can a heavily nerfed Demon King survive an insanely overpowered hero and the wrath of his own disloyal generals? His master plan is farming. I know that sounds like garbage, but hear me out. He beat this Souls-like game 19 times and literally knows every single hidden secret in the entire world. Plus, the system gave him a clear path. The happier his demon army gets, the more Demon King powers he can actually unlock. In theory, he is set up to be a pretty chill leader, but holy cow, this main character is an absolute menace. What he does to poor Azurette is easily the most disrespectful thing I have ever seen in a manhwa. Let us jump right in. My name is Janiel. Talk about a cursed twist. He was just an ordinary student from Korea, or at least, he used to be. But yesterday, he woke up as the Demon King Kredos, the game's final boss. Total cliché. The game is called Blood Paladin, and the goal is to awaken a sleeping hero who is basically a male version of Cinderella. But here's the problem right then. A butler walks in calling for Kredos. It is Zephyrus. The butler announces that preparations for war are complete. Outside, a massive crowd of demons is screaming, including Azurette, the Blood Prince, who is currently level 534. Standing next to him are Sergi, the Ice Monarch, and the Archduke of Shadows, Hartok, who doubles as the head butler. Of course, the classic muscle-headed Beau is there too, at level 539. Standing before the crowd, Kredos calls out to his army, telling them to listen up. As the Lord of all demonkind, he has a massive announcement to make. The war is officially on hold because they need to focus on farming and raising livestock instead. The demon army looks around in complete confusion, before instantly losing their minds and screaming that this is ridiculous. But Kredos gives them an absolute death glare, forcing the entire crowd into dead silence. Obviously, he has a very good reason for dodging this conflict. Right then, a game notification pops up. A player is starting a 20th playthrough of the game. It is a guy named Age Kimchi, currently at level 9,999, and Kredos knows he is destined to die by his hands. See, back in his past life, Kredos graduated from the agricultural department at Korea University and became a highly successful farmer. He was one of the absolute best, so talented that even his professors begged him to co-author their papers. His bald professor would constantly demand help with extra projects, and whenever he visited the fields, people dragged him into manual labor. In reality, all his incredible talent just made him the ultimate work slave. What an incredibly cursed life that was. He had all the skills, yet everyone else took credit for his hard work. In his mind, he wanted to absolutely destroy those greedy freeloaders. With his dopamine levels completely hitting rock bottom, he decided he needed some genuine excitement in his life. And what better escape than diving into a hardcore fantasy video game? He wanted to experience the true thrill of achieving goals he actually cared about. That is how he became the absolute first person to beat the game 19 times, leaving him exhausted but completely fulfilled. Since he was incredibly skilled, he decided to start a 20th playthrough on Hell difficulty. First, he grinded non-stop to max out his stats, equipping his character with top-tier gear that actually looked incredibly bizarre. But based on the stats, the build was completely overpowered. He stands there wondering how many years he wasted on this, proving the guy has unmatched focus. The screen asks if he wants to begin, and he clicks yes without a single second of hesitation. But this time, his monitor starts glowing violently, dragging him toward the glass. Suddenly, his soul rips right out of his body and gets pulled into the screen. Plunging down from a glowing sky, he flies over a dense forest, desperately telling himself to stay calm. He reasons that, since he is just a floating soul, he probably won't die from falling. Then he notices a structure in the distance, the Tower of Life. He actually crossed over into the game. Spotting the starting tomb, he flies over in pure excitement, knowing this is where Age Kimchi should spawn. But when he finally sees the blonde protagonist holding a staff, he is shocked by how stupid the character looks. Suddenly, his soul takes a violent turn and goes flying in the complete opposite direction. Screaming in absolute despair, he begs to go anywhere else, but ends up waking up directly inside Kredos' body. He laments losing his chance to play as the legendary Age Kimchi just because he judged a stupid outfit. Meanwhile, Zephyrus overhears some nearby demons whispering that Kredos is not nearly as strong as before. A vampire-looking demon suggests they team up, decapitate the king, and claim the throne. But Hartok clears his throat and questions what might happen if the boss is actually putting on a show. All four of them could easily end up dead if they make a careless move. Sergi agrees to join only if Azurette strikes first, while Bo is too hungry to even care about a rebellion. Then Azurette speaks up, asking if they would actually have the guts to strike if he manages to prove Kredos has truly weakened. Instantly, the conspirators grin, agreeing that they would absolutely be down to rebel. Zephyrus overhears the entire conversation and warns Kredos that his high-ranking demons are actively plotting to take his head. They are convinced the king is vulnerable and want to assassinate him. Shaking with fear, Kredos realizes that if all four attack him at once, he is dead, but showing any weakness will get him killed even faster. What Kredos really wants to know is what happened to his maxed-out hero, Age Kimchi. Did he not possess the body, leaving it behind as a hollow shell? Before he can think, Zephyrus hands him a magic recording orb. The footage from the starter tomb shows a bloodthirsty blonde kid absolutely slaughtering waves of demons. The terrifying protagonist reaches out, rips an eye from a beast, and stares directly into the recording orb. Kredos instantly realizes that whatever is piloting that hero's body is a complete psychopath. He is trapped if he surrenders to his generals. They will slaughter him on the spot. But if he ventures into the human world, that level 9999 monster will obliterate him. The poor guy starts crying, weeping that he only played this game to find some peace and happiness. Yet, Kredos pulls himself together with sudden resolve, deciding to stabilize the kingdom's food crisis first to placate his troops. When Zephyrus asks where his lord is headed, Kredos surprisingly apologizes for leaving him in the dark. He is searching for suitable land to start a small farm. Zephyrus gives him a highly concerned look, while Kredos is equally baffled by his own bizarre plan. Zephyrus points out that his lord used to be incredibly arrogant, making this sudden apology highly suspicious. Kredos finds the butler's reaction strange, recalling that Zephyrus was barely a footnote in the game's actual lore. The butler only appeared once before being easily slaughtered by the hero. Yet, he was surprisingly popular among players because his final words were an apology to his king for being too weak to protect him. Fans absolutely loved that level of deep respect. But right now, the butler is just being incredibly annoying, constantly complaining about how he has never seen a demon king lose his dignity so fast. Kredos tries to look intimidating, but Zephyrus completely ignores the threat and demands to know where this imaginary farm is. He points out that the surrounding territory is entirely barren and completely unsuited for growing crops. Kredos explains that while he knows this place is called the Land of Death, his unique farming skills can restore it to life. He kneels down, scoops up a handful of dark soil, and eats it. Zephyrus immediately takes notes, reporting that his master has officially lost his mind and started eating dirt. Kredos tells his butler to stop writing down notes, but the guy argues it is his job, especially since the boss seems mentally unstable. Kredos just ignores him and eats some dirt, only to find it completely dry. Nitrogen is the ultimate plant food, but even though the air is 78% nitrogen, plants cannot absorb it unless it comes directly from the dirt. Solving that puzzle birthed modern farming, and Kredos knows a wild shortcut to make it happen: lightning. A massive strike will easily oxidize the nitrogen in the soil. And guess what? Kredos actually wields lightning. He slashes his hand to activate Blood Strike, but wait, that is the exact skill that triggered when the hero fell. He warns Zephyros to step back. Then, he slices his own hand and oh man, it hurts like crazy. He wonders how the original game boss used this so easily. Suddenly, he senses something strange. He feels a bizarre gaze and looks back. His generals are glaring at him like he is a total weakling. He jumps back in shock as Zephyros says he is 100% weaker. Kredos snaps back, asking if they are trying to mutiny, but he quickly cuts the chatter. This pain is still nothing compared to dying. He fires off the Blood Strike, but only ends up splashing his own blood toward the sun while screaming in agony. Right then, a voice behind him asks if Lord Kredos is feeling okay. That is when he realizes these guys are planning a coup. Meanwhile, far away, the hero Kimchi is wandering around. He remembers walking this exact path more than 10 times in his past lives. He once carried a heavy destiny on his shoulders, but now, that calling is completely gone. Left with no purpose, he just stands there, totally lost in his own thoughts. Back at the palace, the generals are surrounding Kredos. Asurath steps forward to challenge him, questioning if this is truly the ultimate demon king. Kredos is absolutely sweating bullets. He knows this general is a complete beast, and he cannot even trigger a single spell. But Asurath completely misinterprets his silence, shivering at the sheer pressure Kredos is emitting before the battle even begins. Yet, Asurath forces himself forward, asking if the boss can handle all four of them. Meanwhile, the other three generals have already chickened out behind a tree. Kredos looks around and realizes he is completely on his own in this fight. His subordinates are just standing there, muttering that he should have surrendered by now. He is truly cornered. He stammers that they are supposed to be allies, but they just shrug. Suddenly, Zephyros pulls out a magic scroll, declaring that by demon law, this must be a fight to the death. There is no escape. Asaroth, shaking off his fear, tells himself to stay focused. The Demon King is clearly weak right now. Meanwhile, a trembling Kredos is desperately thinking, what can he possibly do now? He just analyzed his stats. Based on how smoothly he dodged before, maybe he is not completely powerless in this body. But before he can devise a plan, Asaroth charges straight at him. Kredos suddenly recalls from the game that this guy only has two main moves, a side slash or a straight thrust. He expects to get hit, but somehow evades it effortlessly. Confused, he notices the boss's attack patterns are identical. Whenever his foot points straight, a direct thrust is coming. Kredos slides back gracefully after the evasion. Hartok watches in absolute awe, and honestly, who wouldn't be? Whispering that evading such a strike so casually is downright terrifying. One wrong move and his arm would be gone. Another strike, another smooth step back. Kredos realizes the combat is copy-pasted straight from the game. He remembers how impossible this fight felt during his very first run. The boss was lightning fast, loaded with feints and complex combos. But after dying over 100 times in the game, he has completely memorized every single frame. During his 19th perfect run, he even beat this guy without taking a single scratch. And now, in this real-life showdown, his movements are incredibly easy to predict. He is not getting hit. Spectators watch in absolute dread as Kredos sidesteps with a smirk. To them, the Demon King hasn't lost his strength at all. He is just casually playing with his prey. Asaroth is absolutely losing his mind, while Kredos realizes he might not be able to win, but he definitely will not die either. The moment he connects the dots, a glowing system notification pops up in front of him. It confirms he has successfully adapted to this world's mechanics. Kredos recognizes the interface immediately from his gaming days. The screen rewards him for executing those perfect evasions with a special player-exclusive perk. He has officially unlocked the target lock-on system. A glowing green crosshair locks onto the general. That is his cue to strike. Without a moment of hesitation, he slashes his hand to unleash the bloody strike. The spell connects perfectly, blasting Asaroth with a massive surge of lightning. The watching generals drop their jaws in absolute horror as their strongest warrior collapses, trembling. But Kredos is actually shocked that Asaroth is still breathing. Back in the game, this ultimate attack was designed to trigger an instant kill. He prepares another direct spell to finish the job for good. But the onlookers completely misread his actions, whispering in terror that their lord is deliberately holding back just to torture the poor guy slowly. In reality, Kredos has no clue how to land a lethal blow. The system chimes in with an update, but only to notify him that he has shredded Asaroth's armor, leaving him totally bare. On the bright side, he just unlocked the armor stripping mechanic. He opens up his system screen to inspect his old endgame gear. The legendary loot is visible, but he must put that aside. His immediate issue is dealing with the defeated general. He cannot deal enough damage, but then a bizarre idea strikes him. With Asaroth pinned to the dirt, he decides to blast him with lightning. The high-voltage impact will trigger a chemical reaction, binding the much-needed nitrogen directly into the dead soil. It is an incredibly galaxy-brained plan, but to his horrified subordinates, it just looks like madness. Kredos calls out to Sergi, ordering her to bind the helpless general. The terrified girl asks why he wants to humiliate him further when the fight is already over. But Kredos ignores her, binding the general to a wooden frame as the ultimate lightning rod. Suddenly, Asaroth regains consciousness, boasting that he has survived. He laughs, convinced the Demon King has grown soft since he did not execute him on the spot. The celebration is cut short when a massive lightning bolt strikes him directly, silencing him while driving the critical nitrogen deep into the ground. Kredos then orders Hartok to blanket the entire field in a heavy, humid mist. Hartok is absolutely stunned, realizing that soaking the target will conduct the electricity even better. Honestly, that is a terrifyingly creative way to torture someone. Talk about a dark magic masterclass. The thick mist rolls in, coating the captive general in moisture just as another massive bolt of lightning arcs down. Kredos flinches at the pain. Unleashing this skill requires him to physically hurt himself, which stings like crazy. Meanwhile, Zephyros and the rest of the crew watch in silent terror, completely traumatized by their master. But our main character is absolutely thrilled. The soil is getting fertilized perfectly, and a legendary harvest is just around the corner. Massive lightning storms light up the distant horizon. Later, he scoops up a handful of earth and smiles at the rich color. The only remaining issue is that the soil particles are too fine. The air cannot circulate properly. To loosen the soil, he needs to mix in the ultimate agricultural gold manure. He immediately commands his terrifying generals to fetch a massive pile of dung. The blood-soaked soldiers stand around wondering if he actually intends to dump literal manure on poor Asherat. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, old Kimchi hears a desperate cry for help. He looks over and finds cheap, bargain bin versions of Javier and Lloyd. This absolute knockoff, Lloyd whines that goblins attacked them and begs for help. But Kimchi glares at them so intensely they start shaking. The knockoff begs him to calm down, swearing they are totally harmless. But looking at that outfit, yeah, super sketchy. He says that fake Javier has a hurt leg. Kimchi tosses him over his shoulder, telling fake Lloyd to lead. They introduce themselves with obviously fake names. You can guess the rest. Javier asks who the blonde kid is, and Kimchi admits he is trying to figure that out too. Meanwhile, back at Kredos' castle, Hart wonders where on earth they can find tons of manure so quickly. Siri has no idea, but she thinks the request is disgusting. Bale groans that they are doomed since nobody has eaten anyway, and girls do not poop. Hart snaps that they are missing the point. He is definitely not using his own. The plan? Beat the crap out of some low-ranked demons until something comes out. Meanwhile, a poor demon crouches in a pit, telling the guards to wait outside because he cannot do it. A soldier reports to Hark that getting results is proving very difficult. Hark walks in to ask why he cannot go. The starving demon explains that nobody has eaten in ages because this place is completely bankrupt. That is when Hart grabs him by the neck, claiming he has a genius idea. He raises his blade, but Bale grabs his arm, asking how the demon is supposed to deliver if Hart cuts open his stomach. Hart lets go of the victim and admits that is surprisingly clever for Bale. So he suggests a new plan: they feed the demon his own flesh to force production. Bale stares at him with his power fully activated, while the little demon trembles in a corner. The two are about to fight when Kredos suddenly blasts both with a bolt of lightning. Kredos warns them that humans and demons are not the only creatures that poop. Seated on his throne, he explains that every single dropping in this world has nutritional value. They are going to make fertilizer. Zephyro asks what that is, and Kredos explains it is essential for the soil. Normally, you use plants, eggshells, chicken droppings, and all kinds of old organic junk. The problem is they have absolutely nothing right now. Kredos demands a map, and it magically appears in his hands within seconds. It is the exact same map from his game. He knows a region filled with nested demonic birds. Their sheer numbers prove they have absorbed a massive amount of rich nutrients from this land. Even better, they live on massive stone peaks rising right out of the sea. It is the perfect spot to find exactly what he needs. Zephyro instantly realizes his plan to collect droppings from those demonic seagulls. He warns him that the peak of no return has 0 handholds, and falling means getting crushed or dragged away by waves. Kredos replies that he is already well aware. The game developers never intended for players to reach that area, but he found a way. Now, they are standing right in front of the massive cliffs. The crew wonders what Kredos is planning, since everyone who ever tried climbing this peak got swallowed by the unforgiving ocean. Kredos turns to them and promises to scale the wall and throw down bags of droppings for them to catch. If this works, everyone is finally going to eat well. Bale looks around at how skinny his comrades have become. They are in terrible shape. Thank goodness their new farmer Demon King finally showed up. Kredos recalls it took him 30 playthroughs to finally attempt this climb. After hundreds of failed attempts, he cracked the secret. He leaps forward under their watchful eyes and grabs the stone. He knows he can survive by exploiting a specific game glitch. As his hand sinks directly into the solid rock, Kredos opens up his inventory and unequips all of his gear. Suddenly, the crowd gets a direct view of his completely bare backside. Everyone starts trembling in absolute shock, and Siri immediately spins around to hide her eyes. He re-equips his gear, clinging to the stone like a maniac. He unequips again, flashing them before quickly putting it back on in a hilarious, rapid-fire cycle. By constantly stripping and gearing back up, he teleports straight to the top. He discovered this bug long ago. Toggling equipment mid-climb lets you clip right through solid walls. Right then, Bale declares that if their leader is working hard to feed them, he must do his part too. Zephyro yells to wait, but the lunatic leaps at the wall. Kredos screams at him to stop, but the idiot slams face first into the solid rock and completely misses his grip, tumbling backward. Kredos has to reach out and grab Bale's hand while still glitching through the wall, completely naked. The problem is, Bale is incredibly heavy, making Kredos wonder why he is even bothering. Bale is one of the 4 legendary demons who wants him dead. Even Bale himself looks completely bewildered, not understanding why his sworn enemy is rescuing him. Suddenly, Kredos remembers a classmate from his past life who begged him for help, crying that the professor would fail him and ruin his entire life if he did not intervene. The kid begged him to talk to the teacher because everyone loved Kredos. He was just a young underclassman who constantly followed him around campus. Since Kredos was the star student, the teacher probably would have listened. But back then, he coldly told the kid to handle his own issues. He was too worried about risking his own reputation with the faculty, so he walked away. Looking back, he regrets that choice and decides he can save Bale if he just pushes a bit harder. Kredos tells himself to push beyond his limits. Maybe then, the heavy memory of that abandoned classmate can finally rest with a smile. Summoning every ounce of power, he hurls Bale upward even as his own shoulder snaps under the pressure. The rescued demon watches him get hurt, asking why he would go so far for him. Kredos struggles up and says that this pain hurts far less than abandoning someone, and he will never regret it. Suddenly, Bale starts tearing up. Kredos thinks this is how his old junior would have reacted if he had helped. He quietly apologizes, just as the game system pops up to congratulate his achievement. Kredos has earned the genuine admiration of one of the 4 great demons. From now on, making his demon subjects happy awards him points called HP, or happy points. The happy point system is officially unlocked, but Kredos is completely baffled. What is he supposed to do with these anyway? He wonders if he can buy lollipops, but the system immediately fires back that this dark game would never hand out cheap candy. Keeping his troops happy and well-fed earns him points. He can spend them to boost stats like stamina, defense, and magic power, which all need to reach 100%. He tries to purchase a 10% stamina boost, but it costs 50 happy points. Upgrading skills is even more expensive, costing 250 points each. Still, Kredos knows running a successful farm will make those points flood in. And hey, if I get stronger, my odds of surviving go way up. Plus, seeing people actually happy and full, man, that would feel incredible. Talk about a massive ego boost. Bale is just standing there watching him, convinced this guy is basically a walking corpse who never should have been saved. But then, Kredos suddenly stretches out like some majestic egg-laying bird and demands to know if he is about to drop the load. Apparently, it is for the folks down below. Before those poor demons can even react, he launches a glorious rainbow arc of crap right at them, telling everyone to get ready and give it their absolute best. Fast forward a bit, and they are surrounded by dirt, eggshells, and a metric ton of manure. Kredos looks at Sergi and suggests that since she has got so many arms, she should get to chopping all this stuff up. She instantly snaps back that she is the Ice Monarch. Her hands were made for greatness, not playing with literal dung. He just gives her a cold stare and says that is fine, since he has another job for her instead. Unsurprisingly, she falls right in line. Kredos had jumped a bit when she screamed. These fantasy world people are honestly terrifying, and she is easily the worst of them. But hey, he can play it cool. He is the Demon King, after all. He can survive this on sheer willpower. He orders Hartok to completely flood the place, because that dry soil desperately needs some moisture. Hartok warns that getting all this stuff wet is going to make the smell 10 times worse. But one quick glare from Kredos, and the guy is already airborne, doing exactly what he was told. Kredos asks Bale if things are feeling better, and Bale confirms that yeah, it is a lot softer now, just like promised. Step 3 of the master plan is to gather feathers and cover the entire pile. The catch is that doing this by hand would take forever. He has no choice but to draft every single demon into service. Something about this is still bugging him, but it has to be dealt with immediately. He is going to push through using his absolute authority as the ruler of this realm. Meanwhile, back in the capital, a desperate father sits at home beside his sick daughter. She looks up and asks if he could please just feed on her. Whoa, what? That is incredibly dark. The father begs her to stop talking like that, but she just whispers that she misses her mom. Turns out, a starving demon had tried to eat the little girl, but her mother threw herself in the way. With one final look at her daughter, she ended up straight in that monster's stomach. The father cries out that if she dies, he has no reason to live anyway. Right then, the Demon King himself barges in. The man jumps back in pure shock, screaming to know what the hell he is doing there. Kredos tells him that if he has the strength to shout, he has the strength to work, ordering his soldiers to drag him away. The man screams for his daughter, begging to stay, but it is already too late. The Demon King just keeps walking, asking how many workers they have. They have got 20, but they need over 30. Glancing back at the crying kid, he remembers she was actually a character in the game, too, and back then, he used to eliminate her without a second thought. That grim memory prompts him to issue a brand new law. From now on, cannibalism is banned. Every single demon is working with manure instead. He walks off with total resolve, playing the part of the ultimate tyrant. Under the blistering sun, the already starving demons are pushed to their absolute limits. One of them grumbles about being forced to farm, calling it completely ridiculous when they barely have the energy to stand. Another quickly warns him to shut his mouth before they get caught. But the guy doesn't care, pointing out that they are going to die anyway, and questioning what they are even supposed to plant here. Right on cue, Kredos appears and offers to explain everything. Back during their battle, he had spotted a unique flower growing by a tree, realizing it could actually be farmed. He shows it to the skeptical demon and tells him that this is their ticket to survival. Bale and the gathering crew are already out harvesting as many as possible. The demon recognizes the plant but notes it is definitely not food, since eating it causes absolute agony in the stomach. Kredos just pulls one right out of the dirt, pointing out there is literally nothing else to eat anyway. Their little experiment is almost complete, and they are about to find out if it actually works. The terrified father asks what he means, and Kredos casually replies that his daughter should be taking her first bite right about now. The man immediately panics, sprinting off while begging them not to hurt his innocent kid. Praying he is not too late, he bursts through his front door, only to find Bale standing next to his daughter. And yep, the little girl already finished eating it. Surprisingly, she looks healthy and full, happily chirping that she feels completely fine. Her dad is stunned, asking if she is really okay, and she happily explains she even ate some yesterday. Bale and Zephos had given them to her. That is when Kredos steps in and tells him to believe his eyes, since even humans manage to turn a poisonous plant into a staple food. Turns out, it is the humble potato. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Flute tearfully thanks Kredos for showing such unexpected kindness to a low-tier family like theirs. Just like that, a chunk of his army is genuinely happy to finally have actual food. For the first time ever, Kredos earns 1 happy point. Staring at his new reward, he looks at the smiling girl and remembers the terrifying monster she eventually became in the game. Massive difference between her game self and this sweet kid hits him hard. Honestly, just because he is the Demon King does not mean he can't have a soft side. So, he flashes her a warm, gentle smile and tells her to grow up big and strong. Meanwhile, the other demons immediately assume he is just fattening her up for a future feast. That sweet, wholesome look on his face completely terrifies them. It is highly effective at keeping everyone totally confused. Now, let's talk about the harsh, frozen region known as Chaven to Antor. This territory is split into 5 zones, with Chaven being the absolute worst of them. The nights are freezing, the days are blistering, and in a wasteland where nothing grows, even poisonous weeds are on the menu. Most would have perished, but humans are surprisingly stubborn. Back in the village, Flute's father kneels before his lord, reporting that everything has been set up exactly as requested. That is when Kredos orders Bale to start stomping around, crushing the harvest. Once pulverized, they are going to leave the entire batch out to freeze overnight for 5 days straight. Freeze, thaw, repeating the cycle over and over. This process completely neutralizes the toxins, turning them into safe, edible potatoes. Next, it is time to get Zephos and the squad grinding on more fertilizer. Feast prep has officially begun. As a massive line forms, Kredos steps up to address the hungry crowd. He announces that supplies are limited, so each person only gets 2 potatoes. Zephos finds this weird, wondering why they don't just grow more. Kredos explains that their current seed crop is nowhere near enough. Plus, scaling up agriculture takes time. The immediate plan is just to get the population comfortable with the idea of eating them, before they eventually expand production by 1,000-fold. Even so, the suspicious demons just stand there staring at the pile, completely unsure if it is actually safe to eat. One brave father speaks up, reminding everyone his daughter ate some and survived. But another one tells him to open his eyes and look at the Demon King's terrifying face. That is not the look of a generous ruler giving out free charity. Still, the man steps forward on sheer courage. He tosses the potato into his mouth, chews it up, and swallows. Tears immediately stream down his face as he screams, "Long live the Demon King." Seeing him survive, the rest of the crowd eagerly follows. They can't believe their lord actually provided real, edible food. Just like that, the entire crowd raises their hands, shouting that Kredos is absolutely incredible. Hearing their wild praises, Kredos mutters that their chant sounds a bit too cult-like and needs to change soon. Off to the side, Zephos watches in awe, realizing this crazy lord might actually end the starvation of their land. With so many full bellies, Kredos racks up 51 happy points, allowing him to level up his stats. Browsing through his attributes, he wonders which upgrade would help him out the most right now. As Kredos is deep in thought, Zephyros calls on the entire farm squad and orders them to head back to the village to spread the word. Real food can grow on this land, and any demon who helps out gets a voucher redeemable for sweet potatoes. Kredos is honestly impressed that this clever little butler is actually being useful. Just like that, everyone is busy harvesting and planting. Sergi is busy slicing up manure while Hardock moistens the soil. And yep, poor Asherot is still tied up out there as Kredos tells the squad to move his post 10 steps to the left. That spot is perfect. They pin him down, and he gets zapped by another lightning bolt. Kredos sighs, complaining about having to shock him daily just to get enough nitrogen into the ground. But now that they have gathered a decent amount, it is time for the next step. The problem is, even with their current resources, covering the whole area is going to be incredibly tough. While Kredos maps out the next plan, Asherat is lying there begging to be killed. Kredos shocks him again without flinching, casually wishing he had some zombie-like soldiers who could work 24/7 without complaining about their working conditions. Maybe he has no choice but to wait and see what happens next. In their earlier talk, he had asked Zephyros if he had really summoned those legendary Star Masters. Zephyros confirmed he did. He told them to halt all attacks and return so they could focus on farming. The only issue is he still hasn't received any replies. Kredos wonders if those damn messengers just starved to death on the road. He really needs the extra hands since spreading manure everywhere by himself is getting ridiculous. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Deathcliff, the first zone in the region. A demon reports that according to their latest scouts, Kredos has actually started farming and producing edible food. The mustache demon scoffs, claiming Kredos is doing all this farming because he is terrified. That is because every time a demon dies, Suil, the father of the dead, grows stronger. Kredos must be trying to stop the war to freeze their power scaling. Suil then asks if all the messengers sent to other regions have been dealt with. The demon confirms that nobody else knows Kredos is trying to call off the war. Suil nods, satisfied, declaring that it is better this way. Every demon must starve to death so they can become fuel for his power. Once he is strong enough, he will become the ultimate demon lord. Then he calls for Fikimir and orders him to destroy everything Kredos has built, especially the farms. During one freezing night, poor Asherat is still tied to his cross. Fikimir walks past and thinks that Lord Kredos is absolutely brutal. He really turned Asherat into a living corpse just to make an example out of him to the others, but he reassures the captive, promising that Suil will avenge him. He then summons a horde of spirits and orders them to corrupt the soil so it can never be used again. The spirits rush in and find a massive covered pile. One of them mentions that this is the famous manure Lord Kredos has been guarding so closely. Fikimir grins, telling them to spread it everywhere and ruin all of Kredos' plans. Asherat watches from the corner of his eye, remembering when Kredos said that the manure had to be mixed deep into the soil and fully broken down to work. The problem was they lacked the manpower since everyone was too scrawny for the heavy lifting. But now, here is Fikimir celebrating and declaring that this is the absolute end of Kredos. Meanwhile, Asherat wonders what kind of amazing unpaid labor is happening here. A bit later, one of the ghostly workers complains that this field is just way too massive to cover. The other spirits yell at him to stop slacking and keep hiding the manure. They need to bury it and spread it around to stop Kredos from farming. Another spirit comments that worker number 2718 is working extra hard today. The hard worker replies that he does not know why, but he feels great. It is just that satisfying feeling of actually doing something productive with your day. The spirit next to him calls him an idiot, but then decides he wants to be an idiot too, suggesting they completely destroy the entire place together. While they are celebrating their incredible efficiency, the sun begins to rise and starts vaporizing every last one of them. They are weak to sunlight, but dying after a productive day actually does not feel too bad. As their little souls drift away, Fikimir is left behind weeping. He cries that his beautiful children really did it, and now they can finally rest in peace. All he wants now is to see Kredos' face when he realizes what they did. Nearby in the storage house, all the harvested potatoes are sitting around, but preparing them is the real issue. Kredos explains that they are in a dormant state. If planted now, they won't grow. It is like a sleeping potato that you yanked out by the hair, causing the poor thing to faint from shock. He knows this dormant phase will pass much faster if he keeps them at 4 degrees for a few weeks, before moving them somewhere warm. The problem is he wanted to rely on Sergi, but she's completely grossed out by the farming lately and refuses to work. Even Hardock doesn't look too thrilled with him either. At this point, Kredos is trying his best not to anger them since they look like they are one bad day away from mutiny. He tried raising the temperature by making the crew do squats, but the poor exhausted demons had zero energy left and just passed out on the floor. Thinking it over, he turns to Zephyros and says they are heading to the fields. He has to do what he can, even if it is just manually injecting nitrogen into the soil. But when they arrive, the whole place is steaming. He stops in his tracks, completely shocked. The soil is perfectly mixed, the stench is thick, and the land is ready for planting. What kind of miracle is this? Watching from the shadows, Fikimir is panicking at their accidental success. Just then, Bale sneaks up behind him, grabs him by the ears, and announces he caught this suspicious creep hiding out. Kredos immediately recognizes him as one of the bosses from the Deathcliff zone. He asks him what the hell he is doing creeping around his farm. Fikimir tries to answer but takes a heavy punch to the face before he can even get a word out. Zephyros asks why he hit the guy before hearing him out. and Kredos shrugs, saying it is just more efficient. Fikamir, now all bent out of shape, mutters that the Demon King is truly cruel, only to get punched repeatedly. After a while, Kredos gets exhausted from beating the guy without getting any answers. So he opens his inventory, dumps all his status points into stamina, and gets right back to punching. Eventually, Fikamir cracks and confesses he was ordered to destroy the farm. Now they know it was Sewell who blocked their reinforcements from showing up. Kredos understands the motive completely, since that villain gets stronger every time a demon dies in battle. Zephyros says that taking Sewell down would serve as a warning to everyone, but Kredos does not care about power plays. He just wants to live in peace and focus on his potatoes. They both agree that the main issue with killing Sewell is that he turns into an elusive ghost upon death. It becomes almost impossible to hit him, and his territory is a massive, highly annoying map. Still, Kredos knows that if a pest is hiding in a nest, you just have to destroy the entire nest. The scene cuts to Flute, who is watching Asherat still tied to his post. Seriously, when are they going to let this poor guy down? He turns to her and asks what she is staring at, but she just sweetly thanks him, saying his sacrifice brought them food. He snaps at her, yelling to stop humiliating the great Asherat and warning her that she will be the absolute first person he kills once he gets free. He is boiling with rage, planning to destroy Kredos the second he breaks loose. But then he hears Kredos' voice and notices a big celebration nearby because they just installed the second lightning rod. Everyone is cheering about the massive harvest to come, and Asherat's eyes go wide. Does this mean he is finally free from being roasted like a rotisserie chicken day and night? But nope, they are just standing side by side, and Kredos zaps both of them with lightning again. By now, Azraed is pretty much used to it. He just shrinks a bit and gets slightly crispy. Sorathal is watching all of this unfold and starts screaming that they cannot do this to poor Fikamir. But Kredos does not stop. More lightning. Zap. The poor guy keeps crying out that it must hurt like hell. Another zap and then another. Eventually, Fikamir begs him to stop. That is when Kredos spots a raven nearby and knows exactly what it is. A sneaky messenger bird used to transmit information. Now he is absolutely certain Sorathal is watching. That bastard trying to sabotage his crops is going to pay dearly. Sometime later, under the blazing sun, Flute is happily working the soil and looking cute as ever. Azraed turns to her and asks what she is doing, sweetheart. Flute explains that since the 4 generals had helped out so much, she wanted to do her part as well. He calls her a complete idiot. Fikamir had already handled that entire plot of land, so she should do something useful instead. Flute walks over to Fikamir to ask if it is true. Not only did he prepare the soil, but he also stood there taking lightning strikes for everyone. That was incredibly kind. Fikamir looks totally bashful and tells her she is the kind one. But Azraed warns her again that hanging around here is not helping. All he knows is that when potatoes are heated up, they somehow seem to improve. Hearing that, Flute immediately runs off, thanking him and saying she will try to help. As she disappears, Azraed just mutters what a low-ranked demon like her is even going to accomplish. Back at the castle, Zephyros admits he does not know if this plan will work. Sorathal already knows it is a trap, so why would he come? Kredos explains that the idiot will not show up himself. First, he will send his subordinates, and every last one of them will be wiped out. He already gave Baal the order. No one gets out alive. Meanwhile, Sorathal is watching everything unfold. He sneers that Kredos is a fool. Did he really think he would sacrifice his own soldiers so carelessly? As much as it hurts losing Fikamir, he has only one goal. Wipe out that farm, so he commands his specters to destroy the crops. Every single potato needs to be ruined. The ghosts go wild, storming into the warehouse, but Kredos is already waiting. Just like I thought, he says. He knew those bastards would show up. Welcome to the cemetery. He remembers the first time he encountered these guys in the game. He panicked back then because Sorathal's second elite squad was a total nightmare. Their biggest advantage was that they always moved in massive groups. The worst part, if you touch them physically, they latch onto you and drain your age along with your current abilities. But he knew the trick to beating them. He mockingly asks who wants to get deep fried first. The secret was simple: use magic, especially lightning. The specters panic, realizing they walked right into a trap. But Kredos just smirks. Too late. This is the real trap. The doors slam shut, sealed by strange blood. And that blood is his. Kredos unleashes a massive area attack, lighting up the entire room. He yells for the guards to rush in and strike now. Demons pour in from all sides. With their ghostly forms gone, the specters are easily overwhelmed and utterly destroyed. Kredos watches it all and thinks this plan was absolute Demon King genius. He even says it out loud: maybe I really do belong in this world. The only downside is a few little spirits escape the fire and are zipping around. But suddenly, right out of the potato pile, Flute pops up. Kredos looks over in shock. One of the loose spirits is heading straight for her, ready to steal her youth. Her father screams in horror. Kredos is frustrated that people are not doing their jobs properly, yet he still rushes to save her. But his lightning will not reach her in time. Almost instinctively, he hurls a lightning-charged potato her way, fully expecting it to fail. But when it hits the spirit directly in the head, something bizarre happens. The ghost tries to drain its life. And somehow, it actually works. The potato instantly sprouts green leaves right then and there. The remaining specters flee in terror while Kredos stands there completely stunned. These ghosts age whatever they touch, which basically fast-forwards the biological clock of the potato. He grabs Flute, telling her she did an amazing job. She is still shaken and bolts off, while Kredos turns to everyone and declares that they are officially done fearing Sorithol. From this point on, they are going on the offensive. The next scene opens with poor Azaret tied to a cross, staring up at the sky and asking himself who he even is. Where am I? What am I even living for? This sun is so beautiful. Honestly, he feels happy just being able to look up at it every day. Azaret murmurs to himself that the only real downside is always starving. That is when Flute pops up as cute as ever, cheerfully announcing that everything is going perfectly well. They have been harvesting tons of potatoes, and Kredos is even putting together a new army. The moment he sees food, Azaret freaks out, shaking his head frantically. Flute promises to give him just a little and tosses a small potato. It hits him square in the eye. He yells that he is going to kill her, but she throws 3 more. 2 hit him right in the face, and 1 lands directly in his mouth. As much as it hurt, it was delicious. That single bite made him feel so good that Kredos even earned another happy point. After everything, he was up to 302 points. He had no idea where the last one came from. The more, the better. He needed every single point to prepare for the grand assault on Sorithol. He calls for his demon army and tells them to get ready. They are almost there when a few ghosts shout that the enemy is going to cut the bridge, and sure enough, they slice it without hesitation. But wait, Kredos just leaps. But of course, he is about to abuse that backward jump glitch again. The spirits are totally confused. He turns his back, slides twice, and boom, he is already at the top. The 2 ghosts flee, muttering how terrifying that demon is. Kredos smirks, knowing everything went exactly as planned. He signals Zephyros and bolts ahead. Sorithol points from a distance, screaming at the ghosts to kill him now that he is completely alone. Kredos charges forward, but of course, he abuses the glitch again. The man literally has only one trick. The spirits try to grab him, but right before they can, he sinks into the ground. Eventually, he re-emerges, completely surrounded. The spirits close in, mocking that even the great Demon King will run out of stamina. But Kredos replies flatly that he is a veteran player. Just then, potatoes start raining from above in a massive barrage. The moment they hit the spirits, the ghosts get absorbed and converted. Zephyros watches in awe, admitting he was not sure this time. But once again, the Demon Lord's plan worked out. He remembers when Kredos explained that if they gather the enemies together, all they have to do is fire potatoes at them to win. Plus, Kredos knew a secret shortcut straight to Sorithol. After 19 full playthroughs, of course he knew every path, crack, and hidden corner. While exploring that map, he had noticed a weird structure. He wondered why it was even there since the texture looked off. So he attacked it, and sure enough, found a hidden path. That is how he discovered the cave leading straight to Sorithol. He also came across a metamorphosis elixir and a compressed soul made from countless corpses. Who knows what that even does? Back on the ground, the demons are celebrating. They finally have something to eat. And that is when Kredos suddenly remembers his grandma telling him that he looked like he had been starving lately. He promised to make dinner that night, but instead, he ended up leaving in an ambulance. Now the guy is emotionally wrecked, loudly declaring that anyone standing in the way of his will to feed people will be destroyed. Suddenly, Bale steps up and offers to help, since Sorithol is strong. But Kredos says, nope, your job is to carry potatoes, and that is what the boss does. Meanwhile, Sorithol stands before the Great Spirit of Ice, calling for more beasts born from his glorious cold to bring terror and troops to his side. But his epic chant is cut short by a boot stomping his face. Confused, the boss demands to know how Kredos got here so fast. Kredos just shrugs, not your problem. I'm just here to squash a bug. Serathil growls back, calling him an absolute idiot for showing up alone. Clearly, this demon thinks he has some ultimate hidden trump card, but Kredos has seen it. Seriously, he has seen it 19 times now, and he is completely sick of that annoying cheat code. Back when he was first farming Serathil, he would hike through these very mountains, exterminating every single spirit. Their souls would slowly get sucked into a weird glowing crystal right in the center of the area. Once the crystal gorged itself on souls, Serathil would summon waves of annoying minor demons. Clear those out, and the real show finally starts. The sky would literally twist into a massive tornado as the boss gave his big speech. He would smirk and say, "You are pretty strong, Kredos, which is exactly why I'm going to win this." Then boom, he transforms into Kredos 2.0. Yeah, he was a mirror boss, copy-pasting your exact stats and skills. Since this guy was a late-game boss, you would normally be insanely overpowered by the time you reached him, making him a total nightmare. Today, the clone copied Kredos' current stats. And honestly, he is kind of weak right now. Seraphil charges at him full of confidence, but Kredos just opens up his menu and starts dumping every free point into dexterity. Just like that, Kredos easily dodges the initial strike and punches Seraphil straight in the gut. The boss swings again, but Kredos instantly levels up his strength and starts trading heavy blows. Seraphil panics, screaming, "This makes no sense, how are you already at full power?" Kredos just deadpans, "If you want to make it in farming, you have to stay sharp." The boss tries to summon a lightning spell, slashing his hand to trigger the spark. But Kredos is way ahead, pumping points into magic and mind to fire off an even bigger lightning blast. Naturally, Kredos' spell is way stronger. It shreds right through Seraphil, melting him into a disgusting puddle of purple goo. The slimy mess splats onto the floor, completely defeated. Suddenly, the system rings out with some major news. He has finally unlocked the legendary Farmer's Throne. And honestly, it looks exactly like the famous Iron Throne. Except instead of deadly swords, it is made of pitchforks, rusty watering cans, and random bundles of dry straw. Kredos smiles. He is finally getting some actual legendary gear. But the system warnings flash this fight is not over yet. Kredos sighs, knowing there is always a phase 2. Seraphil morphs into a massive ancient dragon. Kredos takes a step back, highly impressed. The giant beast looks like an absolute tank, but our farmer has a backup plan. Right on cue, Bale delivers a flying kick from behind, leading the whole demon squad. Kredos grins. Recognizing this exact raid strategy, the dragon hesitates, getting tears in his eyes, and asks if they can just talk things over. Not a chance. The entire mob jumps him, including the farmers, beating him down without a shred of mercy. Kredos watches the absolute chaos, amused that these bloodthirsty fighters were starving peasant demons just yesterday. Shaking his head, he decides it is finally time to summon his ultimate throne. The clouds split open, and the heavy chair drops. Boom. Total annihilation. Kredos stands there completely speechless. The entire squad stares at the massive crater, realizing their final boss got completely squashed by a chair. The demons erupt into wild cheers, amazed by how brutal Kredos is. Dropping a giant chair on a dragon is definitely a new way to end a boss fight. Kredos has no idea how to react, since that was entirely an accident. Still, he joins in the victory party. Talk about a perfect ending. Right next to them, Azeroth's body starts glowing with a gentle, soft light. The destructive magic has transformed the barren fields into incredibly rich soil. Potatoes are ready to sprout. Their biggest threat is finally dead. It is officially planting season, but just as they celebrate, Seraphil's crystal begins to violently vibrate. The system sends a ping. This marks his 20th time defeating this boss. Kredos instantly realizes that the game tracked his record, unlocking a highly classified, secret event. Dormant spirit trapped inside the crystal is about to awaken, its form determined by how the boss was defeated. A heavy, thick fog spills out of the gem, and Kredos cautiously moves in to investigate. Naturally, knowing his luck, whatever pops out of this mist is bound to be something ridiculous. It's actually a baby dragon. The tiny lizard flashes him a cute little smile, despite immediately demanding a juicy, thick steak. Kredos walks over with absolute confidence, while the little baby dragon blinks, wondering if this scary man is its father. He lifts the tiny beast, who immediately clings to him, crying out for food. The little guy is overjoyed. He figured he would be completely alone in this massive world. But then Kredos looks down, tells him he is actually adorable, and the baby dragon starts shaking with pure excitement. The whole group starts heading home, cheering loudly about the massive feast they are going to have tonight. The baby dragon gulps nervously, and things get worse when Kredos smiles and tells him he needs to grow nice and fat before getting eaten. The poor lizard is convinced he is just livestock. Suddenly, Kredos stops in his tracks. He looks up and sees the entire demon village waiting for them, jumping around in pure celebration. Happy families are waving at their returning warriors. The little dragon looks around, realizing the atmosphere here actually feels incredibly warm and positive. These demons do not seem scary at all until he looks up at Kredos' terrifying blank stare. Later that night, the baby dragon is huddled in the corner of a dark room, shivering like crazy. Kredos is sitting nearby, intensely staring him down. The moment their eyes meet, the poor lizard locks up. He is entirely convinced they are just waiting for him to gain a few pounds before roasting him. Meanwhile, Kredos is actually just stressing over what on earth a baby dragon eats. He figures mythical beasts probably feed on rare mana gems or exotic magical plants, which are impossible to get in this wasteland. Just then, Zephyro runs in, looking worried, and says they have hit a major roadblock. To grow these potatoes, They need deep, nutrient-dense mounds of loose dirt. But the entire plot is basically a solid sheet of underground rock. The workers are breaking their backs, but they can barely make a dent. Meanwhile, poor little Steak is shivering in his corner, absolutely sure his fate is sealed. First, they are going to work him to death, and then they will eat him. Yes, we are officially calling him Steak from now on, it just fits perfectly. Kredos looks at the brutal conditions, realizing this feels more like a heavy labor camp than a peaceful farm. If they waste all their energy, they will starve. If the workers run out of stamina, the whole project will fail. Kredos sighs, wishing he was like one of those typical cheat code fantasy main characters who can solve massive problems with a single wave of their hand. Instead, he is just an ordinary guy trying not to starve. But then he spots Flute in the dirt, digging with everything she has. He realizes it is time to stop complaining and get to work. He has to find a real solution. Suddenly, a terrified scream cuts through the air, warning everyone about a coming razor wind. It is one of those brutal, random weather hazards that Kredos completely forgot existed. Anyone caught out in the open will get sliced to ribbons within seconds. He immediately barks orders for everyone to take cover behind the boulders. The sheer pressure of the storm is absolutely insane. Naturally, things go sideways. Flute panics and sprints directly toward Azeroth, who is still helplessly tied to the field. Kredos and her father scream at her to stop, but she is already gone. Acting fast, Kredos chucks Steak into the father's arms and sprints after her, shouting that anyone who follows him will die. Bale screams for him to turn back, warning him that it is suicide. Kredos knows how reckless it is, but he cannot afford to lose his main power generator and a valuable helper on his very first day. Meanwhile, Flute is frantically tearing at Azeroth's ropes while he begs her to run away. Kredos leaps into the fray, muttering that running a simple farm feels way too much like an actual active war zone. He yells at the girl to get back and unleashes a powerful flying kick, shattering the post. The massive post crashes down. The biting wind is already slicing at their skin with terrifying force. Flute desperately tries to drag Azeroth to safety, but he gasps, telling her to save herself. Not even the 4 heavenly kings can rip that thing out. Then she gets yanked straight back. Kredos grabs her, throwing the heavy lightning rod over his shoulder. Watching from a distance, little Steak feels the resistance in the air. He knows his dad is not that strong, yet Kredos is running full force, risking everything to help others. Suddenly, Kredos stumbles. The slicing winds are just too intense, and he drops the lightning rod, hitting the hard ground. That is when little Steak decides to step in. He flies straight up into the raging storm, plants himself right in front of the massive tornado, takes a deep breath, and then unleashes a full-blown ice barrage straight into the heart of the wind. Barely conscious, Kredos notices that Steak used his power to slow down the storm, but that is just way too much for a baby dragon. The tornado keeps advancing, but right then, the crew arrives to carry everyone out of danger. Next, we cut to the castle. There is Kredos lying in bed, looking pretty uncomfortable. That is when Hartok and Sergi walk in. Are they seriously about to try and kill our boy while he is down? Hartok says that while the Demon King is unconscious, he is going to slice his head clean off. Sergi agrees. After that, they will take care of Bale and Azeroth, and then decide between themselves who gets to be the next Demon King. Hartok accepts those terms. For now, they are allies. The door creaks open. They are already standing by the bed, ready to strike. But suddenly, both freeze. Kredos' expression is not that of someone passed out. He has the meanest look on his face, and now they are questioning everything. Was he awake this whole time? Is he watching them right now? Still, they push forward. This is their only chance. Just as they are about to move, Azeroth and Bale show up. Azeroth looks like he has been through absolute hell, 10 whole chapters of getting zapped like a lightning rod. Bale warns them, the Demon King is sleeping. Do not go messing with his nap. But even looking at Kredos' face, they cannot believe this is the expression of someone who is unconscious. Bale warns them again. If they try to kill him and accidentally wake him up, they already know what will happen. Hartok demands to know why a musclehead like Bale is loyal, and why Azeroth is standing with this farmer now. Azeroth replies that it is just this once. Next time he will gladly kill Kredos, but for now, he owes him a life. Hartok points out that these potatoes have caused nothing but trouble. If this fails, everyone is going to starve. But Azeroth responds, that is exactly how it works. If you do not want to starve, you have to put your life on the line. He admits he would rather risk his life in war than in farming. But hey, it is what it is. Hartok just scoffs, calling them both fools. He turns and walks out, muttering they will regret this soon. Suddenly, someone yawns. Kredos wakes up and spots Azeroth. Azeroth quickly blurts out not to get the wrong idea because he is only here to pay back his debt. But Kredos narrows his eyes, asking why his lightning rod is walking and talking. Aserat hesitates for half a second and bam, he gets zapped. Next thing you know, the guy's clothes are gone, and he is being hauled right back to that lightning post again. Kredos says he is ready to get back to work, but Bale explains they have almost cleared out all the rocks. Zephyros has been helping out with that. When Kredos goes to check it out, sure enough, there is Zephyros bossing everyone around. Kredos asks where all the rocks went. Zephyros points to the sky, and there is Steak flying around, picking up rocks in his mouth to haul them away. Ah, that little guy helping out like that kind of reminds you of other small creatures from certain fantasy stories, doesn't he? Steak, meanwhile, is thinking that he might be too little to fight a tornado, but this is something he can do to help. Kredos calls out, scoops him up, and starts petting him with a slightly evil smile. But Steak looks like he has gotten used to it, and maybe even likes it. Kredos is feeling confident now. Even if those razor winds come back, he knows he can use Steak to counter them. All he has to do is anticipate their arrival. Zephyros walks up and warns they are running low on potatoes to reward the workers, asking if they should start stockpiling more. Kredos shakes his head. The first enemy of a farm is natural disasters. The second is cost. Those are the two walls we need to break through. Elsewhere in the castle, Sergi removes her helmet, and hold on a second. Is she a badass elf girl? Yep. Only downside. She reeks of manure from working in the fields all day. There is also the tiny detail of her having 6 arms, but let us be honest, some of you would not even hesitate. I would never say a bath would fix that. Just then, someone knocks on the door, asking to speak with Sergi. She recognizes the voice. It is the Demon Lord. She immediately says there is nothing they need to talk about. He asks her to open the door, please, but she insists she wants to avoid any interaction with him. He tells her it is impossible to talk things out without being face to face, and then says he is coming in. She turns to yell at him not to break the door, but of course, he is already using his usual glitch. Yep. Suddenly, he is standing calmly right in front of her, while she wonders why on earth this guy just barged into a lady's room. Then, Kredos drops to his knees, and she is totally confused. And he says without her, he really cannot do anything. She is taken aback just for a second, and the next moment her cheeks are bright red. Meanwhile, Kredos is thinking that if this is what it takes to save money, then yeah, he will kneel. What he needs right now is a sharp blade. Sergi is flustered, twirling her hair like a princess, saying that if he is asking her like that, how is she supposed to say no? On the other hand, Kredos is totally lost. He has no clue what is happening. It is clear this girl loses her cool way too easily. Next, we see them standing in front of a giant pile of potatoes. Kredos tells her he needs her to slice all of them in half for planting. Reality smacks her in the face. She has been played. Still, it is kind of an upgrade. At least, she is slicing cute little potatoes now instead of shoveling manure. But of course, Kredos asks her to cut perfectly, even separating the little green sprout ends to opposite sides. He holds up 2, tells her to sort them, and then tosses them. Before she can say no, she draws her sword and slices them in midair. Kredos jumps back, stunned. She seriously cut them cleanly, leaving him completely in awe. He turns and says he was right, that she is the only one who can pull something like this off. Smooth talker, the king of psychology. And Sergi is totally weak to that, but she snaps herself out of it, swearing she will not fall for that again. That is until he gives her that look and gently grabs her wrist. Then he steps in close. She is flushed red, wiping her shining blade. Sergi asks what he is doing. Kredos replies that there is some potato juice on it, so of course he has to clean it. Sergi's mind is racing. Is this guy insane? That look, why does it feel so warm, so sincere, so intense? Our Demon King is calmly thinking that a clean blade is perfect for hygiene. After all, she was chopping up poop just a little while ago. Then he says he is asking one more time. She is the only person he can count on for this. Sergi turns away, cheeks red, saying fine, she will help, but just this once. Meanwhile, she thinks that this dumb Demon King really cannot do anything without her. Right away, he sprints off like a kid, yelling that she is amazing and he will go get some water. They will be cutting all night long. While the potatoes start flying, Hartok can be heard nearby, overhearing something like, "Do not hold my hand like that. Open your arms to the side." He peeks into the scene to see our Demon King assisting his precious servant, and Hartok immediately realizes Sergi has become one of those brainwashed fools, voluntarily working for this guy, all because of a few simple compliments. Meanwhile, Aserat is still out there in the sun, wondering what the point of life is, what his goals are, and what the future holds for a lightning rod. That is when Flute shows up, asking to play that potato-throwing game again. He tells the low-class brat to get lost, promising to eat her alive as soon as he is free. But she just keeps pelting him with potatoes anyway. And once again, Hartok is watching. He is totally sure Azeroth is a goner. There is no saving that guy. Suddenly, someone shouts that the potatoes are finally here, with Ball and Zephyro dragging in massive piles. Hartok can only stare in disbelief. Even so, there is absolutely no hope left, especially for someone with way below average intelligence. Meanwhile, the demons are all crowding around Sergi, thanking her repeatedly because none of this would be possible without her. She just stands there looking super awkward, telling them to stop since she did not do it for their sake. Hartok watches closely, catching that soft, fluttery look in her eyes. That is definitely not the face of a ruthless demon general. Honestly, watching grown demons weep over simple potato seeds is just pathetic. They should be ashamed. Everyone here is a total moron, but Hartok, the absolute peak of demon intelligence, vows he will still steal that throne. Meanwhile, Kredos orders everyone to keep right on planting. Soon, something incredible will sprout from this very soil. When it does, they must trim the sprouts on some of the plants. Ball quickly volunteers to do the cutting, but Kredos tells him to shut up and keeps explaining. He explains that each planted potato can grow 3 to 6 sprouts. Then he asks if having more or fewer is better. Of course, the demons shout more, but Kredos immediately shuts them down and says they are wrong. Fewer is actually better. Hartok's eyes twitch. This whole conversation is pathetic. The demons start asking why fewer is better. It makes zero sense to them since more sprouts should mean more food, right? Hartok cannot take the stupidity anymore. You guys are completely brainless. If too many sprouts pop up, they will just fight over the nutrients, leaving you with weak and useless potatoes in the end. Kredos turns to him, surprised, and asks how he knows that. Hartok replies that it is basic science. If all the sprouts feed on the same potato, the final crop will naturally be much weaker. Kredos nods and asks what the perfect number of sprouts is. Hartok rolls his eyes, saying 2 is obvious. 1 is ideal in a perfect world, but with 2, you at least have a backup if one of them dies. Kredos tells him to keep going. What is next? Hartok grumbles that it is totally obvious. Since the soil is now incredibly fertile, other wild plants will try to steal the valuable nutrients. That is why they must ensure all the goodness goes straight to the crop. Simply put, they have to weed out anything that is not a potato. Honestly, anyone with half a brain could figure this out. Kredos claps and orders everyone to applaud because they have a certified genius in their midst. The crowd starts chanting genius over and over, while Hartok completely loses it. His mother always called him an idiot. Now he is crying, not even knowing why. Kredos smiles, calling out his name. He says he has finally found a truly wise and brilliant mind among demonkind. From this day on, Hartok is officially the head of the farming division. Hartok thinks this is insane. His intellect was built for crime and murder. But Kredos commands everyone to show respect to their absolute elite. The demons start chanting elite over and over. Hartok wants to murder every single one of them, but instead, he steps up and tells them they had better listen closely to his words. In the background, Kredos watches with a smug smile, knowing his plan worked. The demons cheer while he wins yet another mind game. He managed to tame Ball and turn him into a completely loyal follower. He gave Azeroth a friend, someone who once swore he would never have one, and even managed to tone down his violent nature. He softened Sergi, a girl who had never known love, and gave Hartok the validation he always wanted. These tough demons actually have surprisingly fragile hearts. Thanks to this, Kredos earns 200 happy points, along with a powerful new ability called Blood Eye. Kredos tilts his head. He does not remember ever seeing this skill in the game. It allows him to see the future of anything he looks at, although for now, it is capped at 6 hours ahead. And it is not just for living things, he can see the future of inanimate objects too. That is when it hits him. This maniac realizes he can finally predict the weather perfectly. Meanwhile, our story shifts near the human domain. That place is known as the Village of the Exiled. And guess who is there? It is Lloyd wearing Javier's hair, and Javier sporting Lloyd's style. This is incredibly weird. Javier looks absolutely ridiculous, but he still thanks Lloyd for taking care of him. Lloyd, looking extra busted, promises to work hard, make piles of cash, and boss people around. At least his greedy self never changes. Suddenly, Javier turns to old Kimchi and asks if he plans on returning to the demon domain with them. The blonde pauses, admitting he is really not sure about his future. As he mentioned before, he has no clue who he really is, and he does not recognize any humans here. To make things worse, the first people he met were not exactly welcoming. So, where would a guy like him even fit in? The dynamic duo glance at him and suggest he start by changing his ridiculous clothes. They head off, but even wrapped up, his weird outfit is still underneath. Kimchi keeps thinking about how badly he wants to rip this outfit to shreds, but for some bizarre reason, the clothes just will not come off. It is as if they are fused directly to his skin, literally becoming part of him. Before they set off, Javier promises a local he will ask the king to help this wretched, exiled village. Observing this, Kimchi realizes Javier is a genuinely noble guy. even way out here, near demon territory. He is risking his neck for others without an ounce of arrogance. He is actually a decent person. It makes him wonder what kind of person he used to be in his past. His fragmented memories suggest he was some ruthless killer. Now, he has no clue what else he is supposed to do besides end lives. Back in the demon domain, everyone gathers around in excitement. The very first green sprout has finally broken through the soil, and they are all cheering like crazy. Demons rush over to see the miracle, totally amazed. Even Flute runs to tell Azeroth, who instantly snaps, threatening to eat him if he shows his face again. Right then, Kredos arrives to start the next phase. He turns directly to their resident demon genius with the unmatched brain, ordering him to explain the next step of the process. Bursting with newfound confidence, Hartok explains they now need to build up mounds of soil around the potato plants to block the sun. If exposed to direct sunlight, they will lose their flavor, or even worse, become highly toxic. Kredos praises him, telling the crowd that nobody matches this guy's brilliant mind. Even little Steak is clapping along happily. Then, Kredos glances at the sky, deciding to check the weather forecast. He spent 200 happy points upgrading that skill. The only catch is he has to stare directly at the bright sky for 200 seconds straight. And trust me, that really hurts. Demons start whispering, deeply moved that their lord is crying tears of joy over the first tiny sprout. Soon, the system pings to congratulate him, confirming a sunny and dry forecast. They need to water the fields right away. Great news for Steak, who gets to take a break. Suddenly, Zephyro arrives with urgent news. A messenger from the 2nd Division commander has just arrived. At the castle, a demon named Lapel introduces himself as an envoy from the 2nd region. He explains that right after the ceasefire went public, the greedy 3rd Division launched a massive surprise attack. They claim the Demon Lord has grown soft, meaning the throne is ripe for the taking. Zephyro warns that if the 3rd Division crushes the 2nd, they will join forces, making them almost impossible to stop. Kredos knows he must march out and squash this rebellion. The main issue is, he cannot just abandon his beloved potato farm either. Even worse, the conflict zone is the Swamp of Decay, an annoyingly massive place located incredibly far away. To top it off, the old well he used for game teleportation is broken, leaving him stuck with a huge dilemma. How on earth is he supposed to balance warfare and farming? While he is deep in thought, Little Steak licks his face, sparking in realization. The big boss does not actually need to leave his castle. Sergi, who basically spends 24/7 blushing now, grumbles that she is definitely not doing this for him. Sure, whatever. Meanwhile, Ball eagerly swears to follow his absolute every command. Kredos figures these blockhead demons are actually the best ones to send into battle. After all, they are totally useless when it comes to farming. Pretty bold of him to say that, considering he relies on Sergi for literally everything. He explains a shortcut if they return to their previous base. An automatic teleportation mechanic kicks in. He is not entirely sure how it works, but they will arrive quickly. With that, he orders his troops to move out. Down in the swamp, a tree-like demon kneels, demanding to know how Rustler could betray the Demon King like that. This is Planus, master of the 2nd region. Suddenly, someone walks up and calmly says it is not a rebellion. It is all just a big misunderstanding. He just wants to keep the war going because if they stop now, the demon race will go extinct. Peace would completely ruin them. Planus argues that everyone is putting their faith in Kredos to make farming viable, so they will not need to fight humans just to survive. But Rustler fires back. That is not the point. The real issue is that honorable combat is what defines demonic pride. Just as he raises his massive hammer to strike, bam, something hits his weapon and sends it flying. He turns around to see Sergi and Bahal finally arriving. Sergi steps forward and agrees that they are indeed a race born to fight. They used to love slaughtering everything in their path, but she questions why they are forced to live this way. Suddenly, Flute bursts in, yelling for her father to come see the fields. Sergi continues, suggesting it is finally time to understand something important. Saving lives instead of taking them might actually give them a much greater sense of pride. Back at the farm, the fields have bloomed beautifully, leaving everyone in awe. Even Aseroth, their poor lightning rod of a demon, has tears welling up in his eyes. Those twin-like smart Alecs are watching closely. Their demon lord stands silently, watching everyone celebrate. For once, not a single soul is fighting. Flute walks up, looking sweet and adorable. He looks absolutely majestic. She admits she has never seen anything like this before, while he just stands there with a subtle grin on his face. Meanwhile, back in the chaos, Sergi is using all 6 of her arms to beat the crap out of Rustler, who gets caught and pummeled. It is a complete beatdown. Out in the fields, Kredos notes that tons of beautiful flowers have bloomed. Meanwhile, Rustler keeps complaining that they promised no one would die, claiming their actions do not match their words. Sergi admits that is true, but sometimes you must eliminate a threat to protect everyone else. Back with Kredos, he suddenly orders all the flowers to be cut down. Everyone stands there stunned. Even Aseroth paces back and forth, calling the Demon King too cruel, while Hartok agrees that destroying such a beautiful field is completely heartless. But when the demons start pulling them, the little flowers begin crying and flopping to the ground, begging not to be cut. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. It is simply too tragic. Hartok explains that these flowers are actually sucking up all the nutrients. It is all part of the Demon Lord's master plan to redirect energy toward growing potatoes, so they pull them out as the plants weep. Kredos, looking suspiciously like Lloyd, starts shouting that he can hear the screams of the potatoes growing. Back in the mess, Rustler is dragged in front of Kredos, who loudly announces that this is what happens to anyone who dares to rebel. With the front line fallen, what is Rustler going to do? He tells them to just kill him, refusing to serve a prideless demon lord. Instead, bam, he gets zapped. Just when he thinks it cannot get worse, he boasts that his armor is intact, and it only tickled. And he guesses on what happens next. Naturally, he gets blasted with lightning again. Kredos then orders them to uninstall another antenna, since Rustler is losing his healing capabilities anyway. It is time to retire him. As they pull him away, Aseroth can barely walk straight. Flute comes running over, calling his name, but he snaps back that she has humiliated him for far too long. Now it is her and Kredos' turn to be devoured. But as he charges, his twisted body gives out, and he collapses like a fool. Since he cannot walk properly, he has no strength left. Bahal tells him to stop acting tough, picking him up in his arms, while Aseroth screams not to carry him like a little princess. Weirdly enough, he ends up being carried away with a blanket over his back. Bahal announces it is an order from the Demon King, so he will be staying like that. Strangely, the guy is blushing, muttering that he will never forgive this ultimate disgrace. Aseroth gets taken away while Kredos remembers his skill paralyzes targets for 6 hours, meaning everything is under control. He then announces that the harvest is coming and they need to speed things up. With Sergei using all 6 arms, cutting the plants is a breeze. Hartok uses his mist storm to water the crops. The autumn harvest is near, but their rations are dangerously low. That is when Laplo shows up again, announcing that Master Planus has come to express his gratitude for being saved. Kredos raises an eyebrow, asking what gratitude he is talking about, while the messenger demon just looks completely confused. Strangely, our lord is staring daggers while the tree demon stands there clueless. Kredos is pissed because this guy came to say thank you without bringing a single gift. Laplo promises they are gathering the 3rd region subordinates to send over as workers. Kredos watches the potatoes grow, calculating how much profit he can rake in during this massive harvest. He wants to see everyone stuffed full before anything else. But why did he even start farming in the first place? He does not even remember anymore. Laplo asks if he can bring in the troops, and Kredos tells him to hurry it up. He remembers that the 3rd Lord was the weakest of the bunch. They admired strength but stayed loyal to Kredos anyway. Best of all, they look like plants themselves, which should really help with farming. As Laplo walks around, he can feel it. The soil is insanely fertile, packed with nutrients he never experienced in that decaying swamp. Back when he was a little sprout, his soil had absolutely nothing. This land, cultivated by Kredos, is something else. Feeling himself grow strong, Laplo slams into the wall, planting his roots and declaring he will become the next demon lord. Oh boy, he is definitely asking to be chopped down. Soon, a blazing sun rises, and Kredos orders everyone to get ready for training. The demons are throwing their arms side to side, yelling in unison. It looks suspiciously like a military drill. Kredos is training them to respond instantly to commands, especially surprise ones. Out of nowhere, he yells for everyone to roll left, and they do it perfectly. Roll right nailed it. Then Bahal rushes in with some terrible news. All the potatoes have turned yellow. Arriving at the fields, everything looks completely dead. Seeing this, Zephyros sighs, muttering that he knew this would happen. Sergei lowers her gaze while Hartok admits he does not know what went wrong. Perhaps not enough wind or water. He begins blaming himself, calling himself a fool for believing they could grow anything here. Kredos silently walks over, kneels down, and pulls a plant straight from the soil. That is when they see it 5, maybe 6 massive potatoes. Hartok is completely speechless. These pale, gigantic potatoes leave everyone stunned, while Kredos simply tells them that the legendary potatoes have finally awakened. They sucked all the nutrients from the leaves, which is why the plants turned yellow. Kredos praises the crowd, telling them they did an amazing job and witnessed this miracle together. Everyone sighs in relief, and Bull is visibly moved. Later on, Kredos is lying in the most uncomfortable bed ever. No blanket, nothing. He remembers talking about growing together, just like his grandma used to say when they cared for plants. Sadly, an ambulance took her away shortly after. Rolling over, Kredos mutters that getting all sentimental like this is just pure nonsense. A cold, calculating guy like him does not need useless feelings. They have enough potatoes for now, but they cannot relax. Relying solely on one crop is dangerous. What happened to the historical potato famine could easily happen to them. Apparently, there was a disaster where the soil just stopped producing crops out of nowhere, leaving everyone to starve. We all complain about our daily lives, but honestly, starving to death is a whole different level of terror. Kredos realizes they need new seeds fast, but suddenly, the ground starts shaking. He wonders if the castle was just poorly built. Suddenly, the ground splits open and massive roots burst right in front of him, making him scream out in pure confusion. Out in the fields, Flute examines the leaves and realizes they are literally melting into thin air. They should be withering, not vanishing like they are being eaten. Sensing danger, she digs up a plant, but there is no potato. She needs to warn the adults. She looks toward the castle, only to find it completely swallowed by roots. Even worse, Kredos is pinned down by the third region lord, who calls our demon king a filthy little insect. Kredos recognizes the intruder as Planus, who mockingly thanks him for the fertile soil. Thanks to the king, he was able to grow all of this. Kredos notices the empty fields from a distance and screams, demanding to know what that bastard did to their precious food supply. Planus laughs at his anger, asking what a weakling can even do. He ruthlessly slams Kredos onto the ground, leaving him coughing up blood on the spot. Hartok yells for everyone to run, while Bull tells the group they must rescue the Demon King. However, Asheret and Sergi argue that there is no point, the enemy is far too strong. They are powerless. That is when Bull reveals he knows Kredos is actually weak, having noticed how fragile he was while climbing that cliff earlier. The ground collapses beneath them as Planus unleashes his massive power. A giant crater opens, and Kredos falls into the dark void. Props to Bull for staying loyal despite knowing the truth. Zephyro watches in horror as Planus loudly announces to all the demons that Kredos is dead. He reminds them of the ancient, brutal laws of their kind. Power rules, and he is now the official demon lord. Hartok can feel that this monster has absorbed every last drop of nutrients from their land. If Kredos is truly gone, this titan is their undisputed leader. Without hesitation, Hartok kneels, accepting that demons must follow absolute power. Soon, Sergi and the entire crew are down on one knee. What else can they even do? Zephyro looks completely horrified. Asheret nudges him, whispering that he needs to show some respect to the new ruler. Zephyro is easily the most honest of them, someone Kredos deeply trusted. He reluctantly kneels, his entire body trembling with fear and regret. Planus stands proudly, acting like he owns everything, while Zephyro silently weeps. Suddenly, we flash back to a young Kredos talking to his mother. He instantly recognizes this painful memory and asks if it is just a dream. His mother, visibly sick and thin, tells him she will close her eyes, count from 1 to 10, and search for him. After that day, she disappeared forever. Little Kredos starts counting to 10, a tragic moment for the young boy. When he finishes, he calls out that she can come out now. He stands there crying his eyes out, unable to hold back his tears. Even as a demon king, this memory completely breaks him. Suddenly, the system chimes in, commanding Jenkiel to wake up. Tangled deep in the underground roots, he wonders if he is dead, as the system blunt command rings out, telling him to move immediately. Kredos tries to activate his quantum movement, but the tight space holds him completely frozen. He cannot shift a single centimeter, his hands are locked, and his remaining energy is draining fast. To keep himself from completely blacking out, he starts counting from 1 to 10 repeatedly. Meanwhile, up on the surface, Planus demands his scribe step forward. Zephyro steps up, and Planus immediately orders him to write down this historic moment, documenting everything that has happened and everything yet to come. Hartok's expression drops. They are right back to square one, forced to live in constant, brutal warfare, killing each other just like demons have always done. It is the easiest way to fill their bellies. So why are they angry? As Kredos keeps struggling to breathe while counting, Planus orders everyone to grab their weapons. They are marching to war, but Zephyro hesitates, protesting that it is impossible. Planus fires back a terrifying glare that makes everyone shake in their boots. Zephyro explains they cannot wage war when the entire demon race is starving, and their only food is a few leftover potatoes. Those provisions are not enough for a march. Planus mockingly asks if he has always been this stupid, claiming they have plenty of food before snaring Flute with a root. Her father screams in horror while Asheret watches, frozen. Planus cruelly points out that they have always had plenty of weak, useless demons to eat, but Flute cries out that they are different now. They no longer need to cannibalize each other to survive, because Kredos showed them a better way. Unmoved, Planus drops her straight into the deep abyss. Trapped beneath the roots, Kredos feels his heartbeat slowing down. Knowing everyone will starve if he dies, he uses his blood technique to violently shock himself awake. He refuses to let anyone else die of hunger. Reaching upward, he begins desperately clawing through the dirt, while on the surface, Asheret catches Flute just in time. The Demon King pushes upward, using his painful blood techniques to maintain consciousness. He keeps digging through the endless dirt, having no idea if he will ever make it out alive. The poor guy is digging diagonally, meaning he might never escape. Up top, Hartok, Sergi, and Bull are frozen in shock that Asheret actually stood up to Planus. Flute remains confused in his arms as Planus demands to know if he has lost his mind. Asheret stands tall with courage until he sees Planus prepare to strike. He quickly claims she is just his lunch now, proving how fresh and totally delicious she is. Planus obviously does not buy the lie, lashing him across the back with a root whip and sending him flying. The poor guy instantly passes out from the brutal blow. Zephos glances over just as Planus warns them this is the final warning and they better prepare for war. But Zephos somehow finds his spine and tells him there is absolutely no reason for this. An attack comes flying his way, but Bo intercepts it with his massive axe. Planus turns and sees Bo awkwardly hugging Zephos, reminding everyone the Demon King already assigned them to harvest potato duty. Planus demands to know if these absolute fools are trying to start a rebellion. But from the back, Hartok calmly points out that something like that is way too much work. See, instead of some stupid invasion, Kredos' farming initiative was just way more efficient and actually logical to follow. That's when Serbi steps up, claiming she has a very important question. The last demon lord showed them a path where nobody had to die, so why even go to war? Planus completely loses his mind at this, flinging roots everywhere while screaming that he is the authority. But the demons push back, yelling that real authority actually needs to make sense. Now the entire farming crowd is chanting that Kredos is their one true demon lord. Plus, Planus needs to pay for all those potatoes he stole. Planus unleashes a massive storm of root attacks, but Hartok casually sweeps his hand and blocks it with a mist barrier. Wait, what? Teamwork makes the dream work as Serbi jumps into Bo's hands and gets launched forward like a missile. She shreds every root in her path, landing right in Planus' face to target his eye. But let's be real, look at the absolute size of this giant tree. He swings once, knocking all 6 of her swords away, while wrapping up Bo and completely crushing Hartok under his roots. He screams that everyone here is going to die for standing against him. Kredos' history, and that cowards supposedly died without even putting up a single fight. I mean, what was so special about him anyway? Kredos was a nobody. But suddenly, a voice asks why his self-esteem is so pathetic as a fist punches straight through the air to save Zephos. With a single punch, the massive wood trunk completely shatters. Planus just stares in shock while Flute smiles and the system announces that Kredos has awakened the concentrated nutrition system. Rewinding 10 minutes earlier, back when Kredos was dragging his beaten body through the dirt. Feeling completely hopeless, he suddenly remembered his sweet grandmother preparing a warm meal for him. In his memory, she asks what he just mumbled. He quietly admits that life is just too hard, wondering why he should even bother living if everything has to be such a struggle. His grandmother just smiles, plucks a small sprout, and reminds him that they are all just seeds. Every living thing starts deep in the dark, struggling through the dirt until they can finally bloom. And once that first brave sprout breaks through, it guides the others to follow, turning the entire barren ground into a lush, green paradise. But back then, Kredos yelled back at her to stop talking nonsense. If that was true, why did his dad work himself to death? Why did his mom abandon him? He felt like a totally rotten seed. He decided he was going to be selfish and live only for himself. But everything changed the day she was taken away in an ambulance, still whispering to him that they were only seeds. Back in the present, Kredos keeps enduring the brutal pain of death and rebirth. His unbreakable spirit pushes past the limit, and the system rewards him by unlocking the legendary Mana Seed system. This is a hidden mechanic he had never even seen in the game before. As a reward for surviving 3 resurrections, his Mana Seed immediately starts at level 3. The seed multiplies all of his core attributes, and right now, that boost is a massive 3 times multiplier. Kredos realizes this might just be his ticket out of here. Even better, he can concentrate all his stats into one single attribute for 10 minutes once a day. He opens his eyes with 30% base stats, activates the seed, and it jumps to 39%. Then he triggers the concentrated nutrition system, channeling everything directly into physical strength, boosting it to 155. Suddenly, he starts lifting the earth around him as the ground shakes violently. Roots burst apart as his hand claws out of the soil. He stands face to face with Planus, who cannot believe he survived. Kredos just dryly points out that he is standing right here. Seeing Kredos alive and well, the demons go wild with joy, cheering about a glorious harvest. Even little Steak runs up and clings to him in a tight hug. Hartok celebrates, but both he and Serbi know their enemy is still a monster. Bo can feel it too. Despite Kratos' insane new power, Planus is still on a completely different level. Planus laughs, gloating that it is perfect. Kratos showed up so he can execute him in front of his crew. But Kratos calmly replies that nobody is dying today because giant bosses still follow game logic. All they have to remember is that Planus just uses a larger scale of the same basic attacks. It is no different from the demons he trained using basic, predictable boss patterns. He orders everyone to stand up because it is time for a live training session. They scramble to their feet as he commands them to hop left, then jump right, easily dodging every single swipe. Next, they duck under another sweep. Planus starts throwing out a massive combo, but they are smoothly rolling and sidestepping every single attack. The giant is completely baffled. Absolutely none of his massive attacks are landing. Kratos knows that heavy moves always have a recovery delay, so he decides it is time to switch things up and provoke him. He does a cheeky little spin and pulls a ridiculous face to taunt him. Sure enough, Planus completely loses his cool, entering a berserk state and whipping his roots in every direction. Standard game logic says to just deplete the boss's health bar, but real life is much simpler. Kratos commands Stake to jump in and unleash an ice barrage to blind the giant's vision. Kratos knows raw strength won't work on a body that size, but Planus is still fundamentally a plant. When plant cells freeze, they expand, causing his wooden tissue to crack and tear apart. The outer roots begin to snap, throwing Planus completely off balance. Getting frozen in a raging berserk state is a recipe for disaster, as he literally starts tearing his own body apart. Stake stumbles back to Kratos, clinging to his arm in pure exhaustion. Kratos praises the little guy and hands him over to Zephos for safety. Charging up, Kratos leaps high into the air to end this. He remembers the classic weakness of all tree-type monsters, a large hollow core sitting right in the center of their chest. He punches straight into the hollow core, blowing open a massive crater. But as Planus begins to crumble, Kratos' stat boost buff expires, leaving him free-falling while the giant staggers back. It looks like Planus has fainted, and while Zephos wonders if the monster is dead, Kratos feels like something is off since the body hasn't vanished. Standard monsters always disintegrate upon defeat, but instead, a second version of Planus emerges right in front of him. Worst of all, Kratos cannot even move a muscle. The new form looms over them like some terrifying giant robot. While the demons flinch, Planus boasts that he absorbed enough nutrients to easily transfer his remaining life force into a fresh body. He steps toward Kratos, declaring that, as the supreme demon lord, he will coat the entire world in deadly poison. With a cruel laugh, he lunges to finish him off. But the tables have turned. Bo charges in with his giant axe and lands a heavy blow on Planus' neck, sinking the blade deep. Sadly, he still gets tossed across the battlefield. Serby strikes next, slicing the other side of his neck with a flurry, but takes a brutal counter-hit to the stomach. Behind them, Kratos slowly repeats his grandmother's words. Hartok joins the fray, slamming a heavy blow into the back of Planus' head. Planus crushes him into the dirt, screaming for them to stop, but he forgot about one last person. Azaret sneaks up behind him with a cheeky line about a bountiful harvest. One precise slash, and Planus' head goes flying. As Kratos barely clings to consciousness, he watches the monster's body disintegrate right alongside its massive frozen clone. They both dissolve into nothing, leaving behind glowing green orbs. Foul-mouthed as ever, Kredos mutters that the bastard deserved every single bit of it. Everyone just stands there, watching those glowing green specks rain down. Hartok hears Zephyro prepping his records to document everything: the ultimate betrayal and this glorious victory. Right then, Hartok raises his arms and yells out Kratos' name, triggering an absolute victory party. Even Sergitu is cheering with all three of her arms, but out of nowhere, Kratos ruins the vibe and tells them to stop. Instant silence. He looks left, then right, only to realize every single field is completely trashed. Their entire harvest is ruined, meaning they are all going to be starving again very soon. How is he supposed to convince these guys to keep farming after this disaster? He does not have the heart to drag them down such a cruel path of endless hunger. Everyone is just staring at him in silence. But what Kredos does not notice is those glowing green orbs sinking into the soil, touching the dead leaves and instantly bringing them back to life. Cut to a dark prison cell, where a prisoner mentions he heard rumors from the demons that their demon lord has suddenly changed. Time for some quick backstory on Zephyro, who was apparently born wearing glasses and a collar. The prisoners keep gossiping, claiming it does not matter if the demon king changed his ways, because at the end of the day, humans are still just livestock to him. Right on cue, an orc guard walks in, glares at them, and opens the door. Instantly, the prisoners bolt out in a panic. The monster is confused because this one kid just stands there. It grabs him by the shirt and hoists him into the air, but the boy does not even flinch. The beast raises a massive axe to chop off his leg, but Kredos suddenly appears and grabs the monster by the face. He does not just push him, he pops the whole head right off. Then he asks the boy why he is not begging for mercy. Zephyro calmly replies that it was not fear, but relief. No matter what they did, humans were just cattle to the Demon King, and they were all going to die anyway. Kredos smiles and tells him that is perfectly fine, since he is clearly different from the rest. He orders the boy to follow him from now on, tasking him with recording every single deed of the Demon King. A mind like his would be a total waste as food. Even though demons currently had to eat each other to survive, Kredos vows to end that dark cycle one day. He wanted to end the tragedy of demons cannibalizing each other. But wait, I am a bit confused here. Our main character only recently took over this body. Was the previous Demon King actually a decent guy? Zephyro is just staring at Kredos, half-conscious, before his expression suddenly shifts. He turns around, grabs a nearby shovel, and begins to dig. Everyone watches him in total shock. Seeing this, Hartok wonders out loud what the farmers are doing. In an instant, the whole crowd lights up and dashes off with tools in hand, leaving Kredos completely stunned. They are already planting again, happily singing as they work. Witnessing their spirit, Kredos finds his resolve, stands tall, and begins shouting orders to find any surviving potato seeds they can salvage. He commands teams 2 and 3 to sharpen their hoes. Sergitu and Zephyro must cut the remaining seed plants, while Hartok leads Team 1 and Azaret goes to fetch the tools. Then he bellows that this is all for a bountiful harvest. Ball already has a rope clamped in his mouth, pulling the hoeing team across the fields, making Kredos realize he momentarily forgot how agriculture works. You deal with disasters, pests, and sudden weather shifts, but the only real option is to dig and plant again. At the end of the day, life is just a constant war. Suddenly, Flute spots a healthy little sprout nearby. She rushes over to yank it, but as she pulls, she notices Ruster's arm sticking out of the mud. She keeps tugging anyway as he begs for help. That is when Azaret steps in, telling the low-ranking demon girl to step aside because he is taking over. But when he pulls, out pops a giant potato bigger than his torso. The massive crop slams right onto Ruster's head, knocking him out cold. Confused by this crazy sight, they immediately call Kredos over, with Flute telling him to check out a potato bigger than her head. He asks where she found it, and she explains she just pulled one sprout and a whole bunch came up with it. Right then, Kredos remembers a specific game mechanic. In the game, defeating Planus makes his body melt into the ground to grow crops. Since he was absolutely massive when he died, his giant remains must have touched almost every corner of the field. He immediately orders the farmers to start digging, realizing potatoes must be buried everywhere and still alive. Sure enough, the demons start pulling out massive crops the size of actual bowling balls. Kredos watches in disbelief as everyone hauls these giant cannonball crops. Zephyro turns to him and asks if this is the bountiful harvest. Kredos nods, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This really is the legendary harvest that will save everyone from starvation. Meanwhile, we cut to a ruined land. Let's check on how the rest of the world is doing. Over in the first territory, Suful tried to start a rebellion but got utterly destroyed, shutting down the ice spirit heart. His minions vanished, leaving the area completely unlivable. In the second territory, with Planus dead, all his aimless subordinates are left wandering with no idea what to do next. Down in the third territory, their leader Rusters is literally being used as an antenna. Perhaps his treasonous subordinates deserve some punishment. Finally, the fourth territory is ruled by Tartu, a half-snake demon. In the game, Tartu was a surprisingly pragmatic character. Kredos knows that the forces from the second and fourth territories can be mobilized without much trouble. The issue is that he cannot summon everyone at once. Expanding his territory too quickly will just create too many mouths to feed, so he decides to recruit slowly while prepping for the next harvest. That is when Zephyro arrives, announcing that preparations for the next massive harvest are starting. Kredos is glad to hear it, but warns him to be careful with the food tickets. Just then, a little black creature waddles in to report that the orders have officially been sent to every territory. Kredos asks if there has been any reply. The little messenger shakes his head, saying the fourth territory is completely silent. Kredos asks why, and the creature stammers that the people there just did not have much to say. Annoyed, Kredos grabs him by the wings and barks at the demon to use his brain and get some actual intel. The terrified creature squeals that there are barely any servants left over there. The entire place is practically deserted, and Kredos realizes this idiot did not even think to ask why. Trying to work with such a useless assistant is a total nightmare. Zephyro chimes in, muttering that even if his attitude has slightly improved, Lord Kredos is still the ugliest demon alive. He adds that he will personally investigate and find out where the fourth master disappeared to. The little messenger then chimed in, saying he heard rumors that the master went into human territory. Apparently, he wants to harvest some human bodies to use as fertilizer. Hearing that, Kredos completely freezes, knowing that a human invasion will trigger a cursed paladin to wipe them out. He had to avoid any conflict at all costs, because if that paladin old man Kimchi actually shows up, it is game over. Kredos immediately sprints off, shouting that he must stop the fourth master. Zephyro asks about backup, but Kredos insists on going alone to save time. Just like that, he boosts his agility with concentrated nutrition and dashes off like lightning. Right near the abandoned demon lands sits the paladin's tomb, also called the Tower of Life. The original story says Old Man Kimchi was supposed to meet Javier and Lloyd here before tracking down that hidden village. A bit further down lies Fort Magrad, the official border outpost between humans and monsters. Up on the wall, a soldier spots Javier approaching alongside his completely useless companion, but something seems incredibly off about them. At the front gate, a soldier named Walos asks where the rest of the unit is. Javier explains they ran into a massive monster horde, and he is the sole survivor. They did not even make it to the border. Walos sighs, admitting that scouting those monster lands is a suicide mission. He honors the fallen soldiers, but tells the survivors to go rest. Javier and Lloyd walk on through, but Walos immediately stops Old Man Kimchi, refusing to let him pass. The guys turn around, and Kimchi glares so hard that Walos starts shaking. Javier, acting like a total budget hero, begs the guard to let the old man in. He claims the old guy is harmless. Then Lloyd steps up, hands in his pockets, offering a little bribe, only to get slapped across the face and sent flying. Walos starts yelling, calling him a rotten loser with an ugly face. Poor Lloyd is just lying there in the dirt. Talk about an overreaction. Then Walos demands the old man strip down, threatening immediate execution if he finds anything weird. Naturally, Javier is completely losing his mind over this. Let's be real, that magical girl outfit is already incredibly suspicious. Kimchi glances at Lloyd, but right then, everyone feels a sudden chill in the air. Alarms sound as a scout yells that an enemy is approaching. Sure enough, a massive demon army is marching their way. Walos runs off, screaming for everyone to get ready. Seeing the horde triggers a dark instinct inside Kimchi, telling him to destroy them. Meanwhile, Kredos is rushing toward the scene, praying his soldiers do not start a fight. If they attack, his entire species is getting wiped out. But the vanguard is already launching their assault, slamming rams into the gates. Arrows fly, and the battle begins. As the gate rattles under the impact, the soldiers scramble for cover. Only Kimchi stands completely still, fighting the overwhelming urge to dive headfirst into the slaughter. It feels like the violent muscle memory from his 19th reincarnation is taking over, urging him to butcher them all. If Javier had not held him back, he would have jumped in immediately. He is so hardwired for combat he doesn't even care who is right or wrong. While everyone else shivers in terror, the main gate finally gives way. The barrier collapses, and the first wave of bloodthirsty monsters floods into the fortress. Tartu screams at his troops to butcher everyone. Realizing they are doomed, Walos orders the drawbridge behind them destroyed, sacrificing his own men to protect the kingdom. The bridge gets blown to pieces. Honestly, I thought these knockoffs would only get 10 seconds of screen time, but since they are sticking around, let us officially call them Gavier and Lloyd. Hearing the explosion, Gavier sighs that this is the end. Lloyd agrees, pointing out they are completely doomed. Lloyd laments dying single, but Gavier brutally reminds him he wouldn't have found a wife even if they survived. Lloyd hopes to be reborn as a noble, so he can make Gavier suffer. But their bickering is cut short when a massive snake monster crashes through the wall. It snatches a crying little girl in its massive claw. Gavier prepares to charge, but in a flash, the monster is completely vaporized. Gavier catches the girl, realizing Kimchi saved her. It looks like the old man is finally entering the fray as he leaps right in front of Tartu. Tartu staring at this old guy with a heart-shaped wand is peak comedy. He is way more baffled by the outfit than the actual sudden attack. Kimchi casually tells him to get on his knees. Tartu laughs, asking what a guy in a magical girl costume thinks he is going to do if he refuses. Kimchi warns his entire tribe will be erased. Tartu does not care, immediately launching a deadly strike. As the attack closes in, Kimchi makes up his mind. If slaughtering monsters is his true destiny, he will accept it. But right as he prepares to strike, Kredos drops from the sky with a brutal neck kick. Kimchi stands there completely dumbfounded as Tartu gets buried in the dirt. Right then, Kredos looks up and freezes. Out of everyone in the world, he had to run into this monster. Tartu tries to speak, but Kredos stomps his face into the ground. He screams at Tartu for invading the human realm, calling him a disobedient idiot and promising to end his life. Noticing Kimchi's cold stare, Kredos stomps on him again, yelling that absolute trash has no right to exist. He says Tartu is a selfish coward who should have stayed home, hiding in his own territory instead of starting a war. While delivering the beatdown, Kredos desperately begs Kimchi for mercy. He knows if this level 9999 monster gets serious, they are all dead. But Kimchi recognizes him as the demon lord Kredos. Right then, Kredos panics, thinking he is about to be the first to die. The nearby soldiers definitely heard that demon lord comment. They all strain their ears, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation from a safe distance. Kredos asks if that is his system name, but Kimchi does not even know what a computer is. He just needed to confirm his identity. Terrified, the demon lord knows he cannot survive a fight. Seeing no other choice, he charges forward, slams his hands down, and drives his horn into the dirt. His army watches in horror as their leader does a full handstand with his rear in the air. Kimchi is completely speechless. The monsters whisper, wondering if this is a high-level battle stance. Kimchi asks what on earth he is doing, and Kredos explains it is the grand reverence. It is the ultimate sign of loyalty and submission, proving they have zero desire to invade human territory. He has to make his peaceful intentions clear. He insists the Snake General acted entirely on his own, which is why he rushed here to stop him. Still, Kimchi is not buying his story, but Kredos keeps scraping his horn along the ground, begging for forgiveness until Kimchi actually believes him. His confused army watch, wondering if this is some brilliant intimidation tactic. Kredos is dying of embarrassment, but he knows it is either this or total annihilation. As their leader, he has to swallow his pride. A sudden memory flashes. He sees his father bowing to an angry customer who calls him pathetic for kneeling so easily. This is the weight of leadership. His dad just kept bowing, begging for forgiveness over and over. Back then, Kimchi couldn't grasp why his father would swallow his pride like that. But now, he gets it. Sometimes you just have to eat dirt to protect the people you love. Kredos keeps pounding his horns right into the stone. Meanwhile, Kimchi is thinking it is useless. Demon Lord, I was born to destroy you. I will end you here and put every single demon to sleep forever. He hoists his heavy scepter, but Kredos just keeps cracking his skull against the floor. That is when Kimchi spots something weird about this guy. He hits the dirt exactly 10 times, takes a tiny breath, and repeats. There is an odd beat to it, something incredibly familiar. Kimchi remembers his own past life. Before disarming a trap, he would count to 10 and leap. Any high-stakes action that required flawless timing meant counting to 10 first. Down on the ground, Kredos keeps wailing, his voice practically choking with desperate regret. Kimchi can hear it, this desperate tone, the choice of words. It does not match the actual demon lord at all. Why is this monster groveling like a scared human? He finally commands him to stand down. Kredos scrambles up, and Kimchi flatly tells him to get lost before he changes his mind. Instantly, Kredos beams, throws the unconscious lizard subordinate over his shoulder, and mutters how deeply thankful he is. He promises to remember this kindness forever. Then he turns and bellows at the 4th Region's entire force to pull back right now. The snake soldiers are totally baffled, but hey, when the boss barks, you run. They all turn around and begin their hasty retreat. The massive army files past Kimchi, who just stands like a statue with his eyes closed. But naturally, Tartu just cannot help himself. Seeing Kimchi's back turned, he calls him a pathetic worm and lunges forward for the kill. Kredos screams at him to stop, but the fool is already way past saving. With one casual flick of his wrist, Kimchi cleaves him right in two, pasting him against the stone like an annoying fly. Blood sprays everywhere. Kredos shivers violently as those cold eyes lock back onto him. There is no talking his way out of this, but Kimchi calmly notes he knows this was not Kredos' choice. It was just that idiot acting on his own. He warns him that if those horns ever cross into human lands again, he is dead. Man, that was close. No way Kredos survives a level 99,999 boss. Cut to Xavier and Walko asking what happened to Lord Kimchi. He calmly tells them there was just a tiny scuffle. Right then, Walko runs up and asks if he is truly the legendary old warrior. He explains that everyone is paralyzed with fear after seeing Kimchi delete those demons in one strike and force the crowd to bow. They have all come to beg for mercy. Hearing this, Xavier admits he knew the old man was tough, but not this ridiculous. Walko barks a command for everyone to scream their gratitude. Watching the crowd bow, Kimchi realizes that finally, on his 20th life, he has broken this endless loop of death. For once, he opted for mercy, even if he did technically slice 2 of them to pieces. As he begins shedding his grand outfit, the bystanders look completely bewildered. Meanwhile, deep in the 4th region, Kredos is sprinting like his life depends on it. His people are running right behind him. They finally made it back, though guiding this massive crowd was an absolute nightmare. He orders everyone to get inside the fortress and lock themselves in. If a single soul touches human ground again, they are finished. The soldiers start pointing fingers, but he cuts them off flat. No excuses. They must keep still. The only issue is that Kredos has no easy way home, no teleport, no nothing. He has to walk, and this domain is ridiculously huge. He notices an old, abandoned well, muttering that a working one would be a total miracle. Too bad he already inspected a dozen, and they were all completely dead. He just wanted a quick warp, but these things require a holy paladin to start up. But praise the game system, it actually boots up. Thanks to his brief meeting with that monster paladin, the well network is unlocked. In a flash, he gets sucked right down. Every single well he has ever touched is now online. When the system asks for his destination, he blurts out the castle, and boom, he is in transit. Meanwhile, back at the village ruins, Asherat and Flute are rummaging around for any intact farming tools. Suddenly, a blinding blue flash erupts from the dirt, and Kredos comes blasting out of the ground right in front of them. The poor girl loses her mind and drops cold. Asherat watches as our majestic lord finally returns, only to immediately start vomiting. He dives forward to shield Flute from getting covered in splash damage. Kredos groans, wondering why warping has to feel like a washing machine. As Flute runs to revive the passed-out Asherat, Kredos decides that even a stomach-turning throw-up is better than walking 50 miles. Now he can finally return to his true passion, potato farming. A bit later, he stands gazing up at the massive mountain. The view is always breathtaking, but he quickly senses something is terribly wrong. He can feel it in his bones. He inspects one of his prized potatoes, muttering to wait a second. He tosses several more aside, realizing they are all missing something crucial. Zephyros asks what the issue is. Kredos explains that none of these crops have any sprouts. Basically, they can eat them, but they are completely sterile, like grumpy old men who can't have children. Inside the castle, Kredos laments that no matter how massive these spuds grow, nothing new will sprout. Hardtalk clears his throat. He suggests the unnatural growth process might have ruined their reproductive cycle. Bale whines that they won't even be able to eat them, but Sergi quickly corrects him they are edible, just completely useless for planting. Kredos adds that relying on a single crop is a recipe for disaster anyway. Potatoes are weak against blight, and one sick plant means the whole field dies. They absolutely have to diversify and plant something new. Asherat sighs, asking what else could possibly survive in this barren soil. Kredos admits nothing can, but then grins, mentioning a place loaded with premium seeds and rich soil where anything can grow. Clearly, he is talking about human territory. Bale immediately gets hyped, shouting that it is time to start invading and looting all over again. Sergi snaps at him to shut up. She knows nobody despises warfare more than their pacifist demon lord. Kredos then instructs Zephyros to oversee the rebuilding of the outpost. Hardtalk will assist with the local farming. Meanwhile, Kredos, Sergi, Bale, and Asherat will slip into human lands. They will sell the giant spuds to buy actual seeds, hoping they do not run into any crazy high-level paladins. Remember his grand plan to go sell those giant potatoes in the human market? Yeah, it sounded simple enough. But Zephyros immediately warns him that sneaking into human towns is a terrible idea, telling him to look at the literal demons accompanying him. The camera zooms in on Bale, and Zephyros points out how obvious it is that this guy is a monster. The other guy has purple skin and a face like a serial killer. As for the girl, she looks like a hypothermia victim who has been holding in a stomachache for 3 days. If humans lay eyes on them, they will scream demon instantly. Even while getting choked out for his honesty, Zephyros wheezes that he is only telling the truth. They need to be logical here. Suddenly, Bale yells that Zephyros is completely right. Everyone else looks incredibly bizarre, while he is the only normal-looking one in the room. Hardtalk fires back that they are all delusional. Other than himself, everyone here is a freak. Asherat chimes in, saying Bale looks like a walking corpse with that skin, and nobody will buy his human act. Sergi bursts out laughing, claiming she is the only attractive one in the group. The other two immediately roast her, sparking a massive argument while Kredos just watches, realizing how fragile they all secretly are. They are all incredibly insecure about their appearances, which actually makes him feel a bit pitying. He tells them to stop fighting, and decides to throw out a joke to lighten the heavy mood. Out of nowhere, he tells them to quit arguing because they are actually all ugly as hell. The entire room is instantly devastated, leaving Kredos instantly regretful over his terrible sense of humor. Kredos does not want to make them feel any worse. He asks if Zephyros kept that item from the castle, and Zephyros realizes he means the mysterious stuff hidden away on the secret altar. Our main character nods. Right away, he pulls out a handful of gross blue slugs. Sergi stares at them in absolute disgust, but Kredos explains that this is actually the metamorphosis elixir. This stuff lets them disguise themselves as something other than demons, making it their ticket into the human kingdom. Sergi totally loses it, refusing to eat the slimy thing, but Kredos points out that rubbing it on her skin is not going to work. Bale is not picky. He grabs a slug, tosses it in, and chews. Everyone watches in sheer terror. He screams that the taste is absolutely foul. Kredos just shrugs, but suddenly, Bale begins to glow with a brilliant golden light. Since this item transforms you based on your personality, Kredos prays it is not anything too crazy. As the smoke clears, Bale steps out looking incredibly handsome. He has somehow transformed into a buff K-pop star, complaining that he feels a bit strange. Kredos remembers the game item reflects one's deepest inner desires, so that is what Bale really wanted. Seeing this, Sergi gets all excited and immediately reaches for her own slug. Kredos assumes she wants to become a beautiful lady, but wait, things go hilariously wrong. She turns into a literal alpaca. What on earth? When she spots her reflection, she bursts into tears, wondering why. Turns out, she secretly wanted to be a warm, fluffy demon instead of a cold, distant monarch. Kredos shoves a slug right into Asherat's mouth since they are running out of time. Moments later, the warrior transforms into a giant pelican. It makes sense after working as a human lightning rod for so long, the poor guy just wanted total freedom. Next, Kredos takes his turn. But as the smoke billows up, he still looks pretty terrifying. When it clears, he has just lost his armor, joking that he looks like a college graduate student with questionable morals. Kredos looks himself over, highly doubting this plan. Their squad looks more like a bizarre zoo than a group of elite soldiers. He tells his crew to just explain that he has a really bad liver, which is why his skin has that weird tint. With that excuse ready, the expedition officially begins. The four of them set off, but Kredos immediately receives a system quest. Active disguise means 0 happy points. 0. Kredos is absolutely furious, cursing this stupid system and its endless, annoying restrictions. This is exactly how the game worked. Take a hit, you revert. So he has to be incredibly careful. Using a teleportation well, they arrive right near the human border. The downside? Everyone immediately throws up from the motion sickness. Even worse, they have absolutely no clue how to bypass the heavy security gate. Since Kimchi was nearby recently, he is likely heading deeper into human lands. That is actually good news, since it means he has a solid head start and should be far away by now. Plus, Kredos is fairly sure the guy will not recognize him in this state. Well, mostly sure. He is secretly sweating bullets. With no other choice, the plan is to buy their seeds as fast as possible. Suddenly, a loud trumpet blares, and guards shout that a highly suspicious group is approaching the entrance. The guards whisper, wondering if these freaks are actually demons. Even if they are not, they are certainly ugly enough to make anyone suspicious. One guard steps forward to inspect the group. The guard demands to know if they are from the exile village, warning them to turn back since they lack permission to cross. The alpaca and the pelican are already thinking that this plan was completely impossible. Kredos knows that security is incredibly tight because of the recent invasion, but as a hardcore player, he has a massive advantage. He knows all the hidden secrets and lore of this world. As the guard glares at him, Kredos suddenly plasters on a friendly smile. He politely announces that this humble exile has brought a rare offering straight from the demon territory. This instantly hooks the guard's interest. Kredos is well aware that the local commander is desperate for any intelligence regarding the demon lands. They even dispatched an emissary, so offering valuable information is a guaranteed golden ticket inside. The guard asks if that is the offering behind him. Kredos flatters him, praising his incredibly sharp eyes, explaining that these rare creatures were captured deep in demon territory, and their meat is supposedly delicious. The two transformed demons freak out, realizing he is talking about eating them. Kredos continues to grin like an idiot, but the guard looks skeptical, asking if they really came from demon lands, since they just look like a normal pelican and an alpaca. He asks how he could possibly present such basic, common animals to the king. Kredos is actually confused. In medieval Europe, alpacas and pelicans do not even exist. The guard snaps that this is no gift for a king, ordering them to take the beasts away. Sergi gets absolutely furious at the insult and starts loudly yelling the word alpa. The guard stops and stares. He remarks that her pronunciation is weirdly perfect, almost like a human. He wonders if this is some unique breed of alpaca. Seizing the opportunity, Kredos begins petting her, confirming his suspicion. He explains that they are demonic alpacas, capable of mimicking human speech. He adds that the bird on the left can make some highly unique sounds too, nudging Asherat to show off his vocal talents. Asherat keeps his beak shut, so Kredos yanks on his feathers, making him scream. Impressed by the talking bird, the guard immediately orders his men to open the gates, letting the group pass through. The guard notes that these are exceptionally rare creatures, fitting for the descendants of the exiles. Coincidentally, they have arrived at the exact same time as the royal emissaries who are currently visiting the capital. Outside, the two animal demons are tied up, but get this look who suddenly shows up, looking exactly like a budget Javier and a sketchy, deep web version of Lloyd. They introduce themselves, and Kredos politely greets them, using his fake name, Zhang Cho, from the village of the exiled. Javier finds this highly suspicious, wondering why the name sounds so distinctly Korean. They reveal they spent months in that exact village but never saw them. Instantly, they press a blade to his throat, demanding to know if they are demons. But then, Lloyd puts on a silly, pouty face, teasing Gavier about his bad memory. He leans in to whisper, leaving Gavier totally confused by his partner's weird behavior. Lloyd quietly warns him that they cannot possibly present these bizarre creatures as a proper tribute to the king. Gavier worries they might be dangerous monsters, but Lloyd suggests they take advantage of this perfect opportunity. Shifting gears, Gavier claims he suddenly remembers them, declaring they are definitely humans from the exile village. Kredos is sweating, realizing that the clever guy on the right is someone he can definitely use to his advantage. Little does he know, Lloyd is thinking the exact same devious thing about him. He plans to squeeze every bit of value out of this newcomer before tossing him aside like trash. Gavier announces they should stop wasting time and move, mentioning that their companion is waiting. And that companion is none other than Kimchi. He is the elite escort guiding their journey, and Kredos is already sweating bullets. Kimchi glares intensely at them, making Jung Cho tremble as he nervously introduces himself as the humble traveler. Kimchi remarks that he looks like he has severe liver issues, telling him to take better care of his health. Kredos lets out a sigh of relief, thanking him. Still, he is deeply confused, wondering if the disguise actually worked that well. But judging by the lingering look Kimchi just gave him, that is highly unlikely. As night falls and the group gathers around the campfire, Kredos realizes their situation has become incredibly dangerous. If they take any damage and their transformation unravels, Kimchi will slaughter them right then and there. Plus, the capital is miles away. All they wanted was to sell some simple potatoes and buy seeds. So how did they end up dragged along by these lunatics, especially with Kimchi constantly drilling holes through him with that terrifying stare? Kredos offers a timid greeting, but Kimchi completely ignores him. At this point, they desperately need to run away. They had to make a break for it. Tonight was the perfect time to vanish. A bit later, Sergi and Asherat are shivering outside in the freezing cold. Kredos repeatedly slaps Bale's face, trying to wake him up, but the lazy guy refuses to budge from his sleep. Once they finally slip outside, Kredos warns them to keep quiet, hoping none of the guards woke up. Sergi suddenly asks what they are doing out here in the dead of night. Kredos is shocked, realizing she can speak perfectly now. She proudly points out that she finally got the hang of human speech, since her alpaca mouth is huge. Kredos claims they do not need those guys anymore. Now that they are past the checkpoint, keeping them around is just a major hazard. They have a completely different mission, and staying close only risks exposing their real identities. Right on cue, Kimchi appears in heavy armor, demanding to know what identity they are talking about. One sharp glare from him almost scares Kredos to death. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the ruined lands of Antor City. Hardtalk and Zephyro stare down a massive crowd of crab demons gathering right in front of them. Hardtalk complains that he never called a meeting, so why is everyone showing up? A mustached demon claims his master is close by and heard there was free food in this region. But Hardtalk knows the harsh truth. Until Kredos returns with those crop seeds, they have absolutely nothing to eat. Just then, Laplau, the deer tree demon, yells out to ask what all these shells are doing here. He insists that Planis's betrayal has nothing to do with them, begging Hardtalk for salvation as more desperate monsters crowd around. Even the caterpillar tribe chimes in, pleading for aid before everyone starves. Suddenly, a massive crowd of demons is on their knees, crying out for food and begging them to save their lives. Hardtalk quickly asks Zephyro about their giant potato supply. Zephyro warns they have a decent amount for now, but with this many hungry mouths and no sign of Kredos returning, they are in serious trouble. Calling Kredos' final order, Hardtalk steps up as the acting ruler while the king is away. After a brief pause, he commands each tribe to establish their own territory, promising that he will distribute the food. Back to the main group facing Kimchi, who demands to know the true identity of Kim Jong-suk. Kredos stumbles through a highly awkward explanation, while Ball simply wonders why they do not just punch their way out. Kredos immediately warns Ball not to make a single move. The armored warrior standing right in front of them possesses an incredibly massive and unpredictable level of power. Kimchi commands everyone to pay close attention. Kredos looks on in absolute shock, unaware that Kimchi has already figured out his true identity, the legendary demon king who started a massive war but now wants peace. What are his real intentions, and why did he travel all this way? Kimchi demands the absolute truth, forcing Kredos to confess they are not actually carrying a royal tribute. Kimchi might already know, but the demon realm is completely barren. They desperately needed a way to cultivate crops, which is why their cart is loaded with unique produce. They plan to sell giant chunos and massive potatoes to quietly buy seeds and vegetables without raising any suspicion. They planned to sneak away, but the capital was too far, forcing them to pass through this city. Kredos begs for mercy, pleading with the warrior not to kill them. Kredos tries playing the pity card, but Kimchi just stares back with a cold gaze. Even so, the knight can tell those desperate eyes are not lying. He realizes the demons only ate humans out of pure starvation, yet he still cannot let them go. Since the young master Gavier sponsored them, they have an official tribute to deliver. Because of that, he cannot just leave them stranded. He will allow them to stop, trade their potatoes, and purchase seeds, but they must continue their journey to the capital. Furthermore, those two captured creatures must still be presented as a royal gift. Kredos acts totally confident, claiming his village is packed with useless beasts, just like those two. But behind that smooth talk, he has a sneaky plan, silently mocking the knight for being so incredibly gullible. The second Kredos gets his hands on those seeds, he is planning to make a run for it. But first, they have to survive a day of selling potatoes. Gavier proudly points out their stock, but Kredos downplays it as nothing special. He insists it is just a slightly larger potato. Lloyd is absolutely panicking in the background, but Gavier simply wishes them luck before suggesting they should present this massive crop to the king instead. That thing definitely looks unique. Kredos scoffs, calling it a deformed, bloated tuber, but Lloyd argues that even if it is ugly, its massive size is what makes it valuable. Kredos jokes about never hearing that size does not matter, while Gavier remarks that Lloyd probably loves it because they share the same ugly face. Lloyd is absolutely livid, swearing to buy him as a servant once he strikes it rich. While walking away, Kredos realizes the potato head actually made a decent point. Offering a bizarre giant potato to the king might land them a massive reward, though his top priority is still escaping from Kimchi. Gavier smiles warmly as they finally arrive at the bustling trade city of Deparsha. Thanks to the young master's generosity, Kredos and Ball manage to secure a decent room for themselves. The rest of the crew takes the second room, leaving the poor beasts outside. Kredos is still incredibly annoyed, arguing that a massive merchant city should have better accommodations than this absolute dump. They are just here to do business. On the way, Asheret asks if Kredos really plans to sell them to the king. Kredos reassures him, promising he would never sell his favorite, precious lightning rod. Asheret does not seem very comforted by that response. Meanwhile, Sergi points out that something feels incredibly off. Human markets are supposed to be packed, yet this place is quieter than their own demon realm. Kredos looks around and senses the eerie atmosphere. It seems the local economy is completely trashed, making him wonder how he is supposed to sell any potatoes. But sitting around will not help, they need to start moving. He lays out a display cloth and begins shouting to attract customers to these head-sized potatoes. He offers one for 20 gold coins and two for 30, calling out to passing locals that these giant crops bring ultimate wealth and delicious taste. Ball is pretty embarrassed, admitting he has never seen the mighty Demon King hustle like this. Kredos snaps back, telling him to stop complaining and start helping. If they do not secure funds for crop seeds, everyone will go right back to eating each other. Terrified by that threat, Ball immediately starts singing and hyping up the crowd, while Kredos glares at their animal companions, demanding to know why they are just standing around. Soon, the entire crew is dancing and putting on a wild street performance. Kredos laments his terrible luck, noting that while other reincarnated heroes get to sell ice cream or rare treasures, he is stuck peddling oversized potatoes. They have to pull out every single ridiculous trick in the book to survive, which is exactly how his grandmother said life would be. Suddenly, a curious customer approaches, asking if this is actually real. Can they truly get one potato for 20 gold coins? Kredos nods, but gets incredibly confused when a massive crowd suddenly swarms them, shouting out orders for 4, 15, or even 30 potatoes at once. Basic marketing is completely foreign to these medieval people, and it is working far too well. Asheret and Sergi urge him to keep going while the hype is hot. Realizing they are about to strike gold, Kredos barks at everyone to form a neat line. In the next scene, Kredos holds a heavy bag of gold in absolute shock. They sold 1/3 of their stock in record time. He tells the group to wait at the inn while he buys the seeds. But when he approaches a local merchant, the shopkeeper laughs and tells him he must be joking. He warns Kredos that he will not find a single crop seed anywhere in this entire city. The merchant explains that powerful trade associations buy up all the food and seeds in bulk. Kredos desperately demands to know where they are located, looking so pale and stressed that the shopkeeper tells him to breathe. Kredos urges him to just point the way so he can buy out their entire stock. Suddenly, the chubby shopkeeper freezes, his face turning pale. He points over his shoulder, just as a polite voice calls out from behind Kredos. A green-haired man asks if he is indeed the merchant who was just selling those spectacular, oversized potatoes. Kredos confirms it, and the stranger introduces himself as Roslin, secretary of the powerful Richmond markets. Roslin manages all the daily operations of the massive association. Kredos warily asks what such a powerful figure wants with him. quickly realizing this must be the exact monopoly the shopkeeper warned him about. Getting straight to the point, the secretary offers to buy their entire supply for 20% above market price. Kredos finds this proposal highly intriguing, but asks how much a handful of cabbage seeds would run him. Rosalind casually quotes 100 gold coins for a tiny handful. Kredos instantly smells a massive scam, knowing the local cost of living means they should only cost 50 coins. They are charging double. The greedy Richmond Association is hoarding resources and controlling the supply lines to inflate the prices of everything. Suddenly, it all clicks why their inn was a rundown dump, why the local markets were completely dead, and why his massive potatoes sold like hotcakes. It was all the work of these corporate vultures. The scheming look on Kredos' face says it all. He is already cooking up a brilliant revenge plan. Rosalind starts sweating, desperate to figure out the game plan. But Kredos already knows that even dumping all his giant potatoes at their crappy prices won't buy him nearly enough seeds. Ready to make his move, he casually asks if Rosalind actually wants to buy his giant potatoes. The merchant stammers a yes, but Kredos instantly cuts him off and demands the real boss. Rosalind tries protesting that he runs the show, but Kredos shuts him down, calling him a mere employee whose pay grade is way too low. He is showing them he is no pushover. Desperate, Rosalind claims he is the vice leader and can make any call. So Kredos tests him, demanding a ridiculous 200 gold coins per potato. Rosalind instantly loses his mind at the price. Kredos chuckles, mocking the guy for obviously not having the final say. He figured out their game. A giant dried potato is perfect long-term food storage, meaning they probably want to sell it to the Imperial Army. They will gladly take a loss on these spuds. Why? Because massive military contracts are waiting. Rosalind finally realizes this merchant is a master schemer, as Kredos demands the boss once more. Right then, rain starts pouring down, soaking Sergei and Asherat outside. Huddled in the rain, Asherat mutters how she will never forgive that jerk. Sergei warns her to shut up before people notice a talking animal. Asherat asks when she got so loyal, since she hated being dragged here. But Sergei admits she is actually having fun, having been deeply curious about the human world since childhood. Rumors said humans had endless food and never ate each other, which seemed totally impossible to her. After all, Asherat knows firsthand how brutal demon life is. Back home, stronger demons ate her parents, and she barely even cried because it was just everyday life. Asherat lost his siblings the exact same way. Yet here, even in a dirt-poor city, people do not devour each other. Today, she saw a starving father give his only potato to his kid. She wonders if they could have been happy if they were born human. As Asherat grows quiet and sad, Sergei snaps at him to shut up. But then, he gently spreads his wing to shield her from the rain, promising that one day, even demons will find real happiness. Suddenly, Kredos barks their names, ruining the moment. Asherat gets super embarrassed and blames Sergei, while Sergei immediately begs Kredos to cook the annoying bird. Kredos grabs them both, tells them to zip it, and calls a strategy meeting. Back inside, the group processes the grim news that greedy merchants are entirely monopolizing the city's food supply. Sergei wonders why anyone would do that when there is plenty of food to go around. Kredos explains it is not about survival, it is pure, simple greed. Unexpectedly, Ball pipes up, explaining that once survival needs are met, humans chase status and respect. Kredos stares at him, completely baffled as to why this lazy guy suddenly turned into a philosopher. Asherat snaps that it is just sick greed. Humans are cruel even when they are not starving, which reminds him of his own siblings getting eaten back home. Sergei is equally mad, shouting that these people do not know what true, desperate starvation feels like. Even Lazy Ball admits the situation is starting to make his blood boil. Kredos tells them to stay cool. Humans are greedy, but this works in their favor. Since the merchants hoarded everything in one place, they now have a single, perfect warehouse to raid. Meanwhile, in the windy desert, Zephyros wonders what Hartok is up to. Apparently, the guy ordered a massive stone pot and has been busy summoning a literal tornado. Hartok is struggling hard. Veins bulge on his forehead as he gasps for air. Spotting the lazy onlookers, he immediately barks at everyone to get back to work. Zephyros walks up, warning Hartok he is pushing way too hard. He asks what on earth he plans to do with all this water and these giant stone pots. Hartok explains that plain potatoes will not feed an entire demon army. By boiling them into a massive soup, they can stretch the food to feed everyone so nobody starves in this wasteland. Now, this sounded totally useless to me, but apparently, boiling potatoes actually increases their calorie intake and makes them easier to digest. So, yeah, science is on his side. Zephyros wonders why Hartok sounds so incredibly intense. Still, nobody can deny that ever since the Lord decided to start farming, this whole place has completely transformed. The legendary, cold-hearted Lord Hartok is literally working himself to exhaustion just to feed his fellow demons. What could have possibly triggered this insane personality shift? Nearby, Hartok snickers to himself, imagining how much everyone will praise him. But Zephyros quickly ruins his daydream, pointing out they need tons of firewood to boil that water. Hartok sighs. Burning their actual houses for fuel is stupid. Instead, he plans to head straight to the ceiling volcano to hunt down a fire predator. Sounds incredibly dangerous, but okay. Meanwhile, in another town, the incredibly arrogant super merchant Richmond finally arrives. Under the bright sun, he turns to Roslin, telling him he is deeply disappointed in his pathetic performance. He scolds him for letting some clueless country bumpkin walk all over him, calling him too stupid to ever succeed. He tells him to watch and learn. This is how you handle country idiots. Inside, Kredos hears a knock on the door and demands to know who is there. Richmond calls out smoothly, introducing himself as the local small-time merchant. Kredos tells him to enter, and Richmond steps inside with a fake, overly polite smile, secretly thinking these country bumpkins are so easy to disarm with basic manners. The biggest crooks always sound the friendliest, but looking up, Richmond instantly freezes. Kredos and his terrifying crew are giving him the ultimate death stare. The old man flinches, panicking inside. Kredos casually invites him to sit, leaving Richmond wondering why these merchants look like straight-up demons, complete with weird animals in the room. That alpaca and pelican are making some seriously unnatural, smug faces. Plus, there is a handsome, sleepy-looking guy who does not fit the scary vibe at all. Kredos brings up the offer, making the old merchant shake as he mentions the 200 coin price. But Kredos smirks, claiming someone lied, and the price is actually 300. The old man panics, shouting that 300 is way too high, but Kredos casually mentions he has a guy in his crew named Asherat. Richmond instantly freezes in terror. Kredos casually drops that they are high-ranking nobles working directly for the royal family, hinting it is the perfect chance to make a great impression. Next thing you know, the old guy rushes outside, announcing he happily bought them for 300 coins. Roslin is totally confused, but Richmond ignores him and invites the entire group to his mansion. When asked why, Richmond claims it is part of the deal. Roslin complains about being nice to random nobodies. Richmond snaps at him, yelling that taking a small loss now leads to massive rewards later. He storms off, but in reality, the old merchant was just terrified out of his mind. Roslin fumes. Back inside, Alpha scratches his head, wondering why they do not just steal the seeds. Kredos chuckles, saying that fits his style, but they cannot risk fighting because their human transformations might wear off. They need to play nice, keep a low profile, and only strike when it is time to run. He reminds them that to successfully hoard resources, they need 3 key things: political backing, serious cash, and the ultimate warehouse to stash it all. Step 1 of the plan is sneaking into the mansion to pinpoint that warehouse. Sergei watches closely and gets a weird vibe. How does this guy understand human behavior so easily? It is almost like he has lived in this world forever. Zhang Chael just smirks, claiming he knows everything because he is the demon lord. The gullible squad stands there, completely awestruck. Outside, the blonde guy quietly observes, realizing that is the ultimate goal of Zhang Chael, or rather, Demon Lord Kredos. Next up, we find ourselves at the Richmond mansion. Javier demands to know how Zhang Chael scored such an amazing room. Zhang Chael simply says he mentioned selling the giant potatoes, making them so grateful they got incredibly generous. This makes Javier pretty happy. Clearly, these giant potatoes are highly valuable, so they should definitely offer them to the king. Javier jokes that Blid only likes the massive spuds because they look exactly like his own ugly face. What Javier actually wants to know is if Kredos sold everything. Kredos admits that yes, he sold it all, leaving poor Blid deeply disappointed until Kredos adds that they are simply going to steal it back. Blid's expression shifts instantly. Javier feels relieved, but still asks what he means by stealing, prompting Kredos to explain that he means it literally. He plans on taking back every single item those greedy merchants are stockpiling. Javier, being an honorable knight serving the kingdom, protests that he cannot allow this. Kredos tells him to relax, pointing out that monopolizing the food supply and destroying the local economy is also completely unacceptable. Javier is left confused as they start walking near the carriage. Nearby, Ruslan complains to a guard about how annoying this place is. Kredos approaches, asking if the giant potatoes are heading to the warehouse next, making Ruslan groan internally at his presence. Zhang Chael insists on seeing the warehouse to ensure his precious spuds are stored safely, but Ruslan quickly shuts him down, explaining that the storage location is highly confidential. Kredos refuses to take no for an answer. The merchant tries to explain it keeps the food fresh, but the demon lord starts yelling, demanding they stop being annoying and show him the building. Seriously, why the bad attitude? Right then, he begins throwing a massive tantrum, dropping directly onto the dirt like a spoiled child, screaming that he absolutely must see the warehouse right now. Ruslan snaps at him to stop acting so incredibly entitled, explaining that whining won't grant him access. He quickly orders the driver to speed up the cart and leave him behind. Kredos immediately jumps back up and blocks the path like a hardcore activist, yelling that they either run him over or guide him to the warehouse. The driver demands he move, but our demon lord completely tunes him out and keeps rambling. Watching from the window, the other demons are utterly baffled by their leader's antics. Sergei sighs, muttering that they should probably find a brand new demon lord at this rate. He's just too embarrassing. As they drag Zheng Chaol away, Gavier watches from afar, muttering how humiliating it feels to be in his squad. But standing right behind him, Blid tearfully praises him as a true man. He believes throwing away all dignity for a goal is a lesson he must carry into his next life, leaving Gavier totally speechless. While Zheng Chaol is busy singing a ridiculous song about potatoes and darkness, Gavier is just completely done with this life. He felt pretty lost. When Kredos came to talk to him earlier, he actually sounded kind of convincing. Gavier had asked how long it would take to file a formal complaint in the royal court, but while all that court paperwork dragged on, the citizens would just keep starving and he couldn't live with that. Poor Gavier got super emotional back then, with Kredos telling him to stay strong and believe in unity to take down these monsters. Flash forward to the present, and Gavier is thinking he finally understood that noble feeling. He really did want to help, even promised he would locate the secret warehouse himself. But yeah, he never expected. Kredos' master plan was just rolling around on the dirt and throwing a massive tantrum. The guards count to 3 and shove him away, but our main guy wins by crawling right back. The cargo cart is already pulling away, and though Kredos looks disappointed, he actually isn't. He leaps up, totally excited, shouting that his bloody eye tracker skill is complete. Oh right, he has that cheat skill. From here, they will head north toward the secret underground warehouse in the outskirts. It is insanely precise. While Kredos is loving his own plan, Kimchi is just trying to figure out why someone so overwhelmingly strong is acting like a complete clown. Is this supposed to be justice? Or is it just straight up looting? Is this guy a savior or a villain? The more he watches, the more confused he gets. Meanwhile, Zephos warns Hartok that the fire predator is ridiculously strong. Zephos thinks they should have brought an entire army along, but Hartok insists that going solo is the right call, because more people just means more casualties to worry about. Dealing with the danger head-on is the duty of the Heavenly Kings, after all. He opens up the heavy steel door, making everyone shake with fear. Then he smugly asks if Zephos noticed his grand entrance. Hartok gets all emotional, thinking that was another perfect line the Demon King is going to absolutely love. He boasts that he is a genius, already knowing the fire predator has low intelligence and extreme aggression. He will simply sentence the beast to death for cannibalism. Easy. With that, he steps right into the glowing lava and commands the Ifrit predator to show itself, because it is time to work. Out of the bubbling magma, a massive, terrifying dragon rises directly in front of Hartok. He keeps a stone-cold poker face, but inside, he is screaming because he had no clue it would be this big. Cut to the next scene, where we hear cute squeaking sounds in the middle of the desert. It is just Zephos, rubbing baby Biska's little belly, making the tiny dragon giggle and blush. But then, guess who comes sprinting past in a total panic? It is Hartok, with the furious Ifrit blasting fire right at their butts. As they scream, Zephos asks what happened to all that big talk. The dummy explains that the monster has been eating fire for way too long, making it completely overpowered. Zephos just calmly starts taking notes. Zephos notes down that the great Hartok promised to face danger head-on, yet is currently running for his life. Hartok yells at him to stop writing, claiming this is just a tactical retreat to regroup. But then, he remembers all the starving creatures waiting back in the city. He spins around, shouting that they simply do not have time to waste. He begins charging a massive spell in his hand and rushes straight toward Ifrit, roaring that he is Hartok, one of the 4 heavenly kings. He will risk his life to finish this. Zephos just watches as baby Biska sneezes a tiny puff of frost, instantly freezing the giant dragon solid. Hartok just stands there completely speechless, while Zephos says absolutely nothing. In the awkward silence, Zephos scribbles down that Hartok just made a massive fool of himself. Hartok is about to lose his mind and tell him to stop writing, but we cut back to our protagonist. Pulling his hood up, Kredos tells the group to wait for his signal while he scouts the warehouse. He proudly pounds his chest, declaring this is all for the food and the citizens. Someone whispers that his intentions might be noble, but his creepy face says otherwise. As Kredos turns to leave, Gavier asks why they are hiding kimchi. He explains that kimchi attracts way too much attention, and their group is already big enough. Gavier looks over at Ball and Alpaca staying quiet, and decides to just let it go. He chooses not to say another word to avoid starting an argument. Meanwhile, our main guy begins leaping across the rooftops. The plan is simple: grab the magic seeds, ditch kimchi, and vanish. The best part is that nobody is tailing him, meaning he can wrap this scouting mission up early. He reaches the warehouse and slips through the ceiling panels like a sneaky little cockroach. But man, the security here is incredibly tight. One slip-up means an all-out brawl, and the absolute worst-case scenario is taking damage and having his disguise wear off. Even worse, Kimchi might find out, but then he notices a shadow right behind him. He looks over, and there is Kimchi, staring blankly. Kredos nearly jumps out of his skin, but Kimchi just tells him to relax, because he looks way too ugly when he is scared. Then Kimchi says, since Kredos wants to distribute food to the starving citizens, he is going to help out. Our main character, completely terrified, asks how on earth he found out about that. Kimchi casually mentions he just has really great hearing and can catch whispers even from different floors. Kredos shudders, realizing that means the guy probably heard everyone calling him the Demon Lord. Kimchi nudges him, asking if they are actually going to do this. Kredos quickly agrees, thinking everything is fine as long as his secret is safe, because if Kimchi knew he was the Demon King, he would already be torn to shreds. Thank goodness he has no clue. They start crawling through the vents, but Kimchi is totally confused. He wonders why they are sneaking around when it would be so much faster to just slaughter everyone. After all, that is how Kimchi was raised to play. Kredos remembers that in the game, he used to command Kimchi to just slaughter entire rooms. He turns and nervously preaches that all lives are precious. He insists they must finish this peacefully without any bloodshed. The blonde guy stares, lowers his head, and says he understands. Our hero finally relaxes as they continue down the dark tunnel. Further in, things start getting weird. There are barely any guards around, but suddenly he spots several massive golems patrolling. He remembers from the game that these defense units from the magic tower were usually already destroyed. Just how strong are they? Before he can even calculate, Kimchi rushes forward and smashes them all to pieces. Kredos asks why he did that, and Kimchi replies that since they are not living things, it is fine. Besides, he vaguely remembers a voice telling him that cleaning up is always faster. Kredos flinches, realizing he has a point. Moving to the next area, they spot more golems guarding the path. Kredos notes there are 3 of them, and if they get spotted, the alarm will ruin everything. Kimchi suggests analyzing their patrol patterns 10 times to find a weakness, then wiping them out instantly. Kredos nods, telling him that is exactly how they should handle it. Though this learning excuse makes absolutely no sense, it really feels like Kimchi still has muscle memory from when Kredos controlled him in the game. A bit later, the blonde guy admits he found 0 openings. He says their only option is to strike simultaneously, starting with the 2 closest targets. Kredos internally panics, knowing he cannot guarantee he can take down a single golem by himself. He has no idea how wide the power gap is between him and these massive hunks of metal. But right then, Kimchi reaches into his cloak and hands Kredos a mysterious weapon to boost his confidence. Kredos instantly recognizes the cute, magical heart hammer, an incredibly mysterious weapon radiating a terrifyingly lethal aura, despite being designed to look completely harmless. He remembers this item was basically a cheat code. Even if he is weak right now, simply holding it boosts his stats by 30%. Maybe they actually have a shot. Then Kimchi reaches into his cloak once more, pulling out another legendary sword. Kredos suddenly realizes this guy literally has access to his entire old player inventory. Armed and ready, they turn back to the patrol. They wait for just one more second of patience, when suddenly, Kimchi lunges forward on his own. Kredos has to quickly hang on and try to launch himself forward. Convinced the plan is ruined, but Kimchi suddenly stops right behind the target. Kredos realizes the guy actually waited for him. Leaping in together, they smash the first golem in perfect sync, but there is no time to celebrate. They have to wreck the next one before it even turns its head. Duo pulls off the exact same move, lunging forward, dodging the golem's swing, and cracking its skull. The only annoying part? Kimchi somehow still lands his blow a split second faster. Kredos is completely speechless. This guy is not just ridiculously fast, he is actually matching his exact rhythm. Soon, some guards show up, but the 2 sneak up while carrying their hostage like a ballerina and knock them out cold. Kredos is seriously starting to wonder what is happening here. He and Kimchi are moving like a single entity, their attacks perfectly synchronized. Honestly, it is pretty weird. He is standing right next to a literal monster, yet he feels ridiculously happy. What does Kimchi even know? You taught me how to kill, he thinks, but then told me not to do it. You tried to destroy humanity, but now you suddenly want peace. A bizarre creature from another dimension meant to bring pure chaos, yet standing beside him right now feels surprisingly warm. It feels like Kimchi already knows everything, even asking Kredos to finally reveal his true identity. But Kredos just warns him to be careful because he is literally about to snap their hostage's neck. The poor guy is going to die. Kredos explains that his friend needs to learn that not everyone deserves a death sentence. These guards are just regular working stiffs trying to earn some bread, and their spirits are already broken enough. He does not want to cause unnecessary suffering. Kimchi looks totally confused. They keep walking, and the old man whispers that the path ahead seems clear of golems. Kredos finds it highly suspicious that they got this far completely undetected. Suddenly, the old man shushes him. Right in front of a massive door stands a security golem almost as giant as the gate itself. Kredos smiles, realizing this must be the main warehouse. They just need to slip inside and grab the loot. But Kimchi instantly shushes him again with a sharp glare. Heavy footsteps echo nearby as Richmond suddenly approaches. The golem lowers itself, warning him to state his identity within 3 seconds or face immediate termination. But the old man just holds up his ring. The machine announces that Lord Richmond's bloodline is verified, and he may proceed. As the massive doors slide open, Kredos realizes they only need blood to pass, making their job way easier. Inside, they find endless rows of bread, fresh vegetables, and perfectly preserved fruit. Kredos immediately turns to Kimchi and tells him they are officially changing the plan. Since the golems are all bunched up behind Richmond, wiping them out together will be a breeze. But before Kredos can even finish his sentence, Kimchi already vanishes, slicing the head off the first target. Kredos rushes in, grabs Richmond from behind, and plants a solid punch right on his mouth the second he turns around. Kimchi finds it surprising. While Kredos is laughing and enjoying this, he recalls his words about having a wounded heart. He did not want to hurt them, yet looking at Kredos' smiling face, Kimchi is certain he is a complete lunatic. A bit later, Richmond wakes up tied to a chair, completely disoriented. Kredos gets right in his face, cheerfully pointing out that they are in the very torture room the old man built. Talk about irony. Richmond desperately claims it is just a private gym, not a torture chamber. While Kimchi casually inspects the terrifying tools around them, Kredos grabs the old man's face, staring him down with pure, tearful fury. Richmond realizes this kid is completely insane. Suddenly, Kredos' mind-reading stare activates, revealing the old man's plan to capture him, extort the secret of the giant potatoes, and steal every last crop. Kredos laughs, thanking Richmond for being so kind and clearing his conscience. The old man is absolutely terrified. This freak stared at him, cried, and is now hysterically thanking him. Kredos walks away, promising to put on an unforgettable show. The old man goes quiet, glaring at them while muttering that some country bumpkin is sorely underestimating his high-tech security system. Right on cue, a massive security golem materializes, and Richmond screams for his favorite metallic destroyer to tear them to shreds. Kredos casually waves a cloth soaked in Richmond's blood, making the golem instantly apologize and grant passage. As it steps aside, Kimchi instantly shatters it. The old man realizes he is completely doomed. He is dealing with a certified psycho and a swordsman who literally one-shots everything. What hope is left? While racing back to base, Kimchi asks what the game plan is once security inevitably tightens up. Kredos just shrugs, claiming nothing can stop raw strength and massive numbers. Secretly, he knows that rule applies directly to Kimchi, too. In the city square, Kredos' monsters shout that the Richmond Company is bankrupt, urging everyone to head to the warehouse and grab everything they can. The citizens are incredibly skeptical, wondering if they can really just walk in and loot the place. But hey, they are starving anyway, so what is there to lose? Kredos suddenly appears on the warehouse roof, yelling that everything inside is completely free. The crowd goes wild, cheering that it is time to take back what was stolen from them. Over at the entrance, the guards hear a massive uproar approaching. A huge mob of angry citizens, led by Kredos, marches forward holding burning torches. The guards demand everyone halt, claiming private property, but the furious mob tells these losers to move aside. When the guards order the golems to attack, the crowd boils with rage. They curse Richmond for leaving his security behind even after death, but Kredos steps forward, waving the bloody cloth as official authorization for the raid. The golem scans the blood, confirms the verification, and steps aside. As the excited crowd rushes past and handles the guards, Kredos signals Kimchi to silence anyone who dares to interfere. Kredos quietly laughs at how incredibly naive Kimchi is for obeying so perfectly, before ordering his crew to prioritize grabbing the seeds first. From there, they must execute the plan flawlessly. The warehouse descends into absolute chaos as the citizens load boxes and Kredos' crew piles goods into carts. Roslyn bursts into the room, telling Richmond that the citizens are robbing them blind. He demands they activate the master golem, but the old man snaps back that he wants to make money, not commit a literal massacre. Roslyn goes cold, asking what the difference is between using the golems and their usual crimes. He warns Richmond that he has no intention of taking orders from a bankrupt beggar. Richmond is furious at Roslyn's pressure. Meanwhile, the ecstatic citizens head home with loaded carts, celebrating that they will not starve tonight. When a stray golem appears and threatens to stop them, Kimchi instantly slices it in half. Kredos decides to clean up the rest while Kimchi handles crowd protection. With Boyd and Gavier keeping the crowd moving safely, their escape route is completely clear. Kredos turns to his crew, shouting that it is time to make their exit. Suddenly, the ceiling begins to violently shake. Before anyone can react, a massive boulder breaks loose, plummeting directly toward 3 innocent citizens. Kredos screams for everyone to run. A woman is nearly crushed, but Sergi barely saves her, hanging upside down with her tiny llama feet. Kredos looks over to see Rosalind blocking their path, calling them nothing but vulgar thieves. He vows to reclaim his treasure and execute them all. Meanwhile, at the Demon Kingdom base, everyone is tossing giant potatoes into water, preparing the dragonfire to boil up a massive feast. Everyone gets excited as the potato porridge cooks. Zephyro tells Hartok that everything is going perfectly according to plan. But noting his friend is depressed about not capturing Ifrit in style, he writes down that Bistka was the one who caught the beast. Unfortunately, Hartok is looking pathetically discouraged. He snaps at that idiot Zephyros to stop writing down his actual emotions. But Zephyros keeps going, claiming we only succeeded because of his master plan. Meet the brightest mind of our demon race. Hartok gets totally startled while everyone celebrates, shouting that his idea was incredible because the food multiplied countless times. Watching everyone shout elite over and over actually gets him pretty emotional. He insists it was just a simple plan anyone could have made, but the fun is quickly over. Meanwhile, I am still back here holding up these giant rocks, straining under their crazy weight. We are not going to last much longer. Luckily, the system reveals that holding on like this can awaken a new skill, Spikes of Punishment for 500 health points. It would be perfect since I could raise spikes to hold the rock, but unfortunately, I only have 325 points left. I look over and yell at those stubborn humans to get out from under there. But a golem's massive foot slams right down in front of them. Russell warns that leaving means instant death, leaving them to choose between getting crushed or trampled. He claims peasants like them are born to die like this. I swear that guy is absolute trash, but gravity does not care about my anger, and I just keep suffering. Russell complains that old man Richmond got way too full of himself just from being treated with basic decency. He really regrets not crushing the old guy completely from the very beginning. One of the humans tries to watch, but a kid steps right on his hand. I can't do a single thing to help, because I'm stuck holding this rock while everyone scrambles for cover. Then, out of nowhere, the system alerts me that my demon army is currently enjoying a happy, delicious meal. Because of their joy, my health points start shooting up. I have absolutely no idea what they are eating that tastes so good, but my points keep rising at the perfect moment. While my monsters happily eat potato soup and Hartok stands proud, I finally hit 15,000 points. I immediately yell to awaken the Spikes of Punishment, but the system warns me that using my health points will completely undo my disguise. I do not care. My body starts transforming back as the system prompts me to increase the spear count, and I order my 4 heavenly kings to lift this heavy load. I quickly command the system to max out the skill, spending 15,000 points to take it straight to level 13. Rosalind is completely baffled at how a mere human lifted that, until he realizes I look like a monster. Everyone is terrified as I raise my foot and stomp the ground, sending massive spikes upward to hold the rock. Even Kimchi senses my power and looks back. With the rock securely pinned, everyone is confused about whether I am human, even though I just saved their lives. I start walking forward as Rosalind screams at the crowd to kill the demon standing in front of them. Dead serious, I point out that the only one slaughtering and devouring humans is Roslan. He jumps back in absolute panic as I pull out my wand of love, screaming to know what it is. I tell him it is just a cute little heart hammer, or rather, once the disguise is removed, the ancient evil god sword. As Kimchi looks into the room, he sees me holding a massive, menacing greatsword. I coldly tell Roslan that I absolutely despise people who use food for evil. The golems rush right at me, but I throw my greatsword up for a single vertical slash. The beasts freeze midair before a dark blast tears them to shreds. A stray fragment lands near Kimchi, who mutters that I looked ready to slaughter a human. So in the end, I really am a demon. My devastating attack completely shatters the entire floor. We stare each other down in silence, and then I suddenly let go of my sword. It hits the floor and shatters. I already know my time is up, so I only ask Kimchi to spare the lives of my subordinate standing behind me. Bale and the rest of my crew do not understand why I am giving up. Kimchi just stares at me, lowers his head, and sheathes his weapon, admitting he wanted to learn more about me. I brace myself to accept my fate when suddenly, Sergi screams to Aserat that they are undoing their disguises. Next thing I know, she is about to kick me in the head. She swings right at her, and then the two of them somehow headbutt Bale in the stomach. Just then, Aserat yells out to Kimchi, warning that anyone trying to touch their demon lord has to go through them first. I desperately try to warn them to stop, but it is too late. Kimchi charges forward as my trio prepares for a fight, when suddenly, a voice yells at the pink warrior to halt. One of the rescued villagers steps up, pointing out that even though we look like demons, we literally just saved everyone. Plus, they realize humans can be just as monstrous as any demon. Suddenly, writhing on the ground in absolute hatred, Roslan raises his hand. He screams that he would rather destroy everything than let us take a single seed. I flinch in shock as Richmond rushes over, yelling at us to watch out because that is a self-destruct trigger. Instantly, hidden bombs detonate across the mountain, shaking the entire cavern. Good grief, that is an absolutely insane amount of gunpowder. The entire mountain gets swallowed by massive explosions, leaving Bloyd and Gavier watching from afar, terrified for the citizens trapped inside. Then Gavier spots something moving through the blazing fire. He watches in shock as our group emerges, immediately wondering if we are actually demons. Once we land, I warn everyone that our cover is blown, so we are running straight back to our territory. Richmond complains about being dragged along, but I tell him he is running our food warehouse to pay for his crimes. The old man begs us to leave him behind, but absolutely not. We all take off at full speed. Meanwhile, panicked villagers outside watch the flames, screaming that their loved ones are trapped inside. They cry out for their families and then, right on cue, Kimchi appears. He extends his arm to blast the flames away, letting every single survivor walk out completely unharmed. Tearful families embrace in pure relief. Then Gavier approaches Kimchi to ask what happened, mentioning he saw figures who looked like demons fleeing the scene, and asks if they caused the blast. Kimchi tells him no. Those guys were definitely not normal demons. Flashback to moments earlier, Roslan raising his hand to destroy everything, triggering the explosives to blow. With rocks flying and everything collapsing, I ordered my 4 generals to protect the villagers. Bale immediately stepped up, carrying the heavy debris on his own back. Sergei sliced through falling boulders while Asarat grabbed the sharp edges. Roslan was busy celebrating like a maniac until a massive rock smashed right onto his head, completely crushing him. Then Kimchi yelled to Jiangsha that we were going to save everyone, ordering him to grab the seeds and escape. He told him to head to the demon lands to plant a peaceful future. I didn't quite get it at first, but we were already sprinting away. I realized that sneaky Kimchi had known absolutely everything from the start and was just watching us, but whatever. What matters now is that I shout to my crew that we got the seeds. Once we get home, we are starting a brand new garden. Now I am back to pounding the soil with my legendary tool. Kimchi figures it is because everything was done in such a rush. But Gavier still wants to know why Jiang Sha and his group suddenly took off. Since I returned the food and saved the town, I should have gotten a reward. But Kimchi laughs it off, saying I still damaged private property and probably fled out of sheer panic. The knight agrees but notes I do not seem like the type to scare easily, then asks about the demons. Kimchi quickly cuts him off, insisting there were 0 demons, a claim the villagers gladly back up. Besides, if Jiangsha were actually a demon, why would he save everyone? Gavier has no reply to that, and Kimchi just asks what the potato guy is up to now. Since this region is officially up for grabs, his buddy wants to turn a quick profit. The guy is insanely greedy, honestly. If he were born a noble, he'd be a financial genius. Right in the middle of digging, he yells that he found some massive potatoes to offer to His Majesty. Meanwhile, over at the Marith Fortress gate, our favorite heroes finally emerge from the water. Getting inside that fortress is a total nightmare with all the security, but escaping is surprisingly simple. They slip right through a blind spot and head straight into the mountains. Up on the wall, a guard spots a sketchy-looking group heading toward the wasteland. Since the rear guards didn't send any warning, he assumes they're just wild beasts. Or maybe not. Kredos keeps running, wondering why his heart is beating so fast. Luckily, he has a demon lord's powerful body. Otherwise, his lungs would have given out already. By morning, Flute and her friends are enjoying potato soup. Her dad offers her another serving, but she refuses. She wants to save what they have, knowing that if the demon lord doesn't bring back seeds, this might be their very last hot meal. Her father tells her to trust the demon lord to pull this off, but she says she's okay either way. For the first time in her life, she actually got to eat her fill, and she is genuinely happy. Hearing this makes her dad tear up. Suddenly, voices shout that the demon lord is back with actual seeds. The group finally arrives, carrying heavy bags packed with hope. Everyone rushes over to greet Asarat with excitement. Everyone except Richmond, who spots a terrifying pack of monsters heading their way and immediately starts sweating. Flute runs up and hugs Asarat, who proudly boasts that seeing him is a supreme honor. Meanwhile, Bistka pats the protagonist, who happily admits he missed him too. Zephyros thanks Sergi, but she snaps back, telling him to get lost. The protagonist then calls for Hardtalk, saying Bistka explained everything. Honestly, Hardtalk might be the smartest demon alive. Everything went smoothly thanks to him. Hardtalk tries to humble himself, saying he only worked on the blade, but gets totally overwhelmed by emotion and bursts into tears. Looking over, Kredos sees Sergi getting tossed around while everyone laughs. In that moment, he finally realizes why his heart has been racing so much. It is the same warmth his dad felt bringing home takeout after a long day. That incredible feeling of realizing you actually provided for the people who rely on you. Fired up, he announces they are starting the next planting phase. He notices the largest batch of seeds is rice, but cultivating it is way too demanding for this harsh climate. So they are saving the rice for later. Up next is corn, along with pumpkin and bean seeds. He gathers the demons and explains they will grow these three together for peak efficiency. This technique is famously known as the Three Sisters planting method. It is a brilliant farming technique where three different crops grow together in a beautiful, symbiotic relationship. The climbing beans will use the sturdy corn stalks as natural trellises. Hardtalk realizes the beans will protect the corn from harsh winds. Kredos is genuinely impressed, since the guy has zero formal agricultural training. Meanwhile, the pumpkin leaves spread across the soil. Hardtalk instantly realizes those massive leaves will lock in soil moisture and block weeds. Kredos can only wonder where this demon learned such advanced tricks. Sergi is pumped up, telling them to stop talking and start working. Kredos jokingly asks if she is just excited to see the kids eat. She claims she doesn't care about feeding demons and just finds it amusing, but Kredos knows she's lying. While Astaroth asks where to begin, Kredos notices him holding hands with Flute. Astaroth insists he's not holding hands, but rather asserting dominance over a low-ranking demon. Kredos lets it slide, since they have plenty of work to do anyway. With this much manpower, they should be done in a flash. However, Zephyros warns that rallying demons from other territories won't be nearly that simple. Kredos thinks offering free porridge should easily buy their labor, but Zephyros warns that's the least of their worries. Suddenly, Tree punches a plant creature biting his head. The two get tangled up in a chaotic brawl, body slamming each other. Tree proudly declares himself the new master of the second region. Zephyros explains that everyone is currently fighting to claim these lands. Even the previous ruler of another region ended up hopelessly stuck out there among the lightning rods. Kredos notes that demons have always behaved this way, but they need to realize brute strength is no longer everything in this changing world. To fix this, Kredos plans to establish civilized dueling rules. Soon, giant lizards are seen crawling and clashing, while crab monsters aggressively smash into one another. Total chaos. Hardtalk quietly observes the violence before walking off. Flute notes his sudden exit, and her father finds it bizarre how he never intervenes. The working farmers are furious that they must support these lazy, brawling slackers. Still, Flute's father urges patience, believing the demon lord has a plan. Managing this massive crowd is impossible for just the four heavenly kings anyway. Perhaps they're letting a new leader emerge naturally, as these fighters won't stop until a clear winner stands. Nearby, a fierce clash sends a demon crashing into a wall. Some crying crab children then complain that their family tent was completely flattened in the crossfire. Watching from above, Astaroth is approached by Flute, who eagerly asks why the demon lord doesn't stop this senseless violence. Astaroth explains that stopping them would prevent true leaders from rising. Suddenly, a loud scream rings out, as a giant beast is hurled directly toward a baby crab. Astaroth hesitates to step in, but a spinning turtle shell slams into the beast, launching him away. The battered attacker rolls across the ground, furiously demanding to know who interfered. An ancient turtle calmly replies that they should be assisting with farming instead of brawling. All they do is cause unnecessary destruction to the camp. Astaroth watches closely as the thrashed demon glares sinisterly, asking if the old turtle thinks he can give orders. The turtle remains silent. When the thug lunges to make him pay, the massive turtle retreats into his shell, emitting a blinding golden flashbang that completely dazes his attackers. Even Astaroth gets completely blinded from far away. While Astaroth recovers, the old turtle swiftly carries the crab family to safety. Now, Astaroth realizes this old master is exactly the kind of leader Kredos was searching for. Elsewhere, a kind plant lady appears and heals the heavily damaged tree, regenerating his bark. Despite her kindness, Tree snaps angrily, pointing out that he was the one who destroyed her home. She gently replies that his mistakes are no reason to let him suffer. Sergi watches the wholesome moment. Meanwhile, a tiny demon asks Hardtalk to teach him farming. Hardtalk points out the tiny kid has no arms and barely functioning legs. Undeterred, the little demon insists he can easily plow the fields. He argues that since the other soldiers are plowing, he can too, explaining that an earlier harvest means one less day of starvation and war. Hardtalk quietly tells him to leave. Deeming the tiny beast utterly useless, he dismisses him, leaving the adorable creature crying his eyes out. Diska spots the opening, and instantly, that tiny lizard morphs into a massive spiked wheel to shred the soil. Flute looks stunned while Heart just watches from afar. Post believes that while raw power usually rules nature, a proper demon society needs something different. They need real solidarity, which means finding leaders who can actually unite people with genuine empathy, compassion, and acceptance. Compassion was the ultimate weapon, and the candidates were already set. He congratulates the Heavenly Kings and orders them to start the grand tournament. Hartok warns that his chosen candidates are completely weak. Every last one of them. There is absolutely zero chance they win these matchups. Kredos laughs it off, claiming Hartok has no idea how to properly rig a game. He gathers the demons, declaring he knows they are only fighting to fill the massive void left by their missing leader. Sure, demons love settling things with raw violence, but right now, they desperately need farm labor. Having warriors get injured and benched simply cannot happen. So, they are switching to civilized rules. A new competition will test their instant judgment, high-speed reflexes, kinetic vision, and combat prediction all settled in one single clash. This ultimate battle is called rock, paper, scissors. Now Asherat stands face-to-face with Sergi, warning that the loser gets eliminated. Each fighter can load up their hands with different gear. They choose from 3 weapons. Rock, a tight fist with 5 fingers closed, is the shattering hammer. Scissors represents the sky-cutting guillotine, and paper is 5 fingers open. He pauses, realizing that one is basically just a piece of cloth. The system immediately roasts his total lack of creativity and tells him to shut up. Explains the circular counter system. The hammer smashes the guillotine cuts the cloth, and the cloth completely neutralizes the hammer. When he tells anyone who does not understand to raise their hand, the entire crowd lifts their arms. He immediately disqualifies them all, because idiots cannot fight in this tournament. Asherat and Sergi begin casting, while our main character instructs them to reveal their weapon on his mark. You show one, and the swiftest, smartest pick wins the round. Immediately, Sergi throws paper while Asherat plays rock. She squeals with joy, grabbing his hands and cheering that she obviously won. She celebrates wildly with all 16 arms, making Asherat blush furiously at her touch. There is definitely a spark here, but smack. The leader tells them to stop flirting because this is a serious duel. He asks who is still confused. More hands go up. He kicks them out too. While he calls for the next round, the chubby little plant lady suddenly realizes she does not have fingers. How can she play? He ignores her and calls the turtle. The turtle claims he is the sole survivor of his group. The main character just nods and declares Mr. Turtle the new ruler of the 3rd area. The poor old guy complains that he has not even played yet. Meanwhile, a rowdy prisoner complains about the unfairness, wondering how this random turtle can just win. But a swift bolt of lightning zaps him. Shut up. Now, it is a 1 versus 1 lizard showdown. Tiny versus a massive alligator. The big guy throws scissors, the little guy plays paper, and instantly loses. But the big guy complains that he cannot even see those tiny fingers and leans in. Our leader secretly watches and announces that the little guy actually won. The confused little lizard tries to explain that he played paper. Instead, he is told to shut up as the leader crowns him the winner. Despite losing every single match, he is officially announced as the grand ruler of the 4th area. Now, only one last territory remains. It is a leafy face-off between the giant tree monster and the gorgeous plant lady. He mocks her, saying she has 0 fighting skills. Her delicate body was never made to fight. The system pops up to call this a legendary moment, and then the scene abruptly cuts back to the human capital. Monica Kimchi grips the weapon of love, recalling the legendary sword that Kredos summoned. He can still recognize its shape from his previous lives. Even back when he was weak, it unleashed overwhelming force. But how did the Demon King unlock its true form? He swings the blade back and forth, but nothing happens. He knows he is just a puppet. For his last 10 lives, he had 0 free will, blindly following system quests. That is why he cannot figure out this weapon. He really cannot achieve greatness alone. Perhaps mastering this blade is his only ticket to freedom. Suddenly, Xavier and Lloyd walk in to report that the king loved the giant potatoes. They thank Kimchi, calling him the MVP of this journey. Kimchi tries to pass the credit to Django, but staring at his blade, he decides to ask for a favor instead. Deep inside the castle, the council approves the special envoy. Knowing the demon lands hold countless mysteries, they command Brana Magenta to lead an expedition force straight into enemy territory. Yes, that is Alicia's predecessor, the angry little redhead. And just like that, we return to the Demon Kingdom where everyone is chanting for rock, paper, scissors. Everyone knows the tree duel is decided before it even starts. They assume Moshius is guaranteed to win, while a nearby plant wonders how this weird tree suddenly learned how to speak. This giant tree has insane reaction speed, seeing everything in slow motion. The second she tries to change her hand shape, he will predict her exact move. He tilts his head, noting she is already stuck showing paper. Our leader remembers that a bunch of fingerless demons already dropped out. The plant girl tries to surrender, but he orders her to shut up because quitting is banned. When she complains about her lack of hands, he threatens to cook anyone who chickens out. Casually glancing to the side, he gives a secret signal to his allies. They nod back, and our leader plans to secretly smash the tree guy's hand into a rock to force a loss. He calls for the duel to begin. The confident tree stretches his hand forward, while the terrified plant girl cowers. He shouts the signal, but his allies suddenly jump up and scare the tree guy instead. Trying to defend himself, the tree panics, takes a defensive stance, and accidentally throws a rock. The two fighters stare at each other in utter confusion. Around them, the crowd has absolutely no idea why the giant just threw a rock. Our main character gets dramatic, hyping this up as a legendary victory. Though she is totally clueless, he crowns Miss Cabbage the ruler of the second area. The crowd bows to her in absolute awe, but the tree guy complains that this is totally unfair to the heavenly kings. Our leader snaps back, claiming this was a sacred, completely fair duel. From this day forward, everyone must obey their lord unconditionally. All future challenges will be settled through rock, paper, scissors, and anyone who disobeys will face execution. The system points out that he has basically built a dictatorship. He admits it is not very democratic, but the system warns that he will face immense backlash from angry demons. He says he does not care. Demon culture is a total mess, and he had to plant the right seeds to fix it. Even if they do not see the benefits now, future generations will reap the harvest. The system unexpectedly agrees to support him, leaving him confused since they always do nothing but bicker. Why are you suddenly offering support? The system insists he can do whatever he wants, leaving Kredos to think this guy is acting super weird. But then, Areola announces they are officially starting to cultivate the three sisters. Everyone gets hyped up, and that massive lizard starts spinning around to tear up the ground and expand their fields, all while tiny little cheetah guides the whole crew. Next up, the tree folks head out to plant the corn first. With so many hands on deck, it is a breeze, especially with Nox, Miss Cabbage, boosting the growth speed. Right after, they plant beans to secure nitrogen in the soil, like armor for the corn. Then come the pumpkins, spreading all over the ground, while Mr. Turtle and his relatives gather to reflect extra sunlight and nourish the plants. Those three seeds were weak alone, but together they could thrive in the harshest conditions. To him, this is the ultimate power of teamwork, and everyone is absolutely loving it. But Kredos starts sensing something wrong. The air is turning uncomfortably humid, and heavy, dark clouds roll in. It looks like the climate is shifting in a pretty bad direction. Later on, he is resting in a hut, thinking about how trashy this place is. Today is somehow insanely hot and sticky, and then it suddenly clicks this heat, and humidity is actually a disaster. He bolts right up and charges into the cornfield, activating his bloody eye to scan the area. Sure enough, the system warns him that the brutal humidity has triggered a destructive fungus. If those spores spread, the entire harvest is toast. Kredos stares at a leaf, spotting the dreaded fungus mark. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the forest of deep sleep, where a human expedition has just begun. Bronda grumbles that they just arrived and are already lost at the entrance. The soldier behind him mentions the rough terrain, suggesting they should probably set up camp. Bronda warns that camping here is a death trap since defending against monster attacks would be impossible. They need to push out of the forest first, but everyone must stay alert in demon territory. Back at the farm, Kredos gathers the four heavenly kings. A plague has hit the corn, and they are starting a strict quarantine immediately. Saving them is impossible. So, Kredos orders Sergi to cut down any infected corn. She draws her sword and immediately gets to work. Hartok orders them to pile up the cut corn, and Bal smacks the dragon to unleash a fiery blast. Kredos knows that to kill off the spreading spores, everything has to burn. He asks Nox how the crops are holding up. She approaches, admitting that many are already sick. While her healing magic can protect them, she cannot keep up this exhausting pace. She is getting completely drained. Bad news. Kredos realizes they are in serious trouble, while Flute asks Asherat if they will starve. He tells the young demon not to worry. Lord Kredos is hard at work, and he always finds a way. Still, Kredos knows he needs a disinfectant, which simply does not exist here. He needs a chemical solution that stops fungal respiration and shuts down cellular activity. He racks his brain trying to remember where he encountered a fungus in this game. Then he remembers a deadly fungal curse from the Blood Paladin zone. The only cure back then was a substance called flaming moss. He immediately orders Asherat to take the demons to the Swamp of Degradation and gather every bit of glowing red moss they can find. Asherat smiles and tells Flute to relax because their lord has a plan. The plant crew immediately gets moving. When Flute asks if Asherat will be fine, Sergi reassures her that he is one of the four heavenly kings, though she admits to being slightly worried. Flute teases that Sergi is being a cold girlfriend, making Sergi turn bright red and stammer in denial. Kredos glances over, suddenly very curious if those rumors are actually true. Sergi snaps at him to shut up, calling it ridiculous. Kredos then tells Hartok to organize the workers so Nox and her team do not get completely exhausted. He heads off to the castle ruins, while Sergi keeps yelling in the background that none of it is true. Riding in the cart, Kredos reflects on how many unpredictable problems keep throwing themselves at him. He always has to be prepared for anything, whether it is farming or crazy game features. Just then, the scene shifts to Bronda and his squad reaching some massive stairs. They are highly confused, wondering if demons have actually built structures. One scout steps forward, noting a mysterious slot that looks exactly like a keyhole. Bronda warns him not to touch it, but the moment his hand gets close, an eerie blue light erupts, draining the energy straight out of his body. Bronda tries to fall back. Too late. The entire squad collapses, gasping for air as their very souls are instantly sucked dry by whatever is on those stairs. From a distance, Kredos looks back to see a massive pillar of light shooting into the sky, something he has never once encountered in the game. That light is coming from the forest of deep sleep. Back there, everyone is knocked out on the ground, and as Bronda struggles to stand, a mysterious demon emerges at the top. A girl in a red dress floats down, her outfit transforming into majestic wings as she glides near Bronda. With a wave of her hand, she projects a message thanking them for the 10 lives that broke her seal. She brandishes transforming armor, wings, and a spear, showcasing dark skin and white hair. As she writes her name across the sky, it is revealed Artunis is the Demon Queen. Well, looks like Kredos' future wife has officially arrived. Meanwhile, Asherat and his team are in the swamp of decay gathering herbs, hoping this will actually be enough to save their crops. One of the tree lords mentions they have cleared out all the visible moss, so Asherat decides to pull back. But suddenly, a strange figure emerges, walking slowly through the lake. Asherat spots a woman standing there, staring blankly at him. Wondering where she came from, he demands to know her region, but Artunis ignores him, asking why the 3rd and 4th star zones are completely empty. Furious that she is talking down to a heavenly king, he snaps that everyone is working the fields, demanding to know what she is doing in his territory. Artunis raises her hand, sprouting sharp thorns directly from her clothes. Before Asherat can react, he is pierced from all sides, and the surrounding plants and tree lords are instantly captured. Back with Kredos, he is digging like crazy, realizing exactly whose sealed tomb was breached. It belongs to the cursed former demon queen herself, Artunis. In the game, she was a hidden boss sealed deep underground. She is basically an impossible challenge, meant as a secret, not even connected to the main storyline. She functions like a developer trap designed to wipe players out. According to the lore, the previous demon lord had to sacrifice his entire power and soul just to keep her sealed. Even now, moment during her boss fight, she is the worst possible opponent because numbers mean absolutely nothing against her. Kredos keeps digging furiously, shattering the thorns of punishment to search for something buried in the dirt. Meanwhile, Nox is totally exhausted from tending to the crops and collapses in Bal's arms. Sergi immediately orders the team to bring over a stretcher. As they carry her off to heal, Nox insists on returning to the crops, but Hartok stops her since she is still weak. Right then, a farmer runs up warning of a new disaster. The fungus is rapidly spreading across the field, leaving everyone panicked. Just then, the cursed Artunis descends from the sky, landing right in front of them. Everyone stared at her, totally lost, and Hartok asked if she was begging to get executed. How dared she step on our precious farm field, but then he stopped mid-sentence. She casually asked where the Demon Lord's castle was and where Murata was hiding. Hartok instantly recognized her as Artinis, the Witch of Melody. He showed some respect because Murata, the guy who took over after she was sealed, was already dead. He explained that I, Kredos, was the new Demon Lord. Artinis just stared in disbelief, asking why demons were busy farming. Hartok told her it was my direct command. I wanted to free our race from a lifetime of endless fighting just to survive. But Artinis simply raised her hand, declaring herself the new queen, and demanding everyone stop farming immediately. Sergi rushed in to attack, shouting to know who she thought she was. Hartok fired a magic orb while Bal swung his axe, but in a split second, her weapons formed and quieted the field. Her sharp blades were already pressing against everyone's foreheads and chests. Everyone hesitated, and then she demanded to know where Kredos was so she could kill him. Out of nowhere, Bista blasted her with a wave of ice breath, but she blocked it easily. Even so, she realized she was facing a highly dangerous dragon. She launched a deadly attack to finish Bista, but I leaped in from nowhere and slammed Murato's heart onto the soil, ordering it to activate. A massive barrier rose instantly, and her fabric attack struck it without doing any damage. Instead, the blast bounced straight back, hitting her square in the face. As she stood there completely baffled, I smirked and asked what was up. The history behind this trick is pretty wild. Murata was the former demon lord, and he was far stronger than I am. Originally, he actually served as one of the 4 celestial kings under this very witch, but after absorbing the other 3 celestial kings, he became strong enough to challenge her, using that stolen power to completely seal away her voice. He used his remaining magic to trap her in that deep prison, but his fear kept him awake at night. So, he condensed all his power into a magical heart, creating the ultimate weapon to stop her. Of course, I found a perfect opening and backstabbed him. Now, his special heart belongs to me. Artines claimed she had no idea what this barrier was, but warned that anyone stepping close to her would die. I shouted at Bal and Sergi to run immediately. As they tried to flee, her attack chased them down, but I reached straight through the wall, grabbed them both, and yanked them to safety. Once again, her own strike bounced off the shield and slapped her right in the face. She was totally stumped, unable to comprehend why she was the only one trapped inside. I explained the trick to her, watching her jaw drop. This unique barrier only blocks her, while everyone else can walk through freely. To prove it, I leaned in, dodged her desperate strike, and let it slap her face again. I burst out laughing, driving her absolutely insane with rage. Back when I played the game, this heart was meant to give players a quick moment to reset and recover. She gets a massive buff inside that zone, so you really only use it to isolate her while you heal up. But right now, it is the perfect tool for a peaceful, civilized conversation. Veins popped all over her angry face while I casually asked why she attacked my kids. Realizing she had 0 options left, she lowered her head and asked if I was the current demon lord. I proudly said yes. She snapped back instantly, declaring she would kill me and take the crown. When I asked what her grand master plan was for the throne, she said it was obvious she would conquer and wipe out humanity. Why would we do that? I asked. Farming is way easier, and everyone gets to eat and live peacefully. Even if we somehow won a war, our own people would suffer tremendously. Artines claimed farming was totally impossible in these barren lands. I asked if that headpiece of hers was just for decoration. My kids grew everything here, and since my crops are currently sick, I do not have time for her drama. She just stared at me, convinced I was a total weirdo. She clearly saw me risk myself to save my subordinates, and she could not understand why I kept calling them my kids. She muttered that this new demon lord was completely insane, but I fired back that she was the crazy one. She is just a show-off murderer with a weird habit of turning her clothes into blades. Blushing, she stammered that it was just how her weapon worked and she could not help it. Showing her the magical heart, I told her she could go since she could not break this barrier anyway. Artines sighed, declaring she would just invade human territory all by herself. I thanked her for leaving, deactivated the heart, and ordered my crew to get back to farming. But the moment I turned, she smirked and called me an idiot who fell for her trap. I spun around, telling her she was the actual fool as the barrier reactivated and pinned her arm tight. I shrugged and walked away while she struggled desperately to pull her arm free. Sergi asked if we were truly leaving her like that, and I nodded, saying she would eventually starve anyway. Flute asked if I was all right, and I smiled, thanking my lucky stars. Suddenly, she glanced back and gasped as Artines began powering up, her outfit splitting apart to release her energy. Sergi quickly covered Flute's eyes, telling the witch to cover herself up instead of swinging her chest around. Artines looked incredibly embarrassed and shielded her cleavage. Meanwhile, I instructed everyone to hurry back and use the protective leaves to save our field. Artines watched us walk away together, deeply confused about why demons were actually helping one another. It made no sense to her. But here's the thing, she is the Witch of Melody, and she almost wiped us out without even using her voice. If that mask ever comes off, we are in serious trouble. However, the blazing sun was brutal, leaving her completely exhausted. The long seal had already weakened her, and being trapped made it worse. Then Flute approached her, asking if a scary, villain-faced guy had passed by. Sergi popped up, defending me by saying I had some charm. Flute quickly apologized for insulting her boyfriend, assuming I must be pretty amazing to her, which made the elf snap back immediately. He asked since when she had learned to talk back like that. As they bickered, Artines overheard them worrying that Asherat had still not returned. Sergi looked worried, admitting she was just anxious about one of the companions of the Celestial Kings. Hearing this, Artines recalled her old friends, remembering how they promised to end their species' suffering together. Well, that dream clearly crashed, especially with a traitor in their ranks. Later, I used my bloody eye skill to inspect the fields, only to discover a massive portion of our crops had been infected. Without the special fungus Asherat was bringing, we had no way to save them. Cutting, burning, or healing magic all had their limits. I couldn't help but wonder what was taking him so long. Right then, my bloody eye skill leveled up from sheer overuse. Now, if I can just avoid blinking for 100 seconds, I can actually see 7 hours into the future. I figured that foresight wouldn't help me save the dying crops. But then, the system notified me that it also analyzes a target's thoughts. Nearby, Sergi was already shouting for Bal to help. While she remained trapped behind the barrier, I walked over and asked if she had really seen nothing of our companion, Asherat. He was never the type to show up late. Artinis asked why we were so desperate to find him, and we explained the entire harvest depended on him. She coldly replied that if the crops died, we could simply eat the other demons instead. Sergi lunged forward in anger, shouting that cannibalism wasn't a joke. I quickly told her to stay back, because if any attack touched Artinis, the barrier would drop instantly. Then I stepped closer to the witch. Why didn't she kill him? She claimed she left him alive because he belonged to her anyway, but I just glared at her, holding back my frustration and telling her to stop lying. My bloody eye activated, and I began peeking straight into her past memories. I saw the demon army assembled outside the human king's castle, where a traitor remarked that this could barely be called a war. Humans were far too weak to stand a chance against them. Another demon remarked they only had hope because Artinis was overpowered, and her companion agreed she was their ultimate ace, the Witch of Melody. The second are Ostosen. Everyone drops to their knees and loses the fight. The Grim Reaper lookalike suggests a song of instant death would be way cooler, but Artinis disagrees, saying that makes absolutely no sense. If everyone dies at once, they will just rot, and there will be nothing left to eat. After watching humans farm, Artinis wonders if they can survive without constantly devouring each other. Why not try doing what the humans do? Out of nowhere, she orders her army to pack up, halt the conquest of the demon lands, and head back home. The betrayer asks why she is doing this, questioning how they will feed countless starving demons. Artinis tells Murado to remember their childhood promise to build a world where no demon ever goes hungry. Now they finally have a path forward. She wants to introduce farming to the demons, but Murado absolutely hates the idea. Sure enough, every crop they plant in the demon lands instantly dies. Suddenly, a messenger arrives, warning Artinis that Murado is calling her to the forest of deep sleep. She heads out alone, calling Murado's name as she searches the dark woods. Suddenly, she stumbles upon an altar staircase, and at the very top, her generals are nailed to crosses with massive holes in their chests. As she screams in horror, Murado creeps up behind her and jams a strange mask onto her face. It instantly activates, sealing her mouth shut. Panting heavily, he boasts about finally sealing her voice. A terrified Artinis can only stare in confusion. Murado steps closer, sneering that he finally does not have to listen to that weak witch anymore. Artinis clutches her face, hoping this is just some sick joke. But Murado admits the plan was always to execute her right after they finished conquering the human lands. Now, plans have changed. He is going to end her here and claim the demon throne. Artinis tries to fly away since she cannot sing, but Murado says this forest was chosen specifically to trap her. With a flick, he sends his sword spinning, pinning her clothes to the branches and slamming her to the dirt. Murado walks up, declaring that demons possess absolute power to destroy whatever they please. So why did she propose something as stupid as farming? Artinis desperately writes on the ground, reminding him of his promise to save their people together. He had sworn to be by her side. Murado scoffs, confessing he has thought she was an idiot since childhood. How could the strongest demon alive be so naive? He claims it is time she learned what their kind truly is. He moves to strike as she weeps, but she reacts first, using her dress like a blade to pierce his chest. Exhausted and crying, she watches him collapse, writing that they did not have to fight. They were friends, but Murado just laughs, mocking the very concept. He reveals that every single general wanted her dead. Nobody could ever remain loyal to a leader so incredibly soft. Their entire relationship was just a lie to manipulate her. Artinis cannot even tell what was real anymore, only remembering that once, they truly did feel like real friends. Sensing his end, mana starts erupting from Murado. Before Artinis can even react, he screams that she is going down with him. Ancient chains burst from the altar, wrapping around her and dragging her down. She was dragged into the seal, and now we are back to the present. Artinis asks Kredos how he can be so certain that she did not murder his missing subordinate. Kredos says it is simply because he is the demon lord. Seeing how different he is, she claims he must have mind-reading powers, meaning he already knows that demons never cooperate, and his own subordinates are just waiting to take his head. Kredos smiles, telling her she is completely wrong. Did she ever actually ask them? Did she ever ask her own loyal heavenly kings if they actually planned to betray her? Right on cue, Asherat appears in the distance, but there is a major problem. He is stuck on the other side of the barrier. Sergi spots him first. As everyone calls out, Asherat realizes she is the incredibly dangerous woman from before. Her dress begins to morph as she glares, and in the next second, the 4 heavenly kings leap in front of him. They are trembling with fear, But check this out, they are still shielding him. While Artenis wonders why any demon would ever protect another, Kredos stands calmly with folded arms, keeping his cool. He tells them to just step over to his side. Completely ignoring her transforming dress, they quickly run past and safely bring Asherat across. The instant Asherat lands, Flute runs over in tears, crying out his name as she tightly hugs him. Kredos notes that Artenis is witnessing the true nature of demons, something buried deep, but very real. Now that their endless hunger is finally cured, they can regain their hearts. Kredos reminds her that she was the one who said those exact words. Artenis goes quiet, remembering her dream of farming and bringing hope back to everyone. She recalls a young Kredos looking so incredibly happy. As emotion wells up inside her, spectral visions of her old generals appear, deeply apologizing that they could not stay by her side until the very end. But their dream is finally safe because a new leader has arrived to fulfill it. At last, they have a true demon lord. Meanwhile, a weak Asherat gasps that he unfortunately could not secure much moss. Our main character asks where the others are. Asherat weakly replies that while everyone survived, they are all severely injured. He instantly orders the cabbage girl to deploy the entire medical team, but she asks what will happen to the corn crops. He looks over, seeing the parasitic fungi are still highly active. Heart sighs, noting this devastating blight has spread way too far. Kredos squeezes Murado's core, completely shattering Artenis' prison. A startled Sergi tenses up, but Asherat urges her to calm down. After all, Artenis is truly the most powerful demon lord in recorded history. She is a living legend he had only ever heard of in stories. Yet he genuinely believes they can get through to her. We see a flashback of him bleeding out, begging her not to kill him, because he had to deliver the vital moss. Without it, countless children would starve to death. Upon hearing this, she had simply turned around and walked away. Back in the present, Kredos offers Artenis a deal, claiming he knows exactly how to remove her mask. Because she slept for centuries, she failed to realize that the mask is blocking her speech and nourishment, but he has the key to release her. Using telepathy, Artenis asks what he wants in return. He wants her to completely eradicate the crop fungi, using her song of instant death, basically. Using her as the ultimate organic pesticide. Meanwhile, over in the capital city of Marika, Gaviel asks if Kimchi is still training deep underground. Lloyd confirms that Kimchi has locked himself away, skipping meals and avoiding everyone. Gaviel is highly curious. He knew the kid was strange, but why turn down a prestigious Royal Knight recommendation just to push himself to the limit? Is he really that desperate to gain more power? Deep below, Kimchi thrusts his wand forward, channeling his golden aura outward. The weapon begins to glow brightly as he strains, but nothing actually happens. He collapses, panting, completely exhausted. No matter how much mana he channels, nothing changes. He wonders if he is truly useless without someone barking orders at him. He has no idea how he has managed to survive this long, and has no direction left. As he questions his very existence, a creepy voice suddenly echoes, asking if he truly wants to know. He flinches as his wand begins to warp, a sinister eye opening on its surface, and asking that same chilling question. Instantly, we cut back to the farm where Kredos asks Artenis if she can pull this off. All she needs to do is sing her song of instant death. He explains she earned her terrifying title because of the sheer magical power woven into her melodies, and this specific song does exactly what its name implies. With a single note, she can instantly obliterate any target she focuses on, making her the perfect choice to eradicate the mold. But Artenis questions if he even understands what kind of cursed mask is locking her away. She had used all her magic and still failed to budget. Kredos calmly asks if she understands how succession works when a demon lord dies and passes their power to the next. Since he ended Murado, he inherited all of his authority, granting him the absolute power to lift the seal with a direct command. Artenis can only ask if he is not terrified she might murder everyone the second she is free. Kredos is confident, and says no, pointing out that if she wanted to attack, she would have done it already. He can tell she wants this harvest to succeed more than anyone. Shocked by his words, she calms down and agrees to make a deal. Kredos immediately orders everyone to back away. He has no time to explain, so they just need to clear the field. Nobody argues, and they all scatter. He walks over to Artenis, letting her know he is about to begin. The system anxiously asks if he is sure about this, but he knows there is no other choice. If he hesitates, the entire cornfield dies. The system warns him to remember what lay inside her memories. Her voice and magical power are completely astronomical. The exact second that seal breaks, her power is going to go wild. She will lose her sanity and immediately turn on him. Kredos knows this, having seen her overwhelming power clearly. It was so intense he could barely read it even with his blood eye. But since he did not die in that vision, he figures he will be fine. The system warns that even if he lives, the pain will be absolute torture. Kredos just smiles and says it is fine. A leader is supposed to take the heaviest hits anyway, Accepting his resolve, the system lets him proceed. Kredos warns Artemis that when he triggers the release, her mask will fall off and her magic will go wild. He begs her to fight to stay conscious, because if he dies, all agriculture in this place is completely finished. She nods in understanding and closes her eyes. He screams for the seal to release. The item instantly glows, peeling away from her face and dissolving into thin air. Artemis gasps, touching her lips as she realizes her voice is finally returning. Kredos braces for impact, knowing the barrier made from Mawada's heart will not stand a chance against this raw power. But then she begins coughing up blood as her magical energy surges violently. Kredos throws himself forward without hesitation, wrapping her in a tight hug and slamming them both onto the dirt. She struggles against his grip, demanding to know what he is doing, but her eyes suddenly ignite with a bright glow. He knows the tentacles of her dress are about to go wild, and he has to endure the assault. He desperately triggers his nutrient concentration skill to restructure his stats, dumping every single point into vitality. Artemis begins tearing into his stomach as he screams at her to keep fighting and not give up. Talk about absolute chaos. She is screaming while he writhes in agony as her attacks hammer his gut, spraying blood. It hurts worse than he imagined, but letting go is not an option. Amidst the struggle, he notices a single ribbon from her dress slip free. It looks like it is launching toward the onlookers, but it suddenly whips back and barely misses his head. He is both relieved and miserable. She actually managed to redirect the blow, but now it is smacking him straight in the face. The fabric lifts him high, repeatedly slamming back into his stomach. She starts screaming at him to run because she can no longer control the magic. Kredos wonders if fleeing is his best bet since his body is at its limit, but he refuses. Fleeing now would only make running away a habit. He refuses to give up. He hugs her tighter as his eye turns pitch black, braced for the next strike to shatter his spine. But suddenly, Sergi rushes into the fray and begins defending his back. Al charges in to help, and Hart joins the defense. Aserat declares there is no way he will let her kill Kredos like this, while Besta begins freezing her thrashing tentacles. Kredos yells at everyone to run, warning them it is too dangerous. But then he spots even Zephyros, who is usually completely useless, struggling alongside the Plantman farmers to hold the tentacles back. That is when Kredos realizes he is not fighting this battle alone anymore. Eventually, the storm clears and everyone collapses onto the dirt, completely exhausted. Kredos remains sprawled over Artemis amidst the bodies. She sits up slowly, looking down to ask if he is actually all right. Barely holding himself together, Kredos mutters that he is fine and appreciates her concern. Artemis looks incredibly awkward, then addresses the gathered demons, while placing a hand over her heart to offer a sincere apology. She has destroyed a massive portion of the land they worked so tirelessly to cultivate for survival, so she humbly begs for their forgiveness. But Kredos tells her to save the apology for later, because she still needs to sing her death song to wipe out the crop fungi. She nods and agrees, turning her gaze toward the cornfield to lock onto her targets. Activating her special sight, she spots the microscopic organisms staring back at her, realizing these are the exact spores Kredos warned her about. Kredos asks if she is sure they can even hear the music, wondering if it might be too risky. She assures him it is fine, since only the targets she marks as active will die. Aserat stands tense, recalling the terrifying legends of her instant death song, while Sergi mentions hearing that it is a hauntingly beautiful melody, a tune that brings instant demise to all who listen. A truly ridiculous power. Artemis braces herself, opens her mouth, and unleashes a sound that rapidly swells, threatening to shatter everyone's eardrums. As the onlookers wonder what on earth they are hearing, the fungi begin to disintegrate entirely. The sonic energy spreads, vaporizing the threat. She finally relaxes, while Kredos clings to her shoulder in absolute terror. She turns around and cheerfully thanks everyone for listening despite her lacking singing skills. Kredos, however, wasted no time and instantly reactivates her seal, forcing her to shut up. Muffled, she demands to know what he is doing, but Kredos tells her to face the truth. She was so painfully off-key that it is the first time his nose has literally bled from a terrible performance. The system calls him absolute evil for gagging the poor woman just because she cannot sing, but Kredos protests that he had no choice. The system then chimes in to explain that there is actually a strict limit on how long her seal remains deactivated. It reveals her seal can only be disabled for 3 minutes a day. Kredos finds this bizarre, pointing out that he took a beating for a full 3 minutes. So why did the timer only start ticking now? The system explains that her initial moment of rage did not count. The timer only started ticking once the seal properly dissolved. Artemis glares at him, demanding that he remove the gag immediately. Kredos is genuinely impressed she can manage to talk, even if her voice sounds completely bizarre. She realizes she can speak, proving the seal is indeed weaker, though she still cannot channel mana into her words. She starts screaming threats again, warning Kredos that he is dead if he does not free her, But he tells her not to get things twisted. The seal did not return because of his personal choice. It locked back up because her 3 minutes expired. That seal can only be fully deactivated for 3 minutes a day, and since only Kredos can trigger it, she cannot even eat or drink without his permission. She asks where he is going with this blackmail. He offers a simple deal if she helps out with farming. He will unlock her seal for 3 minutes every single day. Artenis accuses him of using her weakness to control her in the most underhanded way, but Kredos insists it is a win-win deal. She pauses to think, realizing that following this guy might actually be her best move. Perhaps alongside him, she can finally build the peaceful demon home she always dreamed of. She reluctantly agrees, asking where she should begin, while Kredos celebrates securing himself the ultimate crop exterminator. He instructs her to start by cleaning up all the wreckage she caused. She stretches out her arms, prompting her clothes to magically pull the debris together and lift it, earning amazed applause from the onlookers. The former demon lord is truly on another level. She blushes at the compliments, but Kredos immediately orders her to plow the field, prompting her to stretch her arm out again. Her dress tears through the soil in seconds, leaving the workers watching in awe. Kredos then tells her to plant the seeds next, while some of the guys literally play chess as she does all the work. He then tells her to mix in the fertilizer and promises to see her tomorrow, leaving her standing there in sudden realization that she is the only person actually doing any labor. Aserat reminds her that she injured several of them, and surely she would not expect wounded people to work. She protests that she did not hurt that many, but Hart interrupts, pointing out the severe psychological trauma she inflicted. Sergi chimes in bluntly, telling her to put some clothes on since she is practically half naked while working. Bal stops as if he wants to offer sympathy, but quickly just tells her to get back to work. With that, the crowd abandons her to cry in misery. Meanwhile, Kredos receives a system notification for enduring Artenis' attacks, and taking her in, he gained 40% vitality, fully blossoming his human seed trait. This skill kicks in automatically, especially when he dumps everything into vitality. He basically absorbs any external impact while recovering energy. Our demon lord finds it absolutely brilliant, so his chances of dying drop to 0. But the catch? He becomes a literal punching bag, so let's hope he never needs it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the capital of Monaca. Kimchi is currently packing up to leave Monaca. When Gavier asks where he is heading, Kimchi insists he has some urgent business. Boyd is completely baffled, wondering what could be more important than becoming the kingdom's legendary swordmaster. Kimchi recalls the mysterious eyeball and asks if they want to know its true nature. But the pink-haired kid is far more curious about the weird creature standing right before them. The beast introduces itself as Baria, the god of abundant harvest who wants crops overflowing worldwide. Kimchi vaguely recalls the name, but honestly, this thing looks like a straight-up demon. The giant eyeball warns him not to judge divinity by petty human standards. They both want the same thing. The swordsman wants peace, and the god wants bountiful crops. If Kimchi helps the demon lord Kredos, achieving that peace will be effortless. Staying close will reveal everyone's true identities. It is time to head straight to the demon lands. Just like that, the entity dissolves back into the weapon. Kimchi realizes this is another system quest. He has 0 excuses. He must seek his answers directly from Kredos. After Kimchi thanks them both, Gavier reminds him that he is the world's savior. No big deal. Just send a letter if he ever needs backup. Kimchi thanks them and walks off. He was always destined for the demon territory. Back at the plantation, our incredibly lazy protagonist strolls in, teasing the former demon queen for being seriously impressive. She already mixed the entire batch of fertilizer and took a break. Sure, she smells a little ripe right now, but he unseals her anyway. Her mask crumbles instantly, and he hand-delivers some warm potato porridge as a well-deserved snack. This poor woman is being severely exploited 24/7, yet she is actually touched by his cheap gesture. She happily gulps it down while he comments on her suffering. He even wonders if the basic porridge tastes good. If they work hard, she might get to eat again tomorrow. She sweetly thanks him. Demons are surprisingly easy to tame, but suddenly, she pauses to ask for extra soup, remembering something incredibly important she totally forgot to mention. Deep in the sleeping forest, our protagonist enters an abandoned cabin. Surprise! Bronin's entire foolish squad is passed out on the floor. A half-dead knight stares in sheer terror, thinking another demon has arrived. With Martinez muttering behind him, Kredos turns around. Bronin has absolutely no clue. But our smart protagonist easily deduces that Moderato set up an energy-draining trap to shatter the ancient seal. The scheme was to unleash Artanis to wreck everything while they escaped. However, Kredos is far more intrigued by the knight's fancy outfit. He is definitely a wealthy, high-ranking noble. They just caught a massive fish. Too bad Bronin absolutely hates that predatory look. Our demon lord introduces himself as Kredos, shocking the redhead with his completely normal human speech. The knight introduces himself as Bronin from the Camelin Kingdom, trembling as he asks if they are about to be eaten. Kredos merely grins and bursts into a manic, Joker-like laugh. He suddenly stops. Human meat smells terrible and does not interest him at all, unless Bronin knows a solid recipe. Seriously, how is our demon lord delivering cannibal lines with a straight face? Meanwhile, Kredos proudly notes that Bronin seems a bit more relaxed. Humor works on everyone. He then asks if the knight can stand, because they are heading to the village. Bronin begs him to just kill them right there instead. Kredos only cackles like a madman, calling it a hilarious joke since executing them would gain him absolutely nothing. Bronin is now absolutely convinced that this guy is a monstrous demon. Every reaction screams cruelty. Since they cannot walk, Kredos decides he has no choice but to deploy his loyal subordinates. Instantly, the redhead prepares for a massive swarm of vicious monsters to eat everyone alive. Instead, the demons carry them incredibly gently on our protagonist's orders. Talk about first-class service. Bronin is completely bewildered. This transport is genuinely cozy. He assumes these devious monsters are just trying to lower his guard before chopping them all into tiny pieces at the village. What absolute, scheming monsters. Sometime later, Bronin wakes up to find the demon lord standing right over him. Startled awake, Bronin is told he got a nice little nap, but now it is time to head to their designated lodging. They have one spacious tent for every 3 people, and Bronin gets the biggest one. He is even introduced to a fellow human resident who arrived months ago. Bronin expects a severely tortured kidnap victim. He warily stares at the silhouetted figure standing inside the tent. He plans a grand escape. But wait, it is just Richmond, looking incredibly round and chubby. Bronin can only assume they are fattening this healthy, plump slave up like a pig. This demon's sadistic mind is far worse than imagined. Richmond stands up, excitedly greeting the crowd, while Kredos simply tells everyone to have a wonderful night of rest. The knight remains utterly terrified, while Kredos turns to Artanis, proudly asking what she thinks of his behavior. When she acts confused, he beams, pointing out how the humans surely noticed their kindness. She weakly nods, secretly believing it is better to hide the brutal truth to protect his feelings. Even with her doubts, the system rewards him, though our demon lord privately calls them all naive. They do not realize kindness is just a survival tactic. He is simply laying the groundwork for his grand design to let demons live and eat in peace. He has to build an unbeatable foundation. The complex plan is officially in motion as he orders his crew to resume farming the 3 sisters, especially now that Artanis will serve as their perfect tractor and pesticide. The 4 heavenly kings are already veteran farmers. Plus, his management is completely elite. The farming work is going beautifully, but a major complication is brewing. Inside the tent, Bronin discovers that Ashmore has been treated incredibly well. Ashmore explains that despite any doubts, he is living a perfectly normal life here. He tends potato crops and prepares porridge. He gets regular breaks, and his meals are always served precisely on schedule. He confesses that he was actually the real villain, stealing from innocent people out of pure greed. Growing up poor and starving made him bitter, and he completely lost control of his deep resentment. He was terrified and tried escaping when they first brought him in, but soon realized these demons are no different from humans. Bronin, however, jumps straight to the logical conclusion they absolutely brainwashed this poor guy. He needs to flee immediately before his own mind is warped, but leaving with a whole squad would get them caught instantly. First, he needs to slip away alone and map out the ultimate escape route. Grabbing his weapon, he mocks the demons for their incredible carelessness. His blade was left completely unguarded. He slips out of the cabin, noticing 0 lookouts, confident they highly underestimated him. But he freezes upon spotting a lush cornfield. This makes 0 sense since no crops are supposed to survive in the barren demon lands. Hearing approaching rustling, he instantly drops flat onto the dirt. Peeking through the leaves, he spots a figure walking past. It's a young demon girl sporting some seriously menacing eyes. It will be incredibly difficult to sneak past her undetected. With no time to waste, he decides he has to take her out silently. He creeps up behind Flute to strike, but just as he raises his blade, a voice asks who is there, and Flute spins around. Seeing it is only Asherat, she smiles. He instantly demands to know what the brat is doing there. She is supposed to be tucked in at home, so why is she visiting the fields at night? Bronda lies flat on the ground sweating buckets while the little girl explains she was just worried about the crops getting sick. Asherat grunts, telling her farming is for adults and the demon lord. Hearing this, Bronda wonders why demons are even farming. Maybe they are prepping for war and hoarding supplies to crush humanity. But Flute admits she feels guilty just eating and playing while all the grown-ups are out here sweating over the fields. Asherat reminds her of the demon lord's rule. A kid's only job is to eat and play. That is how she will grow strong enough to farm and babysit the younger ones later. But if she pulls late nights, she will stay tiny and useless. Bronda finds this whole exchange super weird. Honestly, it sounds exactly like a dad lecturing his own kid. He suddenly recalls Ishimori's words about how demons are not so different from humans, but he cannot accept that. To him, they are still terrifying man-eating monsters. Asherat keeps scolding Flute, bringing up how she hurt her hands digging the other day. Suddenly, the little girl bursts into tears right there. That is when Kredos appears, calling the harsh lecture exactly what he expects from one of the four generals. Complete lack of empathy, making a poor kid cry like that. Kredos walks past while Bronda lies on the dirt half asleep, silently wondering what Asherat is doing here anyway. Asherat blushes, claiming he only came because he was also worried about the corn. Our main character sighs. This guy is another overachiever trying way too hard. He is definitely not getting enough sleep. Bronda is completely lost trying to follow this bizarre chat. Just then, Hark appears and asks Kredos to cut Asherat some slack. He is only starting to change since they took up agriculture. Now they do not need to shed human blood, nor do they have to eat other demons. Bronda absorbs every single word until Sergei joins in, agreeing that she came to the fields for the exact same reason. Nobody wants to return to the dark past. Even Baal shows up, claiming running away is primitive, while farming is the ultimate start. The demon lord thinks Baal's speeches never make any actual sense. But looking around at his sleepless crowd, he asks if they are seriously all out here worrying over corn. Well, too bad for them. As the demon lord, he commands everyone to go back to bed immediately, sleep in peace, and stay healthy. Tomorrow, they have a big day of planting ahead. As the crowd departs in high spirits, Bronda slowly sits up in the quiet cornfield, deeply confused by what he just witnessed. They look monstrous, yet their conversation was surprisingly wholesome. In his military years, he met many human lords and wealthy landlords who seemed gentle but exploited their people ruthlessly. Sure, demons invaded humanity ages ago, and his entire life he was fed stories about how cruel and monstrous they are. Yet he has not seen any of that cruelty firsthand. What if they genuinely want peace? Then the king's harsh words echo back to him. He was ordered to spy and gather intel. If they discovered anything of value, the kingdom would invade and steal it. Bronda's expression darkens. Later, a soldier inside a tent calls him over. They are holding a secret meeting, and a scout reports no demons are monitoring them. They can strike now a surprise raid to claim the demon lord's head. Bronda warns him to watch his mouth until they have fully recovered. For now, they must lie low and rest. As Bronda stays alert, Kredos listens from the shadows with a smug grin. Back in the fort, he praises the crew. They did amazing. Their acting was perfect, and that idiot Bronda is falling for it. He knew the spy would buy it after seeing a massive warrior acting like a playground ride. Flute thought it was fun, but Asherat groans, swearing he will never babysit a kid again. The demon lord laughs, saying that is just Asherat being himself. Meanwhile, Baal admits he totally forgot his lines and was just winging it. Hart, however, mutters that using all four generals just to stand around and hype up farming was probably a massive waste of time. Since everyone is whining, the demon lord reveals he prepared a special reward. He orders Bistka and Zephos to distribute them. Zephos holds the sheets, while Bistka violently slaps a sticker onto everyone's chest. Ask what these are, and he proudly introduces them as praise stickers. Everyone is thrilled until Kredos drops a bomb, announcing their farm is destined to fail. He explains that the massive potatoes only grew because dead monsters served as magic fertilizer. However, those crops were sterile, and the new ones might suffer the same fate. Without proper fertilizer, they are doomed. Zephos sighs, asking if they have to go seed hunting again, which is super tedious. The demon lord agrees it is going to be incredibly tough, and that is exactly why they need the captured human knight on their side. Artemis listens quietly from the corner. The next morning, Bronda leaves his tent, still torn over whether demons are truly evil or just like humans. He needs to see for himself. In the garden, everyone is busy working, and he keeps a close eye on Artemis. He recognizes her instantly as the legendary witch who once crushed human armies with a single terrifying scream. He might not know Kredos, but he is absolutely certain she is a ruthless invader. Suddenly, Artemis calls the demon lord over, but he tells her it is not lunch yet. She grumbles that she has a complaint, so he asks what is wrong. She stutters, but he tells her to spit it out. Suddenly, she asks why she did not get a praise sticker. The guys can only stare in confusion. The demon lord asks what she did to deserve one. She boasts about mixing fertilizer, prepping soil, and even doing a great job eating her snacks. He replies that anyone can do basic chores. Plus, since she started the whole mess, she actually docked her own points. She asks how many, and he casually says 1 million. She calls him a monster, but he tells her to grow up. He is not going to clap for an adult over nothing. Devastated, she slumps over, realizing she has lost this battle. Bronda is baffled that a simple sticker could leave a legendary witch so depressed. Desperate, Artemis turns to the baby dragon, asking for a stamp from his cute little paw instead. The grumpy little dragon just flies away. Sergei arrives and tells the demon lady to move. Apologizing, Artemis walks away, only to bump straight into Flute. Asherat snaps at her to watch where she is going, calling her a kid-kicking bully. As she stammers an apology, Hardk appears, demanding to know why she is slacking off after mixing the fertilizer. She promises to get back to work, but immediately bumps into Bale, who mocks her for walking when flying is clearly faster. Called lazy by everyone, she flies off in tears. Bronda watches, deeply confused. How is the legendary, unstoppable witch getting treated like the office intern? Later, weeping next to the smelly fertilizer, she regrets her past cruelty, wishing she knew farming would turn out this well. She never believed plants could grow in this barren dirt, leaving her wondering how the demon lord learned so much when she failed countless times. She remembers him as a child, calling her lord, promising her special tools would save agriculture. Smiling to herself, she whispers that together they will discover so much more. She still doubts a little kid managed to pull all this off. Then Kredos calls out to her, teasing that she looks like she is having an incredibly rough time. She immediately goes full drama queen, whining about her massive pile of punishment points and how everyone calls her a lazy, useless tyrant. Kredos just sighs, thinking her mental state is seriously fragile. Then he offers a lifesaver, mentioning a way to slash those penalty points. She practically begs for the secret, so he asks if she remembers her failed farming attempts. All those rusty farming tools she left scattered around actually saved their lives. Without them, plowing this hard soil by hand would have taken forever. They had literally nothing else to use. So even when she was slacking off, she technically contributed to the field. As her eyes well up with tears, Kredos generously shaves off 1 million penalty points from her record. She blushes with pure joy, and Kredos orders Bistka to award her a praise sticker. The little mascot grumps, but she blows him a sweet kiss, making him puff his cheeks and slap it right onto her face. It is hilarious how much these fearsome demons love reward stickers. Wearing it proudly on her forehead, she dances around like a worthy demon lady before squeezing Kredos in a tight hug, leaving him completely flustered. She happily declares their little lord has grown up, proving they can live in peace. Meanwhile, Bronda watches from the sidelines, squinting because something about this whole scene feels incredibly off. But looking at Artanis and the others, he convinces himself these demons are just fundamentally pure. He believes they possess either ultimate goodness or ultimate evil, and now he is fully determined to save them. Talk about completely falling for the act, hook, line, and sinker. Cut to the next morning, where Bal is proudly showing off a ridiculously massive ear of corn from their gigantic new field. Flute is absolutely stunned by the massive crop, while Sergi happily cheers that they can eat for years. Kredos raises his voice, declaring that the harvest festival has officially begun. With terrifying demon expressions, the horde rushes in to violently rip the crops out. Kredos just quietly slips away from the chaos, though Artanis keeps her eyes locked on him. One demon happily reports their massive haul to Hardtalk, but the strategist cryptically replies that the real harvest is still far off. Meanwhile, Kredos explores an empty lakebed, finding exactly what he feared. The corn, pumpkins, and beans are all sterile, meaning they cannot use them to replant next season. If they want to survive, their only real option is to somehow farm rice in the swamp. But here is the catch: that swamp is highly toxic. To grow any rice there, they need to acquire stronger seeds and find a way to completely purify the poison first. To pull this off, he must cooperate with humans. The system dryly points out that he talks about humanity like he is not one of them, making him pause. He has spent so much time in this body that he completely forgot his own humanity. But whatever, he is the demon lord now, and a leader has to feed his people. Back at the camp, everyone is happily roasting corn. Asherat offers some to Bronda, telling him to enjoy the food. The old man finds it strange, while Zephos wonders why Kredos is not joining the feast. Kredos claims he already ate and urges them to enjoy. Still, Zephos cannot shake the feeling that both the Lord and Bistka look incredibly melancholy right now. While the others celebrate and fill their bellies, Kredos keeps racking up system points from their happiness. That is when Artanis approaches and softly asks if he is indeed the legendary figure from their ancient records. She knows he is the only nice one, but she can tell Kredos is deeply worried. Then Zephos asks if she finished harvesting her assigned sector. She nods quickly, confirming she cleared the whole thing. Zephos remarks that while they want their lord to join the fun, Kredos is just brooding inside his cabin with too much on his mind. Artanis suggests it is much simpler, he just does not know how to relax and have fun. Inside, Kredos stares at his drafts, deeply anxious about whether his next move will actually work. Suddenly, Zephos bursts in, shouting for Kredos. Alarmed, The Lord asks what is wrong, and Zephos tells him to hurry outside because of a major emergency in the fields. They sprint over, and Kredos asks what is wrong. Zephos just tells him to look, pointing at a huge message spelled out on the ground. "Thank you for feeding us." He blinks at it, totally stunned as the demons cheer and thank him. Wiping a tear from his eye, he grumbles that the field is way too dusty and they are wasting precious manpower. Zephos sheepishly apologizes for the lie, explaining it was the only way to get him out. Apparently, Artanis was the mastermind behind the plan. She insisted he should not be left alone to brood when they all needed to stand together and show their appreciation. Kredos glances over, seeing her still hard at work. Moved by this, he gathers the demons and declares that this day will permanently become their annual harvest festival. On this official holiday, everyone is strictly ordered to do nothing but eat and have fun. The crowd erupts in cheers, though Zephos quietly wonders if they can truly repeat this next year. Kredos smiles and promises they absolutely will, because tomorrow, they are heading straight to the human kingdom to establish official diplomatic ties. In the next beat, Kredos asks Zephos if he thinks he has completely lost his mind. Zephos quickly denies it, while Kredos explains they desperately need a reliable seed supply, and diplomacy is the most peaceful route. However, Hartok warns that demons and humans are ancient, mortal enemies. He thinks peace is flat out impossible, but Kredos points out that history always shifts. Even nations that used to slaughter each other will cooperate the second it becomes mutually beneficial. Plus, he asks Asherot when he last attacked a human. Asherot pauses, sheepishly admitting he actually never has. When Kredos asks Sergi, she blushes and begs him not to ask such embarrassing questions. Confused, he asks why, and she squeaks that it is embarrassing she has never killed one. Kredos turns to Hartok for his answer. Hartok proudly claims he is a brainy, strategic type, meaning he has never fought one either. Baal then boasts the same, but Kredos quickly shuts him down. Kredos looks at his fearsome army, all blushing red, and cannot help but laugh at how ridiculous they are. These guys have never even seen a human, yet they act like ultimate generals destined to wipe out humanity. Since the Great War was ages ago, Kredos believes it is finally time to steer things in a positive direction. Baal warns that prejudice is a powerful thing, and they will probably get attacked the second they are spotted. Kredos is highly suspicious of Baal suddenly dropping deep philosophical wisdom, but decides to let it slide. Suddenly, Bronda pops out of nowhere, offering to assist with their crazy diplomatic plan. He offers to accompany them to speak with the king directly, arguing that modern humans prefer peace anyway. Plus, the king can finally secure those rare demon spices he craves without any bloodshed. Kredos grins, knowing his trap is working. Still, he admits Baal makes a valid point, as regular humans will absolutely panic and run for cover the moment they spot real demons. To avoid panic, they will pose as human exiles who handle trade with the demons. Bronda is genuinely impressed, admitting that the cover story is actually pretty brilliant. Kredos knows exactly what Bronda is thinking. None of these giant monsters can pass for normal humans. Leaving the generals to sulk, he announces it is time for a complete transformation magic. Hartok will manage the base, while Baal, Sergi, and Asherot accompany him. The guys try to refuse, but Kredos instantly shuts them down, poking their bellies and declaring he needs strong pack animals. The alpaca, the pelican, and the big burro are back. Jungo transforms too, declaring their diplomatic expedition has officially begun. Suddenly, a voice from behind begs to tag along. Jungo is shocked she was even there, but she claims she has been around since day one. He wonders why she kept quiet, and she awkwardly admits his generals always pick on her. They keep bickering, calling her a gloomy downer, until the poor girl bursts into tears. Jungo asks what she wants in the human kingdom. Artinez admits she actually tried to invade them once. She just wants a chance to apologize. Seeing this, Jungo agrees to trust her, but asks if she could please step out of that dark corner first. Next, he removes her mask and hands her the transformation worm. He is eager to see her true nature, but she immediately complains that it tastes completely awful. With a sudden puff of smoke, she transforms into a massive winged cat. Jungo celebrates instantly, because this majestic beast is his perfect ticket past the fortress. Flying straight to the capital, Jungo praises her speed. She blushes and lets out a cute meow, making the other generals complain about how totally embarrassing she is. How can a grown woman make sounds like that? Bronda tells them to wait outside the capital while he speaks with the king, and Jungo happily agrees to the plan. Bronda can present the strange animals and giant crops to His Majesty first. Once the king is impressed, they can negotiate a proper trade deal. Artinez flies right past Kimchi, who watches in total confusion. Soon, they approach the human borders, and by nightfall, the massive fortress finally looms in the distance. Artinez lands, and Bronda heads off to meet the king. With him gone, the crew doubts this crazy plan will even work, but Jungo reminds them they have no other choice. He can only hope the king he saved countless times in the game actually wants peace, though judging by the atmosphere, that seems highly unlikely. Inside the castle, news spreads that Bronda has returned from the demon lands. Standing before the throne with giant crops, King Monica asks if that farmer is waiting outside. Bronda confirms it, adding that they brought legendary beasts never before seen in the kingdom. The king grows serious for a moment before agreeing to grant them an audience. Later, a concerned knight asks if the king is serious about meeting these dangerous descendants of exiles. But King Monica replies that divine law demands the perfection of the kingdom, which includes reclaiming the abandoned lands. The knight nods but warns that granting any favors to those filthy exiles is a massive security risk. Monica looks back, coldly stating he never promised to grant them anything. Soon, a guard announces the guests have arrived, and the king orders them brought in. As the group enters the palace, Jungo spots a familiar statue on his left. It is the exact same one from the game's starting zone, which makes zero sense because they are miles away. Is it here to intimidate them? Not quite. The stone statue detects their demon scent and slowly begins to move, just as King Monica introduces himself. Jungo introduces himself as a simple villager from the exile lands. The king brings up the crops, and Jungo explains they successfully farmed those barren fields. They grew potatoes, corn, and massive pumpkins. The king is skeptical, asking how farming is even possible in a region overrun by terrifying demons. Jungo replies that he spoke with the demons, and they actually prefer peace. He wants to use his blood eyes to read the king's mind, but the knight Hector sharply orders him to lower his gaze. A peasant must not look directly at royalty. Jungo quickly apologizes, pretending to be humble, but he secretly tracks the king's expression through the reflection on the polished floor. He studies the reflection, desperate to read the king's true motives to plan his next move. He offers to pay tribute with giant crops if trade is permitted. Monica is surprised, but Jungo promises to provide absolutely anything His Majesty desires to secure this partnership. His eye burns with pain, and he wonders why his special skill isn't working yet. Jungo adds that he knows the king wants something in demon territory, offering free labor to get it. The king obviously wants more than just giant potatoes. Finally, the blood eyes activate with a sharp sting, but the system warns that the king possesses thunderous, deadly power. It is an aggressive combat buff, meaning the king knows exactly what they are. Jungo panics while Monica inwardly fumes at this demon's blatant lies. To him, demons are pure evil that must be wiped out. The system states the obvious: the king plans to slaughter them and conquer their land. Outwardly, Monica plays along, telling them to go rest. But the system alerts Jungo that in 3 hours, a swordmaster and hundreds of troops will hunt them down. Jungo bows, praising the king's false generosity. He knows they can easily fight their way out, but escaping now means declaring open war against the human kingdom. That would draw the legendary hero straight to their doorstep. Kimchi wanted them to plant seeds of peace, but trying to play nice with humans was pure overconfidence. The system reminds him that this conflict was inevitable anyway. A true leader adapts, turning every crisis into a chance to survive, especially when he has a whole village to protect. Recalling his vulnerable childhood days, Jungo agrees with the system. He must do absolutely whatever it takes to safeguard his family. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, causing Sergei to bump into him. Jungo requests another audience with the king, knowing they will jump at the chance to isolate him. Hector agrees to announce him again. Artinez watches in worry, wondering what Jungo is planning, while the rest of the crew outside finds themselves completely surrounded by soldiers. She stands there in absolute confusion. Back inside, Jungo kneels once more as the king demands to know the reason for his sudden return. Jungo states that his advisor spoke nothing but lies. Prompted to explain, he boldly confesses that he is not just some humble peasant from the exiled village. In truth, he is the ruler of the abandoned lands, the feared demon lord Kredos. Monica is stunned by this sudden confession, while Hector barks at him to show his true form. As dark smoke billows, Jungo unleashes his demonic horns. Outside, the magic statue detects his energy and prepares to attack, but Jungo simply stands his ground like a final boss before unexpectedly kneeling. The king and Hector are stunned by his submissive stance. Monica asks if he came all this way just to commit suicide. Jungo replies that he came here to survive. He asks why the king is so hell-bent on genocide, but Monica scoffs, stating that demons have been humanity's sworn enemies since ancient times. They are monsters that feast on humans and must pay. Hector steps forward to strike, but Jungo bows even lower. Hector swings his sword, but Jungo rolls aside, sending the knight face-planting hard into the floor. As Hector recovers to strike again, the curious king orders him to hold on. I stepped forward and offered a humble apology, saying 1,000 words could never wash away my ancestors' sins. I promised to pay any price to settle the debt, as long as my people were spared. King Dior scoffed at me, calling my begging completely shameful. How could a demon king have so little pride? I bluntly shot back that pride does absolutely nothing to fill a starving stomach. Sure, King Dior was playing the tough guy, but I knew from my game knowledge that he was actually wise and deeply respected. The noble's constant greed had left his people dirt poor. After taking the throne, King Dior established his signature code of perfection, pouring endless resources into every single territory he crossed. He was obsessed with building a flawless, bountiful utopia. In his perfect world, nobody was allowed to starve. I figured a guy like that just had to understand my desperate struggle. I explained how I plowed those barren, dead wastelands to grow crops. It was brutal work, but we actually harvested some massive produce. Unfortunately, the bizarre soil rejects our regular seeds, meaning we are completely stuck. Hector barked at me to shut my mouth, claiming his majesty would never listen, but King Dior silenced the guard and dismissed him. This was a private talk between kings. The captain was absolutely furious as King Dior told me to stand up and state my real goal. I told him straight I just wanted to trade for human seeds. Saving my starving demon subjects was my ultimate goal. King Dior sighed, admitting that making a deal with a demon would be incredibly difficult for him. He saw my sincerity, but expected me to understand his side too. He asked if I even knew the real reason why he felt forced to wipe us out. I looked him dead in the eye and said, "Sure, destroying us brings glory, territory, and revenge. But you do not care about that. Your real motive is fear. You are terrified that we might invade one day and slaughter your innocent citizens." The king froze in stunned silence. Finally, he warned us to prepare for incredibly harsh terms. Hector nearly lost his mind, and I realized I had actually pulled this off. Even if his conditions were completely unfair and made my farming life hell, it was still our only shot at survival. Saving my people from starvation made any price worth it. King Dior noted that true diplomacy required both sides to share their deepest secrets. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the entire room. Hector instantly drew his sword and pressed it against my throat, accusing me of a trap, but I honestly had no clue what was happening. Right then, a guard slammed the door open, screaming that the sacred angel statue had somehow come to life and was marching right toward us. My general Artanis and the other demons watched the colossal stone figure approach. Its simple programming had only one goal: eliminate the demon lord. King Dior muttered that the old legends were true. Centuries ago, desperate humans prayed for salvation, and God gifted them this automated defense system. I realized its ancient sensors had finally picked up my demonic energy. A blinding beam of holy light struck the statue, forming a glowing halo as a massive warhammer materialized. Hilariously, the weapon had a serial number, a purchase date, and a department label on it. King Dior told me diplomacy was officially cancelled and ordered us to flee. I was absolutely livid. My perfect plan was literally 1 second away from succeeding. The mechanical monster stomped forward, crushing the courtyard while Artanis panicked. Down below, the human soldiers figured they should capture us to appease their sacred guardian. I shouted from above, ordering my crew to fall back and head toward my position. My little bug general scrambled to join me, but the guards targeted her with their spears. A spear caught her right in the backside, instantly forcing her out of her giant form as she collapsed in tears. I rushed over and asked if she was okay. She wailed about being stabbed, but I told her to tough it out and carry us away. She kept whining that her rear end was impaled, complaining about her lost stat buffs and the agonizing pain. My other generals showed zero sympathy, immediately roasting her for being incredibly lazy. Jerd pointed out that he gets struck by lightning daily, making her cry harder. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. I looked back to see that giant hammer swinging right at us. Lloyd, Gav, and Bronda watched in absolute horror. I couldn't comprehend why the statue was smashing the ground so far away from us, so I screamed at Artanis to hurry up and escape. Meanwhile, King Dior watched from his high balcony, realizing something was deeply wrong with his sacred protector. Hector assured the king that we were fleeing, assuming the angel would chase us right out. As Artanis flew past, I yelled at the stone giant to follow us, but the massive thing completely ignored my call. We couldn't understand why it wasn't chasing us. Artanis guessed the ancient machine was just broken, but the truth was worse. The humans had programmed it to destroy absolutely all evil. To this malfunctioning angel, any sinner was a demon, and the city was full of them. Targeted a nearby soldier who cheated on his wife, a thief, and a corrupt mustachioed official. Sins were everywhere, so the statue released a devastating wave of holy energy, splitting the city right down the middle. It was ready to slaughter the entire population just to purify the area. Hector panicked, while Sergi noted we were safe. That sounded like a win for us, but I knew things had just gotten infinitely worse. Visiting this palace was a massive mistake. Artanis reminded me we couldn't let humans get hurt, or our ancestral debt would grow. I forced a bitter smile, realizing that if this city burned, we would take the blame. Our future trade deals would be dead forever. I only had one choice, so I ordered my 4 generals to turn back and smash it. Artanis pulled a hard turn, diving straight at the rampaging angel just as its weapon was about to crush the king and Hector. She whipped out her custom threads to grab the hammer's handle, despite still having a spear stuck in her backside. The robot yanked and sent her flying, but King Dior realized we had actively stepped in to save him. The statue swung again without a care. King Dior braced for the end, but when the dust cleared, the angel's face suddenly shifted. It stared at my cape. My crew and I had blocked the strike together. The automated threat prepared another attack, only to find my entire team glaring right back. Told Hector to get his stubborn old king to safety. King Dior yelled, demanding to know why we came back instead of escaping. I gave him a smug smirk. Even low-level demons understand basic decency. We just call it doing the right thing. The old king actually blushed, while I internally celebrated my legendary performance. Suddenly, the angel's eyes lit up for another blast. I screamed for everyone to scatter. A massive beam scorched the earth, sending my entire squad flying from the shockwave. Sergei panicked, pointing out this monster outclassed Artanis completely. I admitted I had no clue, but promised we would find a way. She thought I was insane, but I was already plotting. Brute force was completely useless against a mountain like this. Luckily, I remembered this boss was destined to end up in pieces, meaning there had to be a gimmick. The giant stomped down hard. I barked another order to dodge, and as we slipped past, I commanded everyone to target its ankles. Jurd grinned, ready to exploit the weakness I found. They all rush the giant's leg, but a single flick of its foot sends them flying. Asuret complains that the bastard is way faster than he looks. He asks the demon lord what to do, but Kredos is already running away, leaving them completely confused. This angel looks like a titan, staring down from up high before slamming a massive hand down. Fortunately, everyone manages to dodge it. Kredos realizes his generals just need to hold on a bit longer. He needs 400 seconds to study the angel and find its weak spot. The problem is, Sergei is completely wrecked and cannot get up, with another blow already incoming. Asuret screams her name, but Artini swoops in to save her. Even the Ice Monarch is baffled since the queen usually gives her a hard time. Why the sudden rescue? Artini simply points out that they are still comrades. Sergei gets super emotional, tangling her 16 arms around the queen in a massive hug, while the giant prepares to hammer them. But the queen beats her wings faster, drops Sergei safely onto a roof, and shoots straight toward the sky. Staring down the angel, Kredos knows she pulled that spear out of nowhere, but she is clearly hurting. Still, he trusts Artinis to stall the giant, while he finally releases the seal. Instantly, his mask vanishes. The angel locks onto him with a golden glare, firing a massive laser, but the queen steadies her voice and sings a powerful song, redirecting the blast away. Stunned by her raw vocal energy, the angel stumbles and crashes down. Everyone cheers, believing she can actually win, but her throat is already burning because she has not used this power in ages. She is severely out of practice. Meanwhile, the angel recovers as its halo breaks apart, transforming into a laser that fires directly at her. She is forced to turn her outfit into a shield, but the impact blasts her straight into a wall. The beam keeps going, sweeping toward the trio and exploding right between them. Asuret realizes that cheap halo makes up for the giant being so slow. But how do they handle both? Just then, he notices Kredos pulling a weird move, climbing up the monster's leg. After watching for 400 seconds, Kredos concludes, this thing has absolutely no weak spot. As a massive hand swings down, he smirks. At least he knows the emergency shutdown sequence. Artinis warns him to be careful. Dodging another stomp, he slams the ground, summoning the spikes of punishment. The giant hand gets impaled, making the angel jerk in agony. Kredos yells for backup so he can reach the head. The halo laser targets him, but Artinis throws her magical clothes to form a barrier around the beam, trapping it and forcing it off course. Kredos leaps at the approaching giant and clings to it. Giant fingers close around him, trapping his body. It looks like game over, and Artinis screams in terror. Everyone is in shock, but then he pulls a classic stunt. Using his phasing skill, he gets stuck in the giant's skin with his rear end sticking out. Artinis is utterly speechless. Asuret, Sergei, and even the angel blush furiously, wondering why this guy suddenly stripped naked. Kredos slides down, re-equips, and then strips again to slip right through the giant's fingers. Now the giant boss completely loses its mind, flailing around to shake this gross naked guy off. Kredos screams with a hideous face, while a general yells to use this opening. They all charge the back of its knee, landing multiple heavy attacks at once, and the massive creature finally begins to stumble. The boss sways wildly, desperately trying to fling Kredos away. The living sword is shocked that even after 3 combined strikes, the monster is still standing. That is when Hector steps in, telling them to strike again and promising the master swordsman will back them up. The halo keeps pulling Artenis away, but the others brace themselves and strike the knee again. Finally, the creature buckles, dropping to the ground. Clinging on, Kredos pouts and mutters that he finally made it. Using his bloody eye, he confirms how to stop the angel. Leaping forward, he plants a quick kiss on its cheek, claiming the legend demanded it. Artenis is utterly baffled, questioning if the giant actually wanted that. Hector warns everyone to stay back as the angel collapses. Its massive hammer drops, shattering into pieces as the holy aura fades away. While Kredos celebrates, Hector admits he heard a rumor that a sincere kiss could calm an angel, but never believed it. Naturally, the sword grumbles that the idiot should have shared that legend sooner. Climbing down, Kredos figures this boss must have been a real pain in the game too. Someone probably used the legend to beat it and then just abandoned it. Now, cleaning up this massive mess is going to be a giant pain. Hector points out it could have been worse, just as Artenis arrives to ask if it is truly dead. Kredos immediately tears into her, telling her to pay closer attention next time. She asks what she did wrong, but before he can answer, the angel begins to vibrate. Determined to wipe out all demons, the giant prepares to self-destruct. A quick flashback reveals the angel was originally crafted by ancient humans, fueled entirely by raw mana. For centuries, it remained a mere slab of stone, but when the heavens heard humanity's desperate prayers, they bestowed actual divine power upon it. Now, it plans to detonate the divine energy in its chest. Sergi panics, asking what is happening, and Kredos sighs that loud beeping obviously means it is about to blow. Kredos bolts forward, shouting for Artenis to throw her magical clothes to cover him and the glowing core. She demands to know what he is planning, but he yells that they have no choice. They are forced to take a massive gamble. See, Kredos remembers that dump-statting all his points into vitality makes him practically immortal. In an earlier chat, she had asked him what exactly he was trying to test out. He told her he wanted to master a specific Demon Lord skill. She complained that she was busy, but our main character did not care. He wants to test the new skill he unlocked after surviving that last blast, except everything. In theory, dumping all his stats into health points should trigger it. This skill absorbs external damage, while regenerating health and mana. He needed to know if it actually worked in a crisis, which is why he had to test it. He pours his points into stamina, and the system confirms the skill is active. Then, he demands she punch him. She is completely confused, but he threatens to starve her if she does not hit him. She gives him a gentle tap, so he starts insulting her, calling her useless and filthy. He even threatens her food supply until she finally decks him right in the face. She instantly regrets hitting him so hard, but the Demon Lord is just sitting there enjoying it. He even licks his lips, muttering that getting hit somehow spikes his blood sugar. Artenis is instantly terrified, wondering if her lord has some bizarre hidden kink. He looks incredibly creepy, drooling and begging her to keep hitting him until he passes out. He flat out refuses to touch the creep, but Kredos keeps demanding a real beating. Fed up, she screams at the lunatic to stay back and unleashes a brutal combo on him. To Kredos, each punch tastes like French toast drizzled with chocolate and strawberries. He grabs her feet, begging for more, while passing construction workers watch their demon lord get tossed around with a look of pure bliss. He crashes into a wall with a massive smile, satisfied that the skill works flawlessly, right before Artenis blasts him with a magical palm strike. His eyes roll back as blood pours from his nose, proving even this cheat skill has its limits. The sweet sensation fades, leaving only pain, showing that the absorb limit depends entirely on how strong Kredos actually is. He runs straight for the angel's core, no other choice here. He needs to max out his stats right now, dumping every single point he saved up during those peaceful farming days. Say goodbye to his peaceful life as all those points flood into raw stats. Mind, body, and stamina skyrocket as his reserves crash down to 80%, then 70, leaving him with just 127. He grabs onto the angel's core. Artenis calls him an idiot, but she immediately starts fusing his body with the orb anyway. He activates his root nutrient skill, dumping everything into stamina while the core glows bright. He actually starts enjoying it, calling it sweet. But then the entire vibe completely shifts. Divine energy tears through her clothes, and she realizes her limits are reached. The crowd screams out for their demon lord as the core blazes with blinding light. Cracks spiderweb across the core until the light abruptly dies. Artenis clutches her injured arm, trying to fix her torn clothes, when Kredos' limp body suddenly drops from the empty space. Oh man. Everyone rushes over shouting his name, but his body just hits the dirt like a discarded rag doll. The poor guy is completely broken. Hector demands to know what happened. Artenis explains the statue was about to detonate, and without his reckless sacrifice, the entire city would have been wiped off the map. He absorbed over half the blast to save everyone. Honestly, I trust Kredos so little I half expected this to be some elaborate scheme, but maybe he actually came through this time. Hector asks why they even bothered. They could have just run away. Tearfully, Artines explains that her lord's only wish is to bear all the pain, so nobody else has to suffer. Yeah, I am still not completely buying it. Once someone lies to you enough times, you just stop believing them even when they tell the truth. Anyway, the scene cuts. The broken angel lies in ruins while our main character rests in bed. The demons crowd around, and Monica worries since 5 days have passed without him waking up. Artines notes he is breathing, but his recovery is bizarrely slow for a demon. Just then, the king arrives to deliver the official damage reports from that chaotic night. Plenty of injuries and heavy damage, but miraculously, 0 deaths. Thanks to the demon squad taking on the giant statue, everyone escaped, and the king wants to show his gratitude. Artines brushes it off, admitting they played a part in waking the angel, but the king insists they still saved lives, and he refuses to ignore their heroism. Artines asks if he even knows who she is. Of course he does. She is the Witch of Melody, the very terror that plagued his kingdom in the past. She is the former leader of these dark beasts, warning him not to trust them blindly, because they might just be plotting something. Personally, I still think the king has an angle, but Monica pipes up nobody trying to scam you looks or talks with that much sincerity. Artines bows her head, steps forward, and kneels. Admitting they only invaded back then because they were starving, she offers a genuine apology for the past invasion. I might still be a bit skeptical, but this moment is actually pretty wholesome. Even the king looks touched. He explains that his god's sacred code demands a law of perfection, which states that true abundance means ensuring that absolutely nobody has to starve. Only then will the world be whole. The prophecy speaks of a legendary saint of 10 arriving to fulfill this, but they cannot wait forever. So, the king offers to help fertilize their dry lands, leaving Artines deeply moved. She is finally one step closer to her dream. Meanwhile, in a strange dreamscape, our main man Zhang Sha finds himself face to face with Kredos, who is quietly thanking him. Zhang Sha is totally lost, but Kredos confirms he is indeed the original soul of this body. He explains that he willingly handed his physical form over to Zhang Sha while he rests here. Confused, Zhang Sha steps closer, asking how that makes sense when Kredos was the one who summoned him. But Kredos admits he never had the power to cross dimensions, he only made a wish. Some higher power must have answered his plea. Zhang Sha is still baffled, asking if his actual goal was not to conquer the world and eat humans. Kredos shakes his head. He was plagued by nightmares of starving, of being forced to consume his own people, and launching a desperate invasion only to be struck down by the celestial paladin. Despite being a demon, he prayed desperately for a way to save his kind and escape their cursed, barren homeland. He just wanted everyone to survive together, and that prayer brought Zhang Sha here. Zhang Sha remarks that Kredos is surprisingly chill about having his entire body hijacked. Trapped in this void is practically being dead, but Kredos does not care. His dream is finally coming true, and he is putting all his trust in Zhang Sha. The system announces he protected lives from the heaven's defective creations. Zhang Sha opens his eyes as his mana seed undergoes a massive evolution. It drops into water and blossoms into a sprout. His power amplifier multiplies by 24 times, granting him full access to Kredos' original life force. Zhang Sha grimaces, absolutely hating this upgrade. More power just means more dangerous quests, and he wants to stay weak. The system basically tells him to shut up and deal with it. He is getting major buffs because apparently farming requires serious muscle. He just wants to tend to crops, but he cannot shake that strange encounter with Kredos. He asks if the system knows anything about this mental dimension, but it coldly reminds him it is just a text window. Before he can complain, a familiar voice calls out to him. It is Artines, sporting her signature teary-eyed expression. She lunges forward, hugging him so tightly she nearly snaps his spine, crying tears of joy that he is finally awake. Zhang Sha finds it weird that everyone is crowding his bedside. Asura and Sergo quickly deny it, claiming they are only standing here because the room is spacious and they had nothing better to do. Al laughs and calls them classic tsundere types. Groaning, our main character tells him to keep his psychological analysis to himself. Over in the royal chambers, Hector reports that Kredos is awake. The king asks how long he slept, and hearing it was exactly 10 days, he recalls the prophecy of the 10th saint rising to lead them. He can barely believe it. Meanwhile, back at the demon fortress, a frantic underling reports to Hartok that an incredibly intense human is heading their way. Hartok asks for details, but the scout warns this guy looks incredibly strong and totally unhinged. Oh boy. The real issue is that nobody knows who this guy is. But the moment Hartok spots him, he panics, shouting for everyone to arm themselves because this absolute lunatic is definitely bad news. Back in the city, citizens work to secure the fallen angel statue. The town remains heavily damaged, but the mood is surprisingly celebratory. The king wants the people to show gratitude to their demon saviors. Since the battle went down in the dead of night, most of the fleeing crowd has no idea who actually rescued them. Jiang Sha points out it is a nice thought, but a terrible idea. Humans will not accept demons overnight, and they might think the king is lying, which would only breed more fear. Hanukkah asks if he really wants to keep his heroics a secret. He simply shrugs. He did not do it for fame. Having a few trusted friends accept him is plenty, like, for example, Your Majesty the King. Dior gives him a look and blushes completely, while Kredos feels like his smooth talking totally worked. Kredos definitely learned how to kiss up to professors back in college. He is a natural. Dior clears his throat and says even so, they cannot just pretend nothing happened. Our main guy says establishing diplomatic relations is plenty, but the king insists, declaring he is Dior, king of Camelan, the man who repays every single favor because that is his absolute golden rule. His name is actually Dior. Quite a fancy title. Right now, Kredos is smiling, happily thinking to himself that harvest time has finally come. Talk about playing the long game. Our boy has been planting seeds forever, and now he is ready to collect on that heavy royal guilt. Dior says he can ask for literally anything. So, Kredos puts on a modest face and requests something totally simple. He just wants the kingdom treasure, the precious sword of Camelon. The king is completely shocked. Meanwhile, Kredos remembers how incredibly broken this item was in the game. It heals you constantly on damaging terrain and automatically purges any deadly negative status, including poison. Turns out, that scabbard was the ultimate detox item in the world. The master plan was to use it to purify the swamp of degradation. Kredos already knows where the sword is. He only needs the scabbard. But the king looks away and confesses the sword was unfortunately stolen long ago. Our hero replies that he already knows and only wants the scabbard. Dior flinches again, mentioning his ancestors strictly ordered him to protect that scabbard at all costs. He looks at Kredos, who suddenly puts on a tearful, heartbroken face. Kredos apologizes to his majesty, crying about how ignorant he is and how he clearly does not understand how human gratitude works. Dior panics and begs him to wait, saying it is not like that at all. But Kredos sighs, replying that it is fine, even though the king insisted. He claims he only wanted to help his people, but should have just stayed quiet. Realizing the kid is completely crushed, the guilty king apologizes and tells him to take good care of the scabbard. Inside, Kredos is absolutely smirking. Next thing we know, the legendary scabbard is handed right over. Now all he needs is the sword to purify the swamp and build his dream rice paddies. Man has been craving a good bowl of rice for ages. In the next scene, he announces they are heading home tomorrow with supplies and 200 kingdom engineers. Artinis points out that moving such a massive crowd will definitely draw human attention. Plus, some people are bound to be unhappy about this new diplomatic alliance. Aesor tells her to stop being so negative and just play along. Suddenly, a helmetless Sergi clings tightly to Artinis, warning Aesor to never mistreat her beloved sister ever again. The poor guy is banned from saying anything mean to her. As he stands there totally confused, Ball tells him to respect his elders. Kredos agrees, admitting that without Artinis, they would all be dead. Artinis gets incredibly emotional, loving the praise. Meanwhile, Kredos tells Aesor to stop whining just because he had to act as a glowing lantern for a few days. Ball pats him on the shoulder, telling him to stop living in the past. Aesor finally caves and apologizes. Artinis gently forgives him, admitting she is also sorry for almost killing him in that swamp. Another ally notes her point makes perfect sense. Rumors are bound to spread. Suddenly, the entire room begins to violently shake. Kredos wonders if this boss has a second phase. Looking outside, he sees the giant creature moving around. He orders everyone to prepare for battle as they draw their weapons and step out to face the beast. But then, his jaw drops. The massive titan is actually bowing politely before him. It introduces itself as an angelic statue, humbly apologizing for a factory defect in the Celestial Kingdom product. Before Kredos can even speak, Sergi snaps at the giant, yelling that the big dummy does not even know how to apologize properly. Ball tells her to calm down, but she claims she is just being honest. The statue explains the Heaven Realm understands the gravity of the situation and wants to offer the Savior Demon Lord a reward. As a result, Kredos receives the ultimate privilege of having this massive statue serve him directly for whatever righteous purpose he chooses. Kredos stands there in complete disbelief. The angel admits there is a catch: the core is destroyed, meaning its power is limited. Plus, any active intervention down here breaks cosmic rules. Basically, its connection to the heavens is officially cut. The angel politely declares it is now at Kredos' service, leaving King Dior watching in absolute silence. But will the citizens actually be grateful to a demon lord? Unsurprisingly, they are terrified. A father holding his kid panics, wondering why a demon king and a holy angel are together. Kredos sighs, wait for it, and finally issues the one command he has been dying to give. The crowd screams that a demon invasion has begun. But then, Kredos roars out an order for the giant statue to clean up the mess it made. The angel salutes and immediately starts rebuilding houses. Confused citizens are utterly baffled by this sudden community service. In the crowd, Gavier watches silently, confirming his suspicion that this demon lord is indeed the mysterious Zheng Xiao. Soon, the giant angel is happily carrying heavy blocks around the capital while everyone cheers. Watching from behind, the crew thinks Kredos looks incredibly embarrassed by all the positive attention. Artinis asks if he really did this just for show. Kredos scoffs, claiming he only did it to score points with Dior and does not care about humans at all. Dior addresses the massive crowd, announcing that the kingdom of Kamalan and the noble demons who saved their city from doom are officially establishing a grand diplomatic alliance to ensure peace. They will send human engineers to fertilize the demon lands and work together on a path toward true coexistence. He calls for everyone to salute their savior heroes. Kredos feels the crushing weight of public pressure, while Sergi whispers for him to at least smile a bit for his fans. Artinis tells him to look at their faces and show some gratitude. Seeing so many genuinely happy citizens, the humans feel relieved that the long-standing tension with demons is finally fading away. She adds that if he smiles back now, his popularity will skyrocket. Honestly, with his terrifying face, a friendly smile is probably the worst thing he could do right now. Naturally, he smiles and gives a creepy wave. Instantly, the cheering stops, children start crying, and people panic. Kredos blames Artinis for this complete disaster, but she chooses to ignore him. Sergi quickly hugs Artinis, telling him to stop bullying her. Even as the crowd whispers in fear, Gavier stands out, screaming at the top of his lungs that Kredos is amazing. Kredos spots the old man Azram in the crowd. Gavier loudly explains to everyone that this terrifying demon lord is the exact same hero who saved them back then. Sure, he looks terrifying, but he is more righteous than anyone. Lloyd raises his hand, chanting Kredos' name, and soon the entire crowd joins the loud chant. Our hero stands there, utterly confused by this bizarre chanting. While most citizens put aside ancient hatred to show gratitude, the stubborn lead engineer Forky definitely thinks otherwise. He vows never to serve filthy demons. Next, we see them marching across a scenic, bright green plain. Forky asks Magentano a burning question. Since the guy spent days in demon territory, he wants to know their lifestyle, where they live, what they wear. Bronda chimes in, saying everything over there is incredibly rough. Apparently, their clothes are just improvised rags. They barely have enough water to drink, let alone wash themselves. Most of their houses are nothing but wooden boards and tents. They do not even have a proper place to cook. Forky thinks they really are just savages, exactly as he imagined. Suddenly, Kredos yells from up ahead, telling everyone to stop resting. They have been walking half the day, so it is finally time to eat. Forky gets to work making a stew. He takes a sip and proudly declares the spicy seasoning is absolutely perfect. The soldier agrees, praising Forky as the best cook around. Forky gets a smug, villainous look on his face, thinking it is no surprise since he was top tier even before joining the army. To him, cooking is the peak of civilization. But then he looks over and sees Bal calmly munching on a giant, unseasoned potato. Forky immediately tells his friend to pass him the Makiso pepper powder. His friend hands it over. Forky dumps the luxury spice into the pot, thinking this is the strongest flavor in the kingdom, and now he is going to feed it to that brute. He walks over, telling Bal he will get sick of eating only potatoes and should try this stew. Inside, Forky is laughing, waiting for these savage demons to bow before the taste of true civilization. Talk about an unexpected way to win a cultural war. But the moment Bal takes a bite, his face twists. He collapses to the ground, rolling in agony, while Forky tells him to calm down. Forky tells him there is no need to roll around from sheer joy just because of a new flavor. But Bal has his tongue sticking out in pain. Sir complains about wasting food, then immediately starts rolling too. Sir says it is weird, arguing that starving people should be grateful for any food. But the next second, she starts rolling on the dirt too. Forky thinks these cave idiots simply were not ready for such intense flavor. Suddenly, Artinis appears behind him, asking if he is bullying them. Forky denies it, claiming his food is just too advanced. So why does she not try it? Artinis warns him that he is underestimating demons. But a second later, her tongue is sticking out, and she is rolling on the ground in burning pain. Forky just sighs, calling it a shame. He jokes that demons should stick to their usual bland food, but then someone calls out. Forky turns around to find Kredos walking up, wanting to know what flavor is making everyone lose their minds. Kredos asks to try some. Forky expects him to suffer, but Kredos is actually Korean, and Koreans absolutely live for spice. They stare each other down as Forkery remarks that his civilized food does not suit demons. This is civilized food. Kredos smiles, realizing this arrogant chef did not have that smug look on his face for no reason. Activating his blood eye, Kredos sees Forkery's dark heart, plotting to humiliate the barbaric demons. Kredos realizes this guy fed his crew spicy food on purpose, knowing they were completely unused to seasoning. Forkery hands over the bowl, mockingly offering it to the great demon king. Kredos takes the jar, amusement sparking in his eyes because there is one crucial detail this chef does not know. He is Korean, from a nation utterly obsessed with chili. He asks Forkery if he has ever heard of kimchi. The blonde guy is clueless, while Artines desperately begs Kredos not to eat it. It is too late. Kredos tips the jar back while everyone braces for his humiliation. Forkery waits gleefully for him to scream in pain, but Kredos just calmly keeps drinking the spicy soup. Forkery is completely bewildered. Kredos empties the jar, smoke literally puffing from his mouth. While Artines watches in tears, Kredos catches his breath and casually remarks that the stew is kind of boring. The blonde guy is stunned. He doubled the pepper, so how is it boring? Kredos estimates this is around 7,000 on the heat scale, less than super spicy ramen, and wants something stronger. Just then, the system activates berserker mode. Kredos grabs the spice container from Forkery, dumping the entire thing into the soup. While Forkery panics, warning him he will die, Kredos chugs it down and says it is still missing something. He asks what the powder is, and Forkery replies it is miso pepper. Kredos immediately says he must grind the placenta, since that is the spiciest part of all. Forkery argues that leaving the placenta in makes it impossibly spicy. Kredos just smiles, pointing out that Forkery is admitting he cannot handle real spice. Forkery does not understand, yet he feels deeply humiliated. Kredos walks over to the miso pepper cart. Forkery yells at him not to eat it raw, but Kredos takes a huge bite, completely shocking the chef. Kredos actually enjoys the raw pepper, making a satisfied pout. Forkery falls to his knees in utter defeat, wondering how a mere demon can handle far more spice than a civilized human. Kredos leans in, joking that since he can handle spicier food, he is clearly more civilized. Forkery gasps, realizing this clever demon knew his exact plan from the very beginning. Kredos continues, calling Forkery's standards weird. He points out that judging civilization by spice levels makes no sense, especially since the purest, most natural foods do not even need cooking. If a brilliant engineer in their unit cannot handle pepper, does that make him useless? Kredos believes in assessing actual talent, making Forkery's spice test look completely ridiculous. He looks at Artines, calling her a complete idiot who deserves a scolding, yet acknowledging she is stronger than anyone. She beams happily at the weird compliment as he continues. He points out that the pale girl, despite looking sick, has a sword faster than light. The other eccentric one loves caring for kids, and Superjack is sometimes shockingly smart. And Forkery, despite his weak spice tolerance, is arguably the finest engineer in the kingdom. Kredos just needs his help. Deeply shaken, Forkery watches as the classy demon walks off, still chewing his pepper. Bronda approaches, telling Forkery that while he grew up hating demons, times have changed and they must adapt too. It is time to leave the old stories behind and write a new chapter. Forkery frowns but agrees, deciding he will just have to teach them some recipes that suit their taste buds. Soon, Kredos orders everyone to march home, and after weeks of travel, they finally arrive. But look who is already there, happily gardening in full armor. It is Kimchi. A surprised Kredos wonders what the human is doing here, as we cut back to the moment he arrived. Hartok had demanded to know what a human was doing out here. Kimchi calmly explained he came to meet the demon lord. Hartok sensed no hostility, though the human's gear was incredibly intimidating. Kimchi just stood there, silently staring, until the lizard warrior realized this might be the legendary human who vaporized the Fourth Lord's chamber back at Magrath Fortress with one devastating strike. Hartok was completely stunned. Kimchi hoped they could understand that the Fourth Lord had invaded human lands and attacked first, directly disobeying Kredos' own orders, making the battle unavoidable. It was simply the natural outcome of war. Still, Hartok tensed up, knowing this human could still be an enemy. He explained that Kredos was missing and demanded to know Kimchi's true intentions. Kimchi paused, then admitted he wanted to find out his own true identity. Hartok was left utterly confused, until a voice behind them claimed to know exactly who he was. Zephyros arrived, revealing that Kimchi is the legendary paladin who fell asleep in ancient times, destined to awaken only when demons invade human lands to wipe them all out. Hartok begins shaking violently. He has heard whispers of that ancient, sleeping paladin from the Tower of the Seal, a terrifying entity that only appears when a demon lord awakens. Nobody knows his true origins, but legends dictate that all demons are doomed to be exterminated by him. Since the barrier stops demons from entering the tower, They always watch from afar, and yet, one of their absolute strongest got totally crushed by some bizarre, terrifying force. Hartok clearly remembers telling Kredos they should have hunted that monster down when they had the chance, but the Lord insisted that leaving him alone was the best way to avoid provoking a disaster. So why is he standing right here? Kimchi speaks up, asking how they even know him. Zephos explains that every single demon knows the legend. He recognized him instantly thanks to reports from the general Kimchi slaughtered earlier. When Kimchi asks if that is his entire database, Zephos nods, adding that he knows the paladin will not attack as long as they do not lay a finger on any humans. At least, that is what the demon lord promised. Kimchi calmly replies that they can absolutely trust in that. He really just wants a place to rest until the boss gets back. Zephos asks Hartok what the plan is while they all stand around staring, but Hartok suddenly powers down, sighing that it is fine to let Kimchi crash there. Once Hartok gives the green light, Kimchi heads over to greet the stationed human soldiers, telling them he is counting on their hard work. Meanwhile, the soldiers are sweating bullets, thinking this guy is infinitely scarier than actual demons. Kimchi finds it pretty weird seeing humans here, though it is obvious they are not prisoners. Saros quickly chimes in, explaining they actually volunteered to help out with the farming. Since Kimchi already heard about the project, he happily asks if he can tag along and pitch in. But the watching demons know exactly who he is, the terrifying, demon-slaying legend. Just one glance from him has everyone shaking in their boots. He looks over, and the local demons instantly pretend to be super busy with their chores. Kimchi closes his eyes, but every demon he spots triggers an avalanche of old memories, reminding him of how he brutally slaughtered their kind in his past lives. He slaughtered them all, even that helpless little cheetah demon. The heavy realization makes him look genuinely depressed, but out of nowhere, a cheerful voice calls him Bistka, it is Little Flute, inviting him to play. As the adorable little dragon flies off, Kimchi watches them laugh and play. He feels completely heartbroken because he remembers her first life with terrifying clarity. Back then, she was half corrupted, desperately crying out for her father right before Kimchi showed up and vaporized him. When she lunged at him in rage, he did exactly what he was built to do. He sliced her down. Now, looking at her smile, the contrast is deeply shocking. Seeing her sweet smile now, compared to her agonizing screams when he decapitated her, it is too much. Suddenly, to the utter horror of the onlookers, the legendary paladin drops to his knees in front of Flute, sobbing and begging for forgiveness. He stays bowed on the ground, weeping for mercy while the onlookers watch in complete confusion. Later, our main character finally arrives, and Kimchi reveals he has one heavy question. He wants to know who he truly is. Our hero is totally baffled. Did Hartok and Zephos fail to explain that he is the ancient, legendary paladin? But Kimchi shakes his head, wanting to know much more than just a title. Kredos tries to explain that he is just an overpowered warrior destined to exterminate all demons, internally panicking because the game never actually provided any deep lore on his character. Kimchi just continues to stare blankly. He does not seem hostile, but the raw pressure he radiates is still absolutely terrifying. That is when Kimchi begins explaining his bizarre predicament. He vaguely remembers his past lives. Dozens of times, he has existed solely to butcher demonkind, and yet, none of those slaughter sprees ever felt like his own choice. He never stopped to wonder if his victims had families, or if they even wanted to fight. He never felt doubt he was just a machine that killed everything. He cannot comprehend who would force him to commit such endless, brutal massacres. Who could possibly be that cruel? Sitting across from him, Kredos freezes in pure shock, realizing this guy is basically describing the player. Kimchi clearly senses that he was just a puppet in some grand design, though he obviously lacks the vocabulary to describe what a video game actually is. To him, it just feels like he was being forced to act under someone else's absolute control. So, how is Kredos supposed to answer this? If he admits to being the player who ordered those horrific massacres, everything is going to blow up in his face. Seeing the legendary paladin break down in tears, Kredos decides to spill the beans. He reveals his real name is Kim Jong-shao, and that he originally came from a completely different world. Kimchi is deeply confused, but Kredos knows honesty is his only shield right now, so our main character ends up laying all his cards on the table. Under the quiet moonlight, the tragic hero tries to wrap his head around the absurd concept of being an invented story, living inside a virtual game. He asks if that means he does not truly exist. Kredos gently explains that perhaps he too is just a character in some larger, mysterious narrative. Talk about a massive existential crisis. If you think about it, Kredos is just a character in the manhwa we are enjoying right now. Does that mean we are characters too being watched by someone else? Please do not do this to me. I am just a humble recap narrator who rarely leaves his room. No way my life is a story. Nobody would write a disaster this messy. Anyway, Kredos reassures him that none of that meta stuff matters since they are both free to make their own choices now. They can choose to be legendary heroes or just background extras. Kredos wants to take responsibility and do what is right, and that is exactly what he intends to do. Ultimately, it is up to Kimchi to decide how he wants to live his life. He decides he wants to help with the farming, but ends up standing in the field, deeply lost in thought. Suddenly, Flute breaks the silence, teasingly calling him a total crybaby. She waddles over, telling him to dry his tears, while Aseroth watches from afar, recognizing him as the legendary nameless paladin. Sergi mutters that they should probably assassinate him in his sleep. Reminding her that he pulverized their great general with a single punch, Aseroth suggests they avoid picking fights. Besides, that cannibalistic general was a terrible guy, so maybe it is for the best. Flute candidly tells Kimchi that all the adults are terrified because they think he is going to murder them. But the Demon Lord promised he would not, and she fully trusts him because he seems like a genuinely good person. This is almost going too smoothly, which usually means things are about to go horribly wrong. Kimchi smiles softly, confirming he is a close friend of the Demon Lord, here to help tend the crops. Flute happily beams at them, then turns to Sergi and Aseroth, innocently asking if they are a couple. Aseroth immediately panics, yelling that demons do not fall in love, while Sergi brutally tells him to zip it. Flute still thinks they make a beautiful couple, and they both playfully yank at her. Watching them bicker makes Kimchi laugh, but it triggers a vivid memory of the day he fought Sergi. Back then, she came looking for him in tears, demanding he prove his strength to the Ice Monarch if he was truly the one who defeated Azeroth. He proved his power, alright, by driving his blade straight through her chest. As she turned to dust, she whispered her final wish to meet Aseroth again, in a peaceful life where they would not starve. Back in reality, Kimchi asks if they are indeed those same two generals. When they confirm it, he warmly promises that in this life, their wish will come true. Later, we find Kimchi wandering through the murky depths of the swamp. Kredos had previously mentioned his grand ambition to transform this toxic wasteland into a beautiful, flourishing rice paddy. With absolutely zero farming knowledge, the paladin has nothing to do but wait around. Suddenly, a mysterious light manifests beside him, and a strange eye appears questioning why he does not ask Kredos how to harness his legendary power. Ditching that silly wand for his true sword form would grant him off-the-charts power. But Kimchi simply shrugs, saying he is already strong enough and has zero interest in it. Besides, was it not the eye itself that urged him to help with the farming? The entity admits that is true as the god of abundance. It wants this wasteland to prosper, but it is genuinely worried about his safety. Can he actually trust Kredos? Game or not, Kredos was the puppet master who guided him down that bloody path of slaughter. Kimchi promises to keep an eye on things, but the spirit warns him to stay extremely cautious. Kredos is going to grow far stronger than Kimchi can possibly imagine. But on the inevitable day when the paladin needs the power to face that rising demon lord, the god promises to gladly share its divine strength. With that, the spirit retreats back inside the wand, leaving Kimchi thoroughly puzzled. By the next morning, our demon lord is busy barking orders to construct proper housing for the newly arrived human engineers. Saros is about to raise a question, but Kredos cuts him off, stating they must strictly follow the first crucial phase of cultivating this corrupted swamp. The entire area must be purified first, and to do that, they absolutely need the sacred sword of Camelon, which means his next grand plan is to simply steal it. And so, the next phase of our journey begins deep within the abandoned, storm-swept desert. Hidden away in some dark code at the bottom of a deep underground cliff sits a lonely kid on a rock. He calls himself Maros, a young boy from the notoriously weak orc race. Apparently, some random human merchant once told him to buy a special sword and head to the abandoned lands. Defeating the demon lord with it would bring his people respect, but the poor kid took a wrong turn, tumbled down this cliff, and got stuck forever. Years have flown by, and now he is absolutely starving, literally begging anyone to rescue him, even the demon lord itself. Suddenly, footsteps echo behind him, and he spins around to see Kredos walking up. Overwhelmed with emotion, Maros immediately launches into a never-ending sob story about being a trapped orc who just cannot shut up. He keeps rambling on about keeping hope alive in his heart, while Kredos just stares at this massive wall of dialogue. Finally, losing his patience, our hero smacks him right in the mouth. Maros falls over, clutching his bruised face, but instantly starts babbling again. Kredos walks up and lays down a strict new rule: say more than 3 sentences, and you get hit again. Maros nods and says he understands it is just his very first time getting beaten like this, so he is still processing. Kredos warns him that one more word means another fist. He seriously cannot comprehend why this kid cannot talk like a normal person, before demanding that Maros hand over the sword on his belt. Kredos promises to rescue him and buy him dinner in exchange, but Maros refuses, saying he will do anything but that. When Kredos asks why he wants to starve down here, The little orc claims Lala hates being away from him. Right then, Kredos seriously considers ending this weirdo who actually named his own weapon. Back in the original game, getting this item was incredibly easy. You just find Maros and skip past the dialogue. You just skip the cutscenes, slay him, and grab the weapon. But since this is now the real world, murder is not that simple. The kid is a living, breathing person. With execution off the table, Kredos pivots to another strategy. He tells Maros that staying down here means certain death, so it would be better for everyone if he just handed over the blade. Maros wants to try climbing out, but says Lala opposes the idea. Kredos tells him to shut his mouth and hand the weapon over before he loses his life, leaving the poor kid cowering on the ground. Kredos reaches down to grab the hilt, but the sword itself suddenly speaks up, asking where he thinks he is touching and claiming she belongs only to Maros. Kredos is completely baffled by this talking steel. The sassy blade begins scolding Maros, warning him not to let some random freak touch her. Maros apologizes, but Kredos just snatches the weapon anyway, stating he does not care if the piece of metal can talk. He needs it for a purification ritual. As Maros frantically clings to it, the sword warns that separating them means she won't even use a tenth of her true power, prompting Maros to beg her to listen for once. He is starving, and Kredos has promised to rescue him. Lala keeps whining, complaining that he is trying to abandon her, but Maros yells back that he just wants to stay alive. They just stand there bickering. She complains that he is suffocating her, and Maros quickly apologizes. Then the blade starts crying, claiming Maros is only acting crazy because of hunger, and there is no real reason for him to abandon her. He apologizes too, saying they unfortunately have to go their separate ways from now on, but the stubborn sword flat out refuses to accept that reality. She tells him that if he is serious, he has to let her go with his own hands. Terrified, Maros turns to Kredos and mutters about how weak orcs are, but Kredos tells him to hold on and focus. He asks if the sword will actually leave to find a new master if Maros lets go. Lala confirms that is how it works, but notes Maros lacks the strength to do it. Wait, so he cannot even drop his own weapon? Is that seriously the issue? Kredos chuckles and says he knows the exact guy to solve this problem. The scene cuts to him summoning Ball and assigning him a highly specific mission. He orders him to take this skinny little orc and transform him into an absolute jacked monster, which is surely going to help Mamoru make even more spicy content for you guys.